Chapter 1, Opening 7 Wu Hai. Rosen is obsessed with One Piece, and once imagined that in this magnificent era of big sea pirates, the air every second is every second, and his favorite devil fruit is the shiny fruit of the yellow ape. On the Chambord Islands, the yellow ape's fruit ability is a fan success. After all, that's one word, handsome. There are many plot characters in, he likes it very much, the female Nicole Robin. That kind of intellectual beauty is easy to capture people's hearts, and the black belly makes her look a bit naughty. There are more males, such as eagle eyes, blue pheasants, tyrant bears, etc., and they also have a special liking for Luffy's first defeated Kaiwahei Crocodile, as a Kaiwahei who has been repeatedly hailed as a plot kill. Crocodile is very strong. When he was an enemy of Luffy, he defeated Luffy many times. If he lost to Luffy later, it is more likely that he was shaken by Luffy's belief. When he was young, Crocodile was like Luffy. It was outstanding. It had many well-known fierce battles with the crew of One Piece, Barrett, and the results were not divided. It can be imagined that when I was young, Crocodile is also high-spirited. After all, Barrett was able to compete with Raleigh in his youth. Of course, the collision in his youth does not fully explain his later strength, but at least, the qualifications, Crocodile is not lacking. But after failing to challenge Whitebeard, Crocodile began to become depressed, even looking for foreign powers, instead of insisting on exercising itself, so there was the later incident of the Pluto capture in Alabaston. The most reasonable reason for losing to Luffy is that he saw in Luffy the one who had never moved forward, which shaken his beliefs. To be precise, it was Luffy who reactivated his beliefs when he was young. This point can be seen in the later period of Crocodile and returning to the New World to fight. Of course, this is Rosen's idea. But Rosen never thought that when he woke up, he would become Crocodile. Rosen looked at the golden hook in his left hand, remembering that both the hook and the blade hidden in the hook are very poisonous. It's too dangerous. If you accidentally cut yourself one day and forget to bring the antidote, it will be cold. Touching the long cross-cut scars on his face, neatly grooming his big back, wearing a black fur coat, and looking at his image of a big boss in the mirror, it took a long time for Rosen to begin to accept reality. Why is it Crocodile instead of Hawkeye, or replaced with a blue pheasant? Even red dogs can accept it. Rosen sighed in the mirror, you know, Crocodile is in when I met Luffy, I was very sad, although I don't know if it will be replaced by myself. According to the development of the plot, I was probably going to be beaten by Luffy, and then sent to Push City. This is definitely not good. I went to jail when I first arrived. I don't know what year it is now, whether Luffy has gone to sea, but what is certain is that it should be rainy here. Because at his position, you can clearly see the huge banana crocodile in the indoor aquarium. Blue blue blue. Suddenly the phone worm on the table rang, and Rosen hesitated for a long time before picking up the microphone on the phone worm. Hey! Boss! A soft female voice came from the other end of the phone worm. Rosen inherited the body and ability of Crocodile, but did not inherit the memory, and although he had read the chapter of Alabaston several times, but that it's a memory from years ago, and there are some things I can't remember. Nicole Robin? Rosen asked tentatively. If he remembers correctly, Nicole Robin is basically taking care of his Baroque work agency. Yes. Nicole Robin. What's the matter? Rosen asked subconsciously. Alabaston's layout is almost in place, the agents' meeting. Robin was about to speak but was interrupted by Rosen. Well, let's put aside other things first, come here, there are some things that you need to refer to. Rosen was silent for a moment, and then said. Nicole Robin, 2 years later, the entire pirate world's appearance is in charge, but now apart from the figure, it is actually not so beautiful, but the unique intellectual big sister temperament still has a lot of fans, and the two in the next year, this treasure elder sister will truly bloom. Let Robin come over, first, to see how the real person is, second, to understand what the current situation is like, and third, if he goes to sea, he hopes to bring Robin, an encyclopedia-like helper, otherwise without inheriting the memory, he may not even be able to get out of the sea. And now, she is her own subordinate, but she is a subordinate who may give herself a knife at any time, which is a bit unfriendly. At that time, Luffy was able to defeat Crocodile. The key point was that Robin revealed a lot important information. Otherwise, give Luffy 10 more chances. At that time, Luffy will not be domineering. It is not surprising that he will be abused by Crocodile. For Pluto, the original dream of Crocodile to establish a utopian country, Rosen did not want to inherit or contact, because it was destined that Robin would not tell him this, even if he died. The plot is this one point has been said very clearly, that is absolutely impossible for Robin to do. More importantly, Rosen, who is familiar with the plot, knows that in the later period when there are so many domineering dogs, when the nature is walking all over the floor, can a Pluto weapon that does not belong to his own power really play such a big role? The power is true if it belongs to oneself. Although the natural fruits of Shasha are not good enough to be seen, they are not considered top combat power, but there are domineering things that can be explored and exercised. As Kaiwahe, Lawson doesn't think that when the storm is about to rise, he will be able to stay out of the situation, nothing else, just the top war behind him. If Kaiwahe is not abolished, he is afraid that he will not be able to avoid it. Think carefully, things are still very complicated. Rosen sat in a chair and worried, but now that he is in this world, no matter his identity or strength, I am afraid that he is not allowed to be silent, so it is better to make a big fuss and witness it. The wonderful side of this world. Does Love Drew really have treasure, or is it just a kind of spiritual treasure of will? There was a knock on the door, and 2 consecutive buttonings with rhythm. Rosen calmed down. Come in. The door was pushed open, and a tall woman with a dark complexion, but beautifully dressed, walked in. She had slender and straight black hair, dressed as an office worker, wearing a patterned hat, lace skirt, and thin. On the top, Rosen looked at him, but he was a little shocked. Robin was so tall? It was about 1.89 meters, and only then did he realize that he was at least 2.45 meters or so. It seems that the argument that people in Pirate World about 1.67 meters are disabled is not unreasonable. Although the two of them are very tall, they don't seem to give people an outstanding and uncoordinated appearance. Such heights are not compact here, but they are completely incomparable to tall. Boss, is there anything important? Although Crocodile saw that his eyes were not the same as before, it seemed to be a careful look, but Robin didn't care, and instead smiled slightly. Although his voice is gentle, Rosen can hear a sense of distance. Also, he is a veritable boss in Alabaston's Crocodile. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. And very violent. Those who fail to complete the task will be cleared directly by his order. The former Mr.3 Candle Man was thrown into the crocodile pond and fed the crocodile directly after the task failed. Only when this method and one's own strength are both strong, the Baroque Work Agency is a huge force, and there are many outstanding talents among them. Tell me briefly about the recent things that are worth noting. Rosen reluctantly took his eyes back from Robin. The real person is really different and more realistic. Even closer to the station, he can still smell it. Faint aroma. And he thought about this language for a long time before speaking. After all, it is necessary to understand the current situation, and he is more curious about Robin himself. The other plans are all going well, but the previous Mr.5 mission to clean up the princess failed, and there were 3 more people with unknown origins. This is the collected portrait. Also, it was a few days ago. That's it. Robin said as he took out 3 hand-drawn drawings and put them on the table. Rosen glanced at him, and he was shocked. Soran, Luffy, Nami, so, Luffy has not only gone to sea, but has also knocked down the door of the house? After the Whiskey Town incident, it should be Little Garden, then his new partner, Chopper, and then it will be his turn to be the villain. A headache, the conflict has broken out, and although I have no strength, but no combat experience, I am afraid that I will lose more thoroughly than the original Crocodile. Boss, what should we do? Robin saw that Boss's face changed slightly, thinking that something was exposed in him, so he asked in a low voice. Cold salad. Rosen said gruffly, and the Boss's aura suddenly disappeared invisible. Chapter 2, Robin Wants to Kill Me, Strengthen Defense X2. Robin was taken aback. What's going on? Why Crocodile looks so worried, even a little helpless? It shouldn't be the case. To put it bluntly, Princess Vivi is not an important role with powerful strength. It shouldn't be really taken care of. But the following words in Crocodile made Robin's heart cold suddenly. Let Princess Vivi track down my identity? Robin, you put a lot of effort into it. Rosen remembered that at that time Princess Vivi was able to track down this Baroque work agency. It was completely guided by Robin. Of course, the purpose was obvious. Although she helped Crocodile, she couldn't really be cruel. The people paid completely. In the depths of her heart, she still harbors light. Even after experiencing the destruction of her hometown and years of pursuit, she is still looking for historical texts, and her original intention has not changed. It is precisely this kind of heart that prevents her from becoming completely obliterate humanity. Is just the current she, who doesn't believe in anything, has experienced too many betrayals and escapes, she has become accustomed to this kind of life. Robin panicked, he was even ready to activate his abilities, but he forced it down. Don't worry, I have no plans to do anything with you, and it's really not easy for people to believe what I did before. After all, in your eyes, I am nothing more than a cruel, moody, confident, and arrogant person at the same time. Rosen criticizing Crocodile, criticizing Crocodile for what Rosen has to do with me, nothing wrong. So speaking of this, there is no pressure for Rosen. What's the plan for the boss? Robin was surprised at first, but then calmed down, but he couldn't figure it out in his heart. If it were the previous Crocodile that you knew you were doing these little moves, and if you were still useful, although you wouldn't kill yourself, it would definitely be impossible that nothing happened. It seems that things might be worse. What's your plan? Rosen also looked at a blank expression. If he was stubborn with Luffy, the first is that it is unnecessary. He and Luffy have no conflict of interest. There is also Crocodile, and there is no need to inherit it. Everything about him, after all, he is Rosen, not the real Crocodile. Let's leave. Before Rosen's words were finished, Robin suddenly activated his abilities. Suddenly many arms grew behind Rosen, and Robin, who was close at hand, sprinkled the water in the cup in front of him. Rosen! The whole head was splashed straight, and then his arms wrapped around his neck, and a huge force was transmitted, and he was about to twist Rosen's neck. Rosen's frightened hair stood up. Robin was going to kill himself? Okay, it's not surprising at all, but it's not too early, why not follow the plot? I don't know that Crocodile, which performed very abnormally today, made Robin feel deeply disturbed. In order to prevent Crocodile from jumping over the wall, it is better to take a gamble. 1 point, but it's also better to be tortured or killed by Crocodile with a high probability. After all, after tracing to the present, it is basically possible to confirm the location of the historical text. A fatal attack is detected, the auxiliary system is activated, the human body enhancement system is developed, the strongest potential of the human body is developed, the novice welfare, a free human body enhancement, the next human body enhancement, the host needs to defeat the strong enemy, this enhancement will double the body defense attribute, one of the strong experience packs has been used. A message suddenly appeared in Luo Sen's mind, and Luo Sen was taken aback for a moment, followed by a burst of ecstasy. Welfare is here. Human body strengthening attributes. Name, Shat. Crocodile, Rosen. Ability, those with the Russell fruit ability are not awakened. Intermediate, proficiency, 600/1000. Physique, intermediate, proficiency, 300/1000. Domineering, none, proficiency, 0/100. Swordsmanship, elementary, proficiency, 100/300. Strengthening times, 1. Effect, x2 defense, x1 experience pack. Next enhancement condition, defeat the strong with a bounty of 100 million Baileys or more. Reward, speed x2. A body attribute that can be said to be rudimentary to the extreme just appeared in Rosen's sea of consciousness out of thin air. At the same time, when the strengthening system was activated, Rosen suddenly received a lot of combat experience in his mind, and at the same time he was able to perceive his own. The body seemed to have been transformed in an instant, and I could feel that every muscle had been strengthened. The direct defense is doubled, although it is not an improvement in all aspects, but if the defense is strengthened, it is impossible for Robin at this moment to pull his head. Sure enough, Robin tried his best to twist Rosen's head, but found that it didn't move. Is Crocodile already so strong? Robin was shocked, but quickly reacted and drew a dagger to stab Rosen. Rosen stretched out his hand and grabbed Robin's wrist directly. The speed just now seemed to him so slow. With a snap, Rosen directly knocked out Robin's dagger, and at the same time, he sensed his body and removed the water stains on his face. Wipe dry. It really scared him just now. He never expected that Robin would attack him suddenly. After Rosen knocked off Robin's weapon, he put his body into an elemental sand state. Robin's hands could no longer grow. Come out, but turn into petals and disappear. Robin did not panic, nor begged for mercy, but watched Crocodile quietly, looking a little cold, without the gentleness before. Now that he has torn his face, he is ready. But at this time, Rosen ignored her for the time being, but studied the strengthening system in his mind. From the data of the system, he can learn about his current strength status. The intermediate level of fruit ability is higher, the intermediate level of physical skills is lower, the domineering is not, the swordsmanship is basic, and there is proficiency. This is still very understandable, and the evaluation of the strength is also very consistent. The biggest part of Crocodile's strength really comes from the fruit ability. As for the physical skills, although it is not weak, it has neglected to exercise in these years, and at the same time, one hand is gone. It is estimated that he may not even be as good as when he was young. The fruit ability is also common sense. As for the domineering, Rosen estimates that after awakening, his proficiency reaches 100 before he can enter the elementary level. Swordsmanship should be understood a little, but it should be the worst. In other words, after training, you can still continue to improve. If you look at your own strength evaluation, then you should be almost at the general level when you reach the advanced level, but the specifics are still uncertain, and Rosen just thinks so for the time being. However, with such a strengthened system to assist him, Rosen will be able to familiarize himself with his own power more quickly. Unlike just now, Sora has a good strength, but he failed to show the strength he should have. Even Robin can sneak attack yourself. But now with the double defense and experience pack, Rosen can clearly know how to really fight. I just don't know what to do with Robin now. Rosen is thinking about taking Robin out of this war-torn country. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. After all, as long as you leave, the Straw Hat and Princess Vivi, who are free of interference, only need to find Kosha. If the current leader of the rebel army, explain the cause and effect of the incident. The possibility of a war breaking out is unlikely. And if there is no clear evidence, and if he is not captured, the title of Kaiwahe will not be cancelled. It is not that Rosendo wants to keep this title, but that this title is already a representative of this identity. If it is cancelled, only there are three possibilities: one is to go to the jail in the city, the other is to die, and the third is to face the Navy. These three results, no matter which one they are not what Rosen currently wants, at least as long as his strength is not the top strength, he can't find death. In the world of pirates, the strength of Crocodile at this moment is estimated to be unable to defeat even the 4 Emperor's general stars, and it is very likely to be defeated. A Kaiwahe who is not domineering, and who fights, can also be prestigious in the first half, and in the second half, there are as many strong as dogs, 4 emperors, 4 emperor cotters, top Kaiwahe, and 3 navy generals. There are also Fujitora Green Bull, plus Sengoku Carp, General Reserve, Daoto, etc., and CP0. In this calculation, the upper and lower combat power of the general level alone is almost double digits, let alone the higher ones. Power. Think about how many powerhouses gathered in the country of Wano. Even the 2 big cats and dogs who can harden the 3 calamities of a billion bounty are just the mainstay of the country of Wano. The strength of Kaiwahe level like myself is not enough to be seen in such incidents, so in actual calculation, Crocodile, that is, Lawson's current strength is relatively embarrassing. High is not good, low is not good. It seems that you can have a few tricks with anyone, but if you really fight, it seems that you can't beat the strong one. Chapter 3, 7 Wu Hai is going to run away with his secretary. Nicole Robin, I will say one thing next. Whether you believe it or not, after listening, you will face 2 choices. Rosen thought about it a bit, even though he felt that Robin's encyclopedic knowledge was good for him. It is indispensable, but if Robin has always wanted to kill himself, it is impossible for him to take her with him. That's right, Rosen wants to leave Alabaston and go to the New World to become stronger. He must never become weak in this world. His identity is destined. Once weak, not only the pirates will kill him, but also the Navy. May wipe out his own people, let more powerful people become Kaiwahe. Now, does the boss have anything to say? It should have almost ascertained the location of the historical text. For you, I should be of little use. Robin smiled. Up to now, I deeply know that even without myself, Crocodile can still find historical texts. If I keep myself, it is estimated that only translation is left. But now that he has turned his face, does Crocodile still count on itself to help him? Besides, it was impossible at the beginning. Historical text, what Alabaston's is to record information about the weapon of Pluto, not a text that records history. You won't be interested, and I am not interested either. Rosen shook his head. Have you been to see it? Robin looked puzzled, but at the same time he had an unbelievable look. Crocodile has not only found the historical text, but also translated it. Otherwise, how do you know that this record is Pluto's information? Because he understood from Rosen's semantics, he was very certain, and he didn't even say that there was any other possibility. Almost so, back to the topic, what I can tell you now is that I am not Crocodile. At least, I don't have any memories before today. You understand it as amnesia, or it's okay to change individuals, I'm right. Pluto is not interested, nor is he interested in this country. Now I just want to go to the New World to take a look. Anything about Crocodile in the past has nothing to do with me. Starting from today, you can call me Rosen. At this moment, if you are willing to go out to sea with me, as far as I know, there is a piece on the empty island. There is a piece of Murloc Island, as well as the 4 Emperors Bigumma, and now in the royal tomb of Alabaston, I can show you all of these. If you don't want to, I won't force you to stay. Maybe the Straw Hat Pirates will be a great choice for you. Of course, I'm not very sure now. Rosen thought for a while. After he wears Crocodile, if he has not experienced a battle in the royal tomb, will Robin really recognize Luffy? It's hard to say, after all, when Rosen is here, the development of the plot has completely changed. The plot may have inertia, but the reality is absolutely nothing. It has happened, and it has not happened. That is no, based on Robin's character. It's not easy to trust others. In the plot, Robin stayed on the Straw Hat boat temporarily because he had nowhere to go at the beginning. Later, he was moved by the Straw Hat group, but the plot is gone now, and the rest is a choice of reality. Unless Rosen is willing to accompany Luffy in this scene and go exactly as the story goes, is it possible? Is the place where people stay in the city? Although there was a subordinate to rescue in the small plot, will it still be like that now? The risk is too great, and he is not so great, first consider himself to be true. And Robin at this time felt very tired after years of fleeing, otherwise he would not have thought of being buried in the tomb just like that. To be honest, Rosen didn't want to see Robin, a girl who had gone through the dark, suffer more. Therefore, he knew that Robin was still a bit dangerous, but considering the advantages outweigh the disadvantages, he decided to take it with him. So Rosen drew a few flatbreads for Robin. Sky Island, Fishman Island, 4 emperors. Robin's eyes brightened every time he said a name. Yes, I'm also a little interested in these things. Of course, I'm more interested in the history of blanks. If you see information about ancient weapons, you don't need to tell me. Rosen's magnetic voice became soft. He also knew that Robin would not tell anyone about ancient weapons. Why? Robin couldn't understand this completely different Crocodile from his own cognition. The cognition Crocodile was almost arrogant and extremely self-centered, and he was a little rebellious. Will be cleaned up. But under this arrogance, there is no lack of strategy, and he is a real hero, but now he can say such things. And he didn't pursue the matter of killing him, did he get mad? Or is he really completely amnesia? Otherwise, if all the historical texts he knows are true and there are so many, then why keep himself? I have already made it clear that it is impossible to help him interpret the historical texts, even if he has been in business for many years. He does not need the Pluto information that is about to be obtained. He's crazy? Still crazy, Nicole. Robin felt for the first time how difficult it is to see through a person. After years of layout, and even doing so much superficial work for this, almost most people in Alabaston think that he is a hero who punishes evil and eliminates evil. With just one sentence, don't you want to be light-hearted? It's easy to tell whether this is true or false. As long as Crocodile leaves Alabaston at this most important juncture, it means that he has really completely abandoned the business in Alabaston. You can go to the royal tomb, there are no guards there, you know the specific location, look for some historical records, you should be able to find this place easily with your skills. Rosen said again. I know this, but are you letting me leave like this now? Robin said suddenly. She still didn't believe that Crocodile would let her go like this, but in fact, she agreed in disguise by saying this. Follow Crocodile, otherwise she doesn't have to say that she knows how to find the royal tomb. As long as it is confirmed that what Rosen said is true, she cannot refuse this invitation. Of course, you can go anytime you want to go, but before that, I need your help to contact someone. Mr.1. You ask him to come to see me, and leave it to you to prepare the ship to sail. These 2 points are right. For you, it can be done. Rosen said after thinking about it. Rosen didn't make any punishment for Robin's affairs. After all, what she wanted to kill was Crocodile, not herself, but now she has found out that she is not Crocodile. If you try again, the result will be it's different. It's a small matter. Robin smiled slightly. In fact, he wanted to bring more Baroque cotters, but after thinking about it, apart from Mr.1's die-hard loyalty and recognition to him, the other high-level agents were either unloyal or she-males, even if they were loyal to him. She-males or other people who are loyal to Crocodile, Rosen also don't want to bring them. The main reason is that there are too few strengths that can catch his eyes. Mr.1 is different. In the original book, Crocodile is almost what it says, and the prospect of quick fruit-cutting ability is still great, and it is the 3 main force Sauron who once abused Luffy grass. Canned lemon, thorny man, etc. are not very worthy to bring. In the future, he intends to take the elite route. Among these people, he only liked two, Robin and Mr.1. Go ahead, by the way, pool the funds of the Baroque working group and build a better boat. If the boatman, do you have any suitable candidates? Rosen had already acted as Robin and acquiesced to follow him. And it is true. Although I am very optimistic about the straw hats, it is nothing more than that. In this case, it is better to continue to follow Crocodile. At least the historical texts he said are really hard to resist for her. Temptation. Should you choose from among senior agents? Robin asked Rosen for his opinion. No, most of those people are not clean. I don't have time to do ideological work for them, and I don't want to guard them all the way in the future, and it's too weak, so let's recruit a few ordinary crew members, no, wait, or call Mr.5, although the ability is a bit disgusting, but maybe it can verify some ideas. Rosen said after thinking about it. At first, Rosen refused, but thinking that many people have blown the magical effect of the explosive fruit, he also thinks that this should be a pretty good fruit, but the developer is too wasteful. Maybe with me, there will be some good development in the future, and some followers still need it. I am also a Kaiwahei anyway, I can't let myself do everything, then it won't be exhausted. No problem, boss. Now that Robin has made a decision, he will soon get things done. Chapter 4, Mr.5 and Mr.1. Rosen sat in the office, quietly waiting for the arrival of Mr.5 and Mr.1. Although there were some doubts about Robin's promise, since Robin promised so simply, then he had no reason to refuse, after all. I let her choose. As for not believing that I am not Crocodile, this is completely expected, at least it is better than being bored in my heart. And without Robin, if you want to truly understand some of the secrets of this world later, I am afraid that with your own knowledge, these are difficult things to do. If it weren't for the strong experience package, it contained the most basic languages and characters in the world, and he might not even be able to understand the news and newspapers. Another thing worth mentioning is that this experience pack is the combat experience of the madman and pirate powerhouse. I hope to sail smoothly, but I don't know how many Baileys the Baroque Work Agency has been in business for so long, and 1 billion should have it. Rosen wondered, money, no matter where it is easy to use. It is estimated that there are 1 billion Baileys. Think about the work club, although the strong are not enough in the later stage, but in the first half, it is indeed a behemoth, capable of planning a war of tens of millions of people, and at the same time there are so many peripheral members, and there is also a department dedicated to making money. More importantly, it has been rooted for many years. Money is the foundation of all activities. Looking at it, senior agents are basically those with fruit ability. The market price of a fruit is 100 million yuan, whether it is a devil fruit bought or not. I had it before I joined the company. But with the character of Crocodile, if you have a fancy devil fruit, you will get it, that is reasonable. If you want to get it, sometimes money is more practical. After all, something that can be solved with money, violence is not necessary, and some forces Crocodile will not be offended. Robin left Rosen's office and immediately searched for information to verify the location of the royal tomb. It was impossible to determine the destination before. Now it is determined. If you want to find it, there will always be clues in historical records. Soon Robin was found. That night, Robin lurked into the royal tomb and was led by King Cobra, because Robin told him that if he helped lead the way, she could stop the impending rebellion in the country. As for the process, Rosen didn't know it, but it's not surprising that Robin can do it. But in fact, all of this is Robin's rhetoric, but this naive king believed it. He didn't want to see the bloodshed. Maybe, if Crocodile really left, then I am not a lie. Robin thought in his heart, and if you can really find the historical text here, it means Crocodile, part of it can be believed. If not, then all that was said before is a lie, but the most important thing is, will Crocodile deliberately reveal to yourself, but is actually tracking yourself behind? But even if it is like this, there is no way, as long as he doesn't tell him, what can he do if he finds it, and he still gets nothing. But until Robin finished reading the historical article and returned to his residence, he did not find Crocodile. Does Crocodile really give up Alabaston? I have done so much superficial work, spent so much time, and devoted so much energy. Why do you give up and then give up? Could it be that he is really not the previous Crocodile? Robin was curious, but couldn't find the slightest clue, but judging from the verified facts, it may be a good choice to follow Crocodile for the time being. After all, Crocodile did not kill himself in that situation. Then there is basically no need to worry about being killed. Mr. Valentine's Day? I remember I didn't let you come. Rosen bit the cigar, lit it, and took a sharp sip. Well, it's really exciting. A long time ago, Rosen was an old smoker, but don't smoke. Speaking of cigars, even the slightly expensive cigarettes are reluctant to smoke, even if he is not short of money. The inventory of Crocodile seems to be super premium goods. In the past, there were only a few good quality cigarettes on top. This is a benefit to Rosen. Although he is a little bit second, he is actually a small successful person in that world, a young man who was born from an orphanage and is gradually becoming successful. Boss, I happen to be partnered with Mr. 5. The last mission failed, so I hope you can give me another chance. Beautiful and fashionable, with fair complexion, but in fact it can kill people without blinking at the moment of Valentine's Day, said with a trembling voice. She knows the rules of the work agency, don't think she is also a senior agent, but if the mission fails, the possibility of being cleaned up is also very high. So when she learned that the big boss behind the scenes, who had never been seen, had summoned Mr. 5, she bit her head. And after seeing Crocodile, there was almost nothing left of fear. The name Kaiwahe was too deterrent for them. She never thought that the boss behind them would be world famous. One of the 7 Wahe. Even the bomberman Mr. 5 is very frightened at this moment. I don't know why the boss suddenly called them. Originally, they were going to make up for the last loss, but they received news from Mr. Sunday, which is Nicole Robin. He hurried to Alabaston. I just hope that instead of asking the crime, Mr. 1's face is calm. He seems to have known the true identity of Crocodile. This is not so sure about Rosen. After all, there is not much information about Mr. 1, but he respects it. Crocodile. And Mr. 1 was originally a well-known bounty hunter. Even when he went to war, he tried to compete with Hawkeye. Although he was beaten by a single second, Hawkeye clearly remembered him. Hawkeye has an impression, which shows the strength of Mr. 1. It was very strong. Afterwards, Mr. 1 also said that he hadn't moved for too long and his body was rusty, but the injury was not serious. Do you know how to cook? Rosen breathed out a breath of smoke, looked towards Valentine's Day and asked, this is indeed a very beautiful woman, but also a killer. Hey! Valentine's Day was taken aback, why suddenly asked this? I know a little bit. Valentine's Day said truthfully. She actually likes to make chocolate. There is a short story on the title page of the original book. Even if she and the Golden Week little Lori went to rescue other senior agents from the work agency, they set up somewhere. The Spider Cafe has become a beauty who specializes in chocolate, which is what her ideal career looks like. Thinking of this, Rosen also thinks of the Golden Week people, but the strength is mediocre, that's fine. Okay, let's keep up together. Now, there are 2 things to tell you. First, you are the selected people. You will follow me to the wider world, and our utopia combat will be completely abolished, but you don't really care about it. Rosen went straight and didn't really care about Valentine's Day. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Although the ideal hometown of Crocodile is well publicized, Robin has full control of all the information, but in fact, the work agency is more recognized. For the ideal country, Crocodile originally made some preparations for the capture of Pluto. Of course, Pluto cannot be found, and it is also a good choice to use Alabaston as the fundamental development. But this is not Rosen's choice. He yearns for a wider world. Everything about Alabaston, he is not familiar with, and if he stays here, sooner or later he will be exposed. If he remembers the plot correctly, Smaug has found out what he is. After doing things, it is estimated that he also arrested his subordinates. Why? Isn't the ideal country established? What about Alabaston? Mr.5 was surprised. What happened? Annexed Alabaston, and established the ideal kingdom? It's not that he wants to do this, but it's better to have a goal than no goal. Rosen glanced at Mr.5 and did not answer. Instead, he continued to say the second point. Secondly, we will sail tomorrow and leave Alabaston for the second half of the Great Route. The competition will be fierce, far from God. Baston's petty fights can be compared, but I also give you two choices. You can choose to continue to follow, or you can choose to leave. For a stronger and more challenging goal. Mr.1 asked blankly. Yes, the stage of Alabaston is too small, don't you think it's too bad to stay here, or it's more like a place for retirement? If we can't compete with the strong, we will all be eliminated here sooner or later. Rosen said in a deep voice, in the original book, Crocodile was eliminated here, right? It sounds interesting. Since you invited me, please take me with you. Mr.1 nodded. Chapter 5, Vignette. The other members. Valentine asked boldly. Do you care about other members? Rosen was surprised. Although these people are colleagues, they actually have no emotional connection. Except for their partners, as long as they have orders, colleagues can also kill them. No, it's nothing. Valentine's Day was like that. Seeing Rosen's doubts about her, she was afraid to speak more. Rosen didn't feel anything, even Crocodile didn't have any affection for this work agency, it was just a tool, as long as he played his due role. Rosen also thinks it doesn't matter. Before the job club leaves, it's enough to issue an order to dissolve. Many of them are killers, hunters, and not good people. Rosen doesn't care about the life and death of these people. Maybe it's disbanded early. Can fewer people die? How do you two choose to continue to follow or leave by yourself? Rosen asked. For the first time, he realized the convenience that the title of Kaiwahe brought him. Otherwise, if you pass through and become a person who starts from scratch and meets these two people, you may have to fight. After all, these two people are not really good people, but now, they are just two people you can discard at any time. It's just a small person. We'll continue to follow the boss. Mr.5 dressed as a rock singer said in unison with the beautiful killer Mr.1. Well, let's go down and get ready. By the way, when fighting after Mr.5, try not to pick up your nose and fight. It's disgusting. Rosen said suddenly. Mr.5 body is stiff, why the big boss even knows this, can it be said that we usually live under the supervision of the boss? Too frightening. Rosen's figure suddenly became unpredictable in the eyes of Mr.5. Yes. Mr.5 can only answer respectfully, but if booger is not used, is there anything convenient? Pull out your hair? Spit? Well, this is really a difficult choice. Bonus, what do you think of my decision on this matter? Although in the original book, Bonus, also known as Mr.1, is very loyal to Crocodile, but Rosen still needs to know more about it. The fact is that the plot is happening now. In order to change, you cannot blindly believe in what was once called intelligence. Bonus was expressionless, he thought for a while and then slowly said, "I'm very happy." Happy? Rosen was taken aback, but he didn't expect to hear this word from this cold-blooded, at the same time extremely cold-hearted Mr.1. "Yes, I believe that one day, you will be unwilling to live in a country. I have always believed that you will have longer-term plans, but I did not expect that this day will come so soon, and even give up our business operations these years." "Baroque Job Club," Bonus said. "Let you wait a long time." After thinking about it, Rosen replied. Maybe Bonus was conquered by the charm of his personality because he was attracted by the ambition of Crocodile. Then this kind of loyalty is it's reliable, not absolute, but it's not easy to betray if you want to. Rosen knows that he is not a person like Luffy's charisma, so based on reality, many things have to be considered. If you are negligent, you can only suffer in the end. Nothing special happened on this day. Rosen, who had been in the office for a day, planned to walk out. Once he walked out of the office, he remembered that he was still a gambling city. This kind of money absorption is undoubtedly very fast. I hope Robin will leave. Can she bring more funds when she can, won't she? It's Crocodile. A passerby watched Crocodile, and suddenly said happily, before the conspiracy was exposed, Crocodile was a heroic Kaiwukai against criminals in this country. "Sir Kaiwuhei, can you sign me?" A young and beautiful rich lady brought a small notebook and pen to Lewison. It seems that Crocodile has done a good job on the surface, and most people in this world are generally attendant. Rosen took the pen and habitually signed Rosen, but seeing the strange look in the rich lady's eyes, she had to cross out the name and sign Shat. Crocodile. Seeing the rich lady like a treasure, Rosen couldn't help sighing. This country was badly played by Crocodile, but under the control of Crocodile and Nicole Robin, he couldn't help but sigh. Become a hero of this country is really ridiculous, but I have to say that the original Crocodile is indeed a maneuver with strategy and means, but from today onwards, this will become a thing of the past. The mess in this country is left to Luffy and the others. Rosen thought about it a lot. To be honest, he wanted to stop this war, and it was not difficult, as long as he jumped out to admit it, but such a result is not acceptable to Rosen. Such an approach is no different from suicide. The best approach is to let Luffy and others deal with it, whether it's backing the pot, or becoming a hero. That way at least it can stop the war. Otherwise, you still have to recite the pot yourself, but that's obviously. It is the pot of Crocodile. You're Crocodile. Walking out of the casino and walking on the street, a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of Rosen. His sight was more than 4 meters. Rosen had to look up his neck to see him. His whole body looked like extremely strong, carrying a giant long sword. Rosen visually observed that this great sword could easily split a warhorse in half with a single flick. There were many people beside him. These people seemed to have been staring at him for a long time, but based on the rain. The guard question, they did not choose to rush into the rain directly, but chose to squat guard. After all, in the eyes of ordinary people, the power of the human sea is effective. Even if you don't need to ask, you can know what these people are going to do by looking at the expressions of these people. It is nothing more than fame. As long as you defeat Crocodile, they will become celebrities in this world. Most people can be scared by Kaiwuhei's name, but more are bounty hunters or pirates who come to challenge with fascinated confidence. I'm not Crocodile. Rosen shook his head, took a sigh of cigar, and threw the rest to the ground, ready to fight. Captain, it's him, don't be fooled by him, we have his reward list posted on the boat. A younger brother said, witty. Shut up, I'm not blind, haha, it seems that the name of my blood-red sword is too strong, and even Chiwuhei dare not fight against me. Sure enough, the person who becomes the One Piece King is none other than me. Give it to me now. You have a chance, how about becoming my subordinate? Alto Les laughed, holding a giant sword in one arm. There are black and red spots on the giant's sword. Obviously, it was stained with blood not long ago, and the owner of the building is obviously not the same. A person who knows how to maintain weapons. I can't tell the truth these days. Rosen didn't panic, let alone take the lead. Although this man seems to have a simple brain, the simpler the brain, the less cruel he is sometimes. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Regardless of the fact that there are so many people who seem to have low IQs in the pirate world, these people are murderers, and they cannot be measured by common sense at all, because they are not guided by knowledge, in most cases. In the eyes of human beings, being strong is the standard by which everything is measured. This kind of strength is not only strength, but sometimes it is also reflected in the fear of others. This kind of fear often requires a lot of innocent lives to pile up. Rosen did not idealize the world from the beginning. It seems that you don't want to, then go to death. As long as you kill you, I will become the new Kaiwohei, ha ha ha. If you go out without a subordinate, then don't blame us for being impolite. Altala's face sank, then he slashed towards Rosen with a big smile and a big sword. I have experience and knowledge, but I haven't really played it yet, so let's practice with you. Rosen didn't move, just raised the golden hook in his left hand, and with a loud sound, the big sword slashed on it, and sparks shot out immediately. Drink! Outholes roared, trying to directly suppress Rosen with brute force, but Rosen didn't feel much pressure. He didn't even move one step at all. It seemed that it was just an ordinary trash fish. In this period of Crocodile based on strength alone, the bounty was at least more than 160 million men. This is the answer given by the original author, and his strength is at least twice the original bounty. Moreover, it is the lowest value. It is not impossible to set a bounty of 2 to 3 billion, or even 3 to 4 billion, for the sand crocodile at this moment in terms of strength and danger. Of course, bounties sometimes can't absolutely explain the strength of strength. After all, the evaluation of bounty is based on comprehensive factors such as strength and risk. In the first half, how many bounty pirates can have over 100 million? Of course will not be easily encountered by Crocodile. Chapter 6, Control the Russell Fruit, Chance Encounter. Impossible, how could that kind of short body resist my slash? Outholes broke out in a cold sweat. Why? I'm running out of strength, so let me try it. Rosen's right palm formed into a fist, and he slammed into the abdomen of Altala at lightning speed, sending it several meters away with a punch. Shoot and kill him. Altala spouted a mouthful of blood, and then screamed at the crew around him and ordered, "Puffy!" A series of gunfire sounded. But Rosen had prevented it early. With a flick of his right hand, a dust storm was thrown out by him. The moment he landed, it became extremely large. When the bullet came, it was caught in the dust storm and lost the target. Whether you can survive or not depends on your luck. Rosen pushed in the void with his right hand, and the speed of this sandstorm suddenly became sharp. Before a few trash fish could react, they were involved in the storm. Then, under the help of Rosen, they flew out with them. When the dust storm reaches farther, such as in the desert, the power will be stronger, and Rosen doesn't know when this force will stop. As Rosen said, whether they can survive or not depends on their luck, most likely they can't. The next thing is for the two of us. Rosen realized that this person is not strong, but now he just wants to verify the things in the experience package and strengthen his actual combat ability, so he is still somewhat useful. Chun. Rosen was not in a hurry, took out a cigar from the inside of his coat, lit it, and exhaled the smoke ring with great enjoyment. His addiction to cigarettes broke out. Asshole, dare to underestimate me, I am a sword with a bounty of 40 million and 5 million. I want to sack you 8 pieces. Altala roared, looking at Rosen's inattentive appearance, as if for a moment the shame value soared to the extreme, and once again swung the big sword and slashed frantically. The big sword dance is airtight, and the sword shadow is heavy. Rosen didn't panic. He wanted to raise the golden hook in his left hand to fight back, but he thought it was poisonous. If it broke, it would be funny to himself. So he used the power of the devil fruit to turn his right arm into a sand blade, and with a fierce wave, the desert sword, the blade made of sand, flew out and slashed out. There is nothing wrong with slashing from the ground or slashing in the air. It's so different. Flexible use of moves is the real power. Boom! The shadow of the sword collided with the treasure of the desert, and the shadow of the sword instantly dissipated, and Altala was swept away. If it weren't blocked with a big sword, it would not be surprising that the blow would directly cut him in the middle. Was blocked by a big sword, the desert blade that deviated from the track passed over a building, cutting off the top of the building. The top slid down, and Peng smashed to the ground, like a cannon. Sure enough, the vitality of people in this world is very tenacious. Even ordinary people may not necessarily die if they are shelled from the front. Looking at Outals, who had only suffered a bruise, Rosen said with a little emotion. Continue to stand up, or I will cut off your head in the next blow. Rosen said coldly, and he would not speak nicely to anyone who wants to take his name. I must have killed you, Crocodile. Outals became more and more mad. He felt that he was just careless. He still had a lot of tricks to press the bottom of the box to no avail. In the end, he must win. But after only a moment, he was completely dominated by fear, and for the first time realized the gap between the two, which made him regret his ignorance, but he couldn't change the result. On this challenger, Rosen simply experimented how to control the ability of the devil fruit. The lethality of sand is actually not as good as that of Lai Guanghuo, but it also has the ability to absorb water from the enemy. This ability, if used well, it can also make the enemy lose the ability to fight instantly. The physical skills are more direct. Although there are technical assistants, the most important thing is to have strong enough strength, fast enough speed, agile body, and lasting physical strength. These are the fundamentals of physical skills. Don't kill me, I'm willing to minister. Altala's eyes were full of fear, and his bruised body was no longer as mighty as he was just now. He snapped to his knees, ready to beg for mercy. Crocodile is too strong now, under his hands, he is like a child, his confidence has collapsed. Shalan. After Lawson was almost familiar with the battle mode, he sent out a dust storm again, sending away the pirate who came to challenge. Life and death depended on heaven. Shalan will gradually get bigger and bigger, and now she can't get rid of it, and it will be more difficult later. It is almost impossible to live. If I fight in the desert, it will greatly improve my ability, but from the map of the pirates, the probability of fighting at sea is generally greater, and I am still a capable person. I am afraid that I cannot fall in physical skills. The fruit ability is not strong enough. I don't know if I can make another devil fruit like Blackbeard in the future. At the same time, there is also a problem of mutual growth and mutual restraint in some people with the ability of devil fruit. You cannot judge purely by strength. In actual combat, experience and mentality, resilience, thinking, these are the keys to winning or losing. Lawson is a bit dissatisfied with the ability of the Russell fruit. Although the strength of the devil fruit ability is related to him, some people have always said that the devil fruit without waste can only be the ability of waste. But Rosen believes that even the same type of devil fruit is different in the initial stage. A good devil fruit can definitely make a lot of detours in the early stage, and even the same effort can be better than a weak devil fruit. Better achievement. To put it simply, Shining Fruit and Niu Niu Guo, who is stronger in the first place? Even if Niu Niu Guo has thick skin and thick flesh, it can be difficult even for those who are close to the shiny fruit, except for being hung and beaten, in the face of Shining Fruit whose damage value is exploding and its speed is almost invincible. So you can never ignore one point. Some devil fruits are better, more advantageous, and stronger than other devil fruits from the beginning. There are differences between the advantages and disadvantages in the early stage, but the later stage depends on personal development and application. Forget it, I don't want to do so much for now. The most important thing now is to make good use of the sap fruit ability. If it can be developed to the awakening stage, it would be even better. Lewison thought, walking into the desert alone. He wanted to try, to what extent his rustling fruit can play in the desert. Sandstorm. Lawson opened his hands and the fruit ability was activated. In an instant, he felt his physical strength go by quickly. After experimenting with some basic sandstorm abilities, Lawson decided to play a big one. That is not just to roll up a tornado sandstorm, but to try to see if it can set off a giant sandstorm that roars like a tsunami. Yellow sand is flying all over the sky, and the sand in the entire desert is shaking and flowing. Rosen can perceive that his power covers a wide area. The desert land, under the urging of his ability, is like a flowing swamp land, surging, wind and sand tumbling. But there is no real sign of a giant sandstorm. Rosen feels very strenuous and has no choice but to narrow the scope. It seems that his physical strength and ability are enough to set off a huge sandstorm comparable to the natural world, even if it was caused by Shalan and it could only be small. If it can really cause a tsunami-like sandstorm in nature, then his strength can be upgraded to a new level and become a leader in the Kaiwa Sea. A sandstorm is rising. Lawson went all out, and the sand in a large desert land was surging, instead of being stuck in a state of flow. It's still not enough. It doesn't have much lethality. So Rosen narrowed the scope again. This time, it was rumbling, like a mountain whistling and a tsunami. UU reading www.UU. The calm desert rioted. A large-scale sandstorm roared, but in fact it was 2 or 3 times larger than the Shalan after it became bigger, just in a different form. Shalan is in the form of a tornado, while sandstorms are in the form of surging waves. However, being able to activate such a heavenly power has exceeded Lawson's expectations, and this is the first time he has truly controlled this kind of disaster-like power. This kind of surging power makes Rosen very obsessed. There is a kind of pleasure in controlling everything. It's so powerful, it's worthy of the Kaiwa Sea. Just after Lawson released the sandstorm, a figure walked out from the sandstorm. Lawson saw the person who came, and his face immediately became extremely solemn. Portkas d'Ace, Captain Whitebeard, Luffy's elder brother, the fuse of the war, the son of One Piece. How could he be in a sandstorm? And he actually met him? Good thing or bad thing? Think about it carefully. It's almost this time. Ace should also be wandering around in Alabaston. I have thought about it before. But thinking that Alabaston is such a big country and I plan to sail tomorrow, I didn't even think about it at all. I will meet Ace later. You won't just sleep in there. Rosen looked at Ace walking out of the sandstorm, and couldn't help asking. He didn't see or look domineering, but he looked around before, except for a few huge rocks, but he didn't see to the silhouette. Under normal circumstances and thinking, it is unlikely that anyone would sleep under the boulders of the desert in such a hot day. Yes, ha ha ha, it scared me a while ago, I thought it was an earthquake. Shaha smiled, but actually didn't have much liking for Crocodile. I heard from the people on the ship before. The current Kaiwahe has a man who has challenged his father to defeat. Chapter 7, The Eruption of Fire and Sand. He also challenged the old man. Although he wouldn't be troubled by Crocodile because of this, he said that it is impossible to recognize him. Now he is at most a stranger he met by chance. But as a pirate, Ace is still very interested in the strong, especially those with natural fruit ability, but he is hunting down Blackbeard, and has no plans to fight Crocodile temporarily. If Rosen remembers correctly, at this time, Ace is not only more destructive in ability than himself, but he should already know how to domineering. That is in the official novel describing Ace half-life, mastered in a hard fight with Lieutenant General Dolo. The specific mastery of the domineering timeline is not clear to Rosen, but this journey is the last journey in Ace's life, so domineering Ace must be more or less capable, and he has shown domineering since childhood. Qualifications. So no matter from which aspect, the current Ace is much stronger than Crocodile. Before joining Baybeard, he refused the invitation of Kaiwahei, and the official bounty was 550 million Baileys. However, when it comes to fighting, in this desert land, Rosen is sure to rely on his own ability to deal with it. Whether it is to escape or fight a game, it is no problem. When the geographical position is advantageous, and sometimes the battle situation is complicated, it cannot be said that there is absolutely no chance of winning. But seeing Ace's appearance, I didn't plan to make a move. But Rosen wanted to give it a try. The little pirate before was not enough at all. Even if he can't beat Ace now, at least leave in the desert, no one can stop him, and if you learn from each other, I believe you will not kill him. At least Ace in cognition should not be so cruel. Sooner or later, I'll fight against people of this level. It's better to feel it now. After all, Rosen feels that if he doesn't die halfway, he will face up to the 4 emperors with a reward of 4 or 5 billion. Of Portkas d Ace, how about you and me? Rosen asked. It seems that you are full of fighting spirit. Ace pressed his hat down, but it didn't matter. In fact, he also wants to try the strength of Crocodile. After all, he can become stronger if he fights against the strong. Before, he just felt that there was something to do, so there was no need to waste more timeless time, but if Crocodile proposed now, it's different. He has no reason to back down, whether it is himself or the reputation of the white beard he carries. Shalan. Rosen didn't have any unnecessary nonsense. Since he knew how strong Ace was from the beginning, he shouldn't let the water go. A tornado sand dust formed in the palm of the right hand, and more sand fruit power was poured into it. The sand dust became violent, Shalan threw it out, and fell to form a tornado sand dust vortex sweeping towards Ace. Performing this trick on this desert, the power looks bigger and stronger, and the dust tornado has a wider range. Fire Fist. When Ace saw this, his face suddenly became serious. After all, it was Kaiwahei, and he couldn't be negligent. His right hand turned into a billowing flame, and the originally dry air around him became almost distorted, forming a heat wave. There was a blast through the air, and the huge fire fist rushed forward with a mighty force. The overwhelming heat and hot wind made Rosen very uncomfortable. Pang! Sand and flames collided, and the 2 natural disaster-level abilities exploded instantly. The flame fragments and dust were scattered everywhere, with amazing power. Fortunately, this is no man's land. If it is a downtown area, this blow will destroy how many buildings and cause it. How many innocent passers-by were injured. This is why most people with natural ability are regarded as natural disasters. Desert Sunflower. Lawson pressed on the ground, and the ground instantly collapsed when Ace was standing, forming an invisible sand hole. But Ace's reaction was obviously faster. The moment before the sand hole was formed, he had already sensed it. The flame sprayed under his feet made him instantly rise into the air, and the flames spurted and burned wildly, allowing him to temporarily stay in the air. Arc moon-shaped sand dunes. Lawson took the opportunity to swing an arc-shaped sand blade. This sand blade did not have much lethality, but if it was cut, it could absorb most of the body's water in an instant, enough to make most people. Loss of combat effectiveness. Pillar of Fire. But Ace was also a battle-tested person. He hovered in the air. A pillar of flame followed his figure and rushed down. The flame fell to the ground, instantly filling the sand hole, and then the overflowing flames flowed like a wave. After Sen slapped and broke the arc-shaped sand dunes, the lingering prestige remained unabated. Desert Barrier. Rosen quickly backed up, raising his right hand, and a whole piece of sand instantly formed in front of him, blocking the billowing flames. The intense flames crowded together and burst open instantly. The sand wall shattered, and scattered flames flew down on Rosen. Rosen rolled up the sand, drowning out the flames. Fire gun. After Ace landed, the flame poured into the sand hole, filled the sand hole with flame, and then he could stand on the flame. With the help of the flame as the ground, he instantly ran, and while running, his fingers kept shooting out flame bullets. A flaming bullet burst through the air, with high temperature burns. Elements. Lawson was elementalized in advance, and the flame passed through his body and could not hurt the body. Regardless of the domineering ability to restrain the natural element, the natural elementalization was used well in advance, and it would not be easily hit in the body. Although it is uncertain whether Ace can attach domineering to the flames, it is better to be careful. Then Rosen suddenly remembered, can his own sand be able to restrain Ace's flame? If you can't, you don't understand how domineering yourself can win in this battle. Logically speaking, flames can't ignite sand, and sand can eliminate flames to a certain extent, so looking at it this way, it seems that I have a little advantage in the fruit. But if the strength and physical strength can't keep up, this advantage is not a big deal. Just like the frozen fruit of the blue pheasant, if the development is deep enough, freezing the magma is all right, so the problem of mutual growth and mutual restraint is not absolute. But looking at it for the time being, his rustling ability still has a slight advantage, which Rosen had never thought of. Multiple sandstorms, besieged. Rosen immediately mobilized the nearby sand on the desert, and 4 tornado sandstorms formed around Ace. Ace smiled slightly when he saw this, his whole body suddenly turned into a tumbling flame, and his hands suddenly pressed on the ground, super large pillar of fire. Boom! A pillar of flame enveloped him. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com soared into the sky, the flame wave spread over the surrounding area, collided with the tornado sandstorm, and the explosion continued loudly. Is this time? The Great Sword of the Desert. Lawson's rich combat experience instantly made a judgment. At this time, the sand under Ace's feet suddenly formed a cross-cutting big sword, sweeping Ace's body. Armed. Chi, the desert sword, which was originally sharp enough to sever boulders, swept across Ace, but a series of sparks burst out. Domineering? Rosen was taken aback. Mirror flames. Ace suddenly ejected a large flame with one arm, and then patted Rosen. The billowing flames were devastated. Rosen was taken aback. He quickly manipulated the nearby sand to form a heavy barrier, but all the sand barriers were instantly hit. Scattered. With a loud explosion, Rosen took the blow head-on. Fortunately, his power has been halved. At the same time, although it has been elementalized in advance, Rosen is not sure whether it is psychological or practical. He can feel his body being affected. Burned. Although sand can extinguish the fire, fire can also bake sand, even if it does not cause much damage, but this means that even if the two people's abilities do not understand each other's domineering, it will not be said that a complete blow is ineffective, but there is no physical contact warfare. It's only a serious effect, let alone Ace knows how to domineering. Ace's speed increased abruptly, and he decided to make assault melee combat. In a flash, he came to Rosen, but Rosen could already detect the gap between them. Physical skills, and his shortcomings in front of him, would be more effective. It is not a battle, but a unilateral passive defense or being beaten. And more importantly, his enhanced attribute value has changed. So he immediately removed all the sand defenses, and calmly said, I lost. Ace's attack stopped abruptly. Chapter 8, An Enhanced Bright Future. Rosen didn't think there was anything to surrender. After all, the result was almost predictable, but if it really went on, it would not be easy for Ace to win himself with the geographical advantage. This battle can only be regarded as a battle against each other, not a real all-out battle, whether it is for Rosen or Ace. Don't fight anymore. Ace was puzzled, he was fighting hard, why he gave up. I can't beat you. Rosen was straightforward. I can't see it, your attack just now was perfect, but are you still not domineering? Rosen blushed when Ace said this, and he couldn't take it. I am also very desperate. After the guy Lao Sha lost to your father, his will was depressed and he just wanted to rely on foreign objects to improve his combat power. I didn't expect to live in vain for so many years. Even Ace is not good at it. Of course, Ace is not malicious, but I wonder why Crocodile did not use domineering once in the previous battle, would it not? That's why I have the above doubts. It stands to reason that with the aptitude and age of Crocodile, it is a matter of course to learn domineering, but it is a pity that Rosen does not. Of course, for Rosen, this is just not for the time being. Speaking of age, the body in Crocodile should not be young anymore, although I feel that as long as the surging vitality is surging, I feel stronger than my young self. I just don't know that this person is middle-aged and has no target. This is an older man, and think about it carefully, almost all of the strong middle and middle-grade pirates are single. Could it be that the more single, the stronger? Lawson's thinking suddenly spread out, but after thinking about it, it seems that there are many combinations of beasts and beauties in the pirate world. Probably being older does not affect the search for objects, as long as the strength is strong enough. Seeing that Rosen didn't answer, Ace smiled and didn't take it to heart. He could sense the good and evil of others, perhaps because of his domineering aptitude, and he could feel that Rosen didn't have any malice. I got hungry after a fight, is there any town nearby? Yes, it's not far away, let's get together, it just happened to be at the dining point. Rosen pointed out the location. You give money? No problem. Of course Rosen didn't have any comments. For Ace, although he didn't particularly like it, but he didn't dislike it. He didn't plan to change anything. Now I don't know what the plot has become. In the future, everything is unknown. But it is more interesting because of this. Today the taverns welcome two big Buddhas. Many taverns often have bounty hunters roaming around, so most taverns are full of various wanted warrants. But now these two people, one is Kaiwahe who has stopped offering rewards, the other is a big pirate with a bounty of 550 million Baileys, and they are also under the command of the world-famous Whitebeard. The famous bounty hunters in the tavern are scared away. For the most part. After a full meal, Ace bids farewell to Rosen, and Rosen will naturally not be so stupid to say that your brother Liu Fei is about to come over and beat me up. Ping shui meat, that's all. It still needs to work harder to strengthen, This is the change in the reinforcement data after a fight with Ace. The fruit proficiency has increased by 2 points, and the physical skills have not increased. Lewison looked at his mind. Enhancement system, immediately happy. It turned out that as long as you continue to use your ability to fight or practice, this proficiency can be improved, that is great, and the visible results of hard work have added a lot of motivation to Lawson. Human body strengthening attributes. Name, Shat. Crocodile, Rosen. Ability, those with the Russell fruit ability are not awakened, intermediate, proficiency, 602/1000. Physique, intermediate, proficiency, 300/1000. Domineering, none, proficiency, 0/100. Swordsmanship, elementary, proficiency, 100/300. Strengthening times, 1. Effect, x2 defense, x1 experience pack. Next enhancement condition, defeat the strong with a bounty of 100 million Baileys or more. Reward, speed x2. Although the other attributes have not increased, this is enough. As long as more practice and more exercise, Rosen believes that physical skills can also slowly rise. And this powerhouse who defeated the 100 million bounty strength, if completed, the speed would have doubled again, but unfortunately, I really don't have the strength to defeat Ace at present, otherwise he might be able to complete this task. Swordsmanship emphasizes talent, not to mention whether or not to practice, but physique and ability are the main research directions of Crocodile at present. But I really hope that one day the enhanced attributes will appear, Devil Fruit Capacity X1, something like this, that's great. The host continues to work hard to become stronger, the Devil Fruit Capacity X1, X2 is not a dream. A vague voice suddenly remembered in Rosen's mind. CAO, can this happen? Rosen was shocked, and suddenly became more excited. This strengthening system is really awesome, but no matter how Rosen asked later, the system didn't say anything about it. The condition of the effect. But it is so, and it is enough to make Rosen dream about it. If you give him another devil fruit, what should I eat? It's so hard to choose. Ahaha. But this does not affect Rosen's happy mood. It seems that our boss is in a good mood today. Robin suddenly appeared next to Rosen. It couldn't be easier to find someone in a city with her fruitful ability. You're all ready to set sail? Rosen asked without refuting it. After all, he was indeed in a good mood. Everything is ready, but there is only one ship. Are you sure you don't bring the remaining staff of the Baroque Job Club? Are you not bringing the senior agents? Robin handed Rosen a small notebook. The list of personnel this time with a simple background. As expected, Robin is attentive. Luffy, don't blame me for taking Robin from your house, there is no knowledgeable person, I don't know how long I can live in the sea. In fact, according to the reality, we can't say robbing. After all, Robin has always been his secretary before this. No, he can't feel guilty for the destruction of the plot. The reality is no longer according to the plot, so I should look more openly. As for the trouble that may come later, if Robin is not with Luffy, is not in the water capital, and is not threatened, will he be arrested and sent to the Island of Justice? There is a high probability that it won't. Even if it does, Rosen has been mentally prepared since he decided to bring Robin with him. He will not regret the choice he made. No, we will mainly follow the elite line in the future. No matter how many weak people, we can't stand the domineering look of others. How can it be of any use? Lawson is determined not to be too weak, as long as a few people are left behind. And convening is also a time-consuming task. But I opened the book Robin handed him, opened it, and looked at it roughly. There are a dozen or so people, not including MR1. MR5 these people, how can I bring so many people? Didn't I say that the sailing is simple? Isn't that simple enough? Boss, I think the whole Baroque Work Club has hundreds of people. These 18 sailors are only responsible for the most basic tasks. Except for the cook, the handyman, the boatman, and the doctor, the other crew members are just enough to take turns. The number of good ships. Robin was slightly surprised. Well, Rosen admitted that he was too naive to think. It may be a preconceived notion. He always thought that every pirate team is similar to a straw hat. In fact, think about it, a ship that really sails at sea must be considered for rotation. Problems, food and diet problems, and even physical health problems, ship damage and repair problems. These are all hardwired units, and they must not be lacking, otherwise the navigation is prone to problems. The personnel and knowledge involved in this are not easy. Yu reads www.yuyugonshu.com to look at straw hats. Although all of them are talents, but even so, there is often a shortage of food, and one person is on duty in the middle of the night, usually Soran. Such considerations are not comprehensive enough. So basic manpower is still needed. Don't worry about boss. There are basically no devil fruit capable people in this group of crew. So if we encounter a storm at sea, we won't end up being completely wiped out just because we are all capable people. Robinto, he said with his chin, thinking. Don't be so dark, think of something brighter. When Robin said that, Rosen thought of Robin with a sense of picture, MR1. MR5. MR Valentine's Day, with the 5 of my own, who are really capable people, always feel very dangerous. Well, it is necessary to recruit non-competent people if you want to come. Hee hee. Robin smiled briskly when he heard Rosen's words, but didn't take it to heart. She was very curious about what happened to Crocodile. A person's thoughts can be hidden, but a person's temperament and emotions are easily understood in a few words. He is really very different. Why is it that as a person with a strong thirst for knowledge, Robin really wants to dug up all his secrets? I don't know that Rosen told her the facts a long time ago, but she didn't believe it. Then leave tomorrow morning. By the way, the ship is a new ship, and it hasn't been named yet, do you think? What do you think? The dark number. Forget it, it's better to call the Sunro Dawn. Thinking of Robin's black belly, he gave up the idea of letting her help with the name. Sen is Lawson's Sen, and Luo is Lawson's Law, nothing wrong. Okay. Chapter 9 Crew Configuration of the Dawn. The next day, at the port, watching the dawn, Rosen was a little surprised. Although he had been on board with a length of more than 300 meters, a width of 60 meters, the number of floors reached 18, the number of people was more than 6,000, and the number of rooms was more than 2,000. Luxury cruise ship, Ocean Oasis. But it is a high-end product under modern technology, and there is no old canvas mast, so it does not look particularly bloated. But this old sailing ship, which was obviously only about 1/5 in length, made Rosen feel the illusion of seeing the oasis of the sea. Is obviously different in size, but the three main towering masts are not just a canvas, but each main mast is divided into 4 or 5 sections of canvas, which is more convenient for flexible control. The canvas was opened, the dense ropes spread and entangled, and at the same time, with the high bow of the ship, it looked like a castle, and it looked very shocking. Seeing the dawn, Rosen remembered a short film he had watched. It had a detailed introduction to the Spanish galleon. For the first time he saw such an ancient sea war beast. Rosen was shocked and worried at the same time. Such a wooden boat. Is it strong enough? This cannot be blamed on Rosen, but in his time, almost all ships on the ocean are made of steel, and they are powered by energy. There are very few ships propelled by wind, and there are only a few small sailing activities. Game. Rosen thought in his mind before that maybe Robin should prepare a ship the size of the Wanli Sunshine or the Golden Mary, but he didn't expect it to be much larger. Look at the pirate flag hung on the top of the main mast. When others saw it, it was the standard configuration of the villain. And for such a ship, if the space design is reasonable, it should not be a problem to carry hundreds of people with full crew. After all, the Dawn seems to have a height of about 5 floors, the stern part is the highest, and there are many rooms under the bow deck. This kind of ship, just need to be operated well. 10 people are afraid it is the lowest starting point, even the Wanli Sunshine, once it gets busy, all its crew must be dispatched. Boss. Mr.1 and others have been waiting on the ship for a long time. Seeing the crew members who are checking the sails, Rosen felt excited for the first time. It was a novel experience of the unknown world, even if just riding on this vintage Spanish medieval galleon is the same. The rest of the crew watched Rosen and Robin get on the ship, and they all stopped their work, with fanatical eyes and blazing greetings, "Good boss." They are all selected people, who are favored by boss, and being able to manipulate ships of this level is extremely exciting to them. More importantly, the overseas world is more exciting, wealth, reputation, and everything is closer to them. Coming closer. Then, under the leadership of the boatman, Lawson visited this brand new ship. Near the bow of the ship, there are about 3 levels in the lower deck. The top level is the crew's rest area, the next level is the artillery ammunition storage area, and the bottom is the freshwater drinking area and the male bathing area. This is mainly the life of the male crew. Area. To the middle of the ship is a restaurant that can accommodate dozens of people to eat at the same time. There are 2 dedicated chefs. Here the 3rd floor is built on the deck, the first floor is catering, and the second floor is the training area, which is also the dispute resolution area. The third was the conference hall. At the stern is Rosen's room, which is higher than the middle part and has 5 floors. On the top floor of the 5th floor, the room is wide and luxuriously decorated. There are 3 rooms on this floor alone, with red blankets on the floor. There are hot furnace pipes near the wall, and there are carbon stones on the ship. When the weather is cold, there will be heating supply. At the same time, considering the original hobby of Crocodile, he also set up a water tank in the lobby and raised a few small banana crocodiles. I'm really not Crocodile. What does it mean to have a few banana crocodiles, maiden? Rosen complained in his heart, but don't say anything. In the front of the lobby on this floor, it turned out to be floor-to-ceiling glass windows. Sitting on the leather sofa in the hall, you can see the sea outside. Not only that, in order to facilitate the big boss to control the entire dawn at any time, there is a balcony on the periphery of this floor. The balcony surrounds the entire floor. People walk around on the balcony 360 degrees and look down on the sea and the ship. Case. Seeing his room, Rosen was extremely satisfied. Sure enough, he has the treatment that a big man should have, and from this point of view, he should not be short of money. The floor below Rosen, the 4th floor, is the room of the second boss Nicole Robin, and the 3rd floor is the living area of the Cotters. The bottom 2 floors are mainly for food storage, treasures and other items. Placement area. From the perspective of treatment, different statuses have different treatments, and there are obvious class differences. It is also worth mentioning that the Dawn is equipped with 8 cannons in all directions, and the total number of personnel including Rosen has reached 23. Current Cotters, Robin, Bonus, Mr. 5. And Mr. Valentine, 1 ship doctor, 2 chefs. 1 shipman, 2 maids, and the maids are mainly responsible for the food and daily life of Crocodile. The remaining 10 people are all ordinary sailors. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Of course, to say ordinary means that there is no devil fruit ability. These people are strong sailors who are carefully selected. It is easy to beat dozens of ordinary people by 1 person, and there are several bounties among them. There are millions of Baileys. This is the current full staff configuration of the Dawn. At the same time, the storage capacity is enough for the team of 23 people to eat for half a year. There are many compressed or dried emergency foods. After all, although there are many pirates on the sea, the ocean it is vast, and if you are not prepared, you will encounter danger at any time. Food is one of them. Sailing. Everyone gathered on the bow deck. Rosen was standing on a 3-story stand in the middle, followed by Robin and other 4 officials. He took a sigh of cigar, expelled the smoke ring, and stared below. 3 teams of 18 people gave the sailing order. The current captain of the Dawn, Crocodile, Rosen, first mate Nicole Robin, followed by Mr. Bonus. With an order, the sailors swiftly ran. These sailors all knew basic sailing skills, and they knew how to navigate the great routes. The canvas was lowered, the ropes were unwrapped, the position of the sail block on the main mast was adjusted, and the wind direction was judged. After a quick action, the Dawn slowly moved, and the sea breeze suddenly became stronger. At this time, many people in the port are watching this valuable sailing ship sail, or envy or disdain people everywhere. Some naval intelligence agents also took the opportunity to send back the news of Crocodile sailing. Headquarters. After all, Kaiwahe's actions should be paid more attention. After the Dawn was launched, the speed gradually increased from slow, and soon it was about to drive out of this docked harbor, and once it entered the real ocean, a new life would come. The plot? The ones that don't exist, goodbye to you. Chapter 10, Yuanjia Road is narrow. Rosen was in a good mood. He was staying in his luxurious suite with the Cotters, and took the notebook handed by Robin. This is a list of treasures and inventory. 620 million Baileys, some treasures. The money is a little bit short. Rosen took a look and found the most conspicuous problem. I thought about keeping everything simple, and this ship is not cheap, boss. At that time, the superficial effort was still to be done, but if you knew that you were too expensive, we would have no problem taking it directly. Robin said with a smile. Forget it, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to Rosen. If there is more money, it will be good, but at any rate there are hundreds of millions of Baileys, which is not poor. After all, this is all for him. Yes, any comments? It's better to wait until the next island and let the Cotters grab some. Robin returned to her role. She has always been sensible and can clearly judge the truth of things. Some things need corresponding things to reflect themselves. The value of. This is her way of survival. Don't do anything you don't want to do in the future. The same goes for you. Don't be smart and do self-righteous things without authorization. Do you understand? I hate people who cut first and play later. Rosen stared at the four Cotters and said solemnly. I'm afraid that these people are still adhering to the previous unscrupulous style, then I don't know how much trouble they will cause themselves. After all, the outside world is not like Alabaston, there are many strong people. And Rosen always feels the villain halo on his head, and he is afraid that his hand will accidentally recruit the three big futures. That's not looking for abuse. At least it can't be provoked for the moment, and it will take a while to grow up. Understand? Mr.1 except Robin, all three of them responded in unison. Robin was taken aback for a moment, but he felt relieved inside, shrugged slightly, his face looked respectful. I knew that Crocodile became so talkative. Did you give more Pele to the villagers and children who were about to starve to death? Rosen didn't know that Robin was still playing Bailey's idea. If he knew, he wouldn't be angry. Mr.1, Mr.5. Putting down the information in his hand, Lawson began to roll the call. In. The two of you are mainly responsible for the safety work on the ship, with Mr.1 as the head and Mr.5 as the supplement. At the same time, if you find a seedling with good strength, please tell me. Rosen's thinking is very clear, and the necessary work is with the Lord. The second thing is to make arrangements. People's hearts are complicated. If they are not appointed, they will inevitably have disputes. Understand? Mr. Valentine's Day, you are also considered as a half-combat member, but you are free to make chocolate, so you can taste it for us. Okay, boss. Rosen was uncomfortable with the eyes of the little Valentine's Day. How could he remember that this was a murderous female devil, now so sincere and fearful? Isn't it abolished? Forget it, if it is abolished, it is abolished. It is a pity that the ability to increase and reduce weight can be used on weapons, but it is actually not weak. After all, this woman also has a bounty of 7.5 million Baileys. But compared with Mr.1 and Mr.5, it is always like a trumpet. Then what boss am I in charge of? Robin watched Rosen not intending to continue speaking, and he took the initiative to remind him. You are in charge of the big and small matters on the ship, and the information and management of the crew will be left to you. This is totally overkill for Robin. Think about the Baroque Job Club. Robin is basically in charge of it, and it is very easy to manage. It is a pity that this talent has arrived on the Straw Hat boat, and it seems that it has not been reflected in the current plot. Robin's strength is not particularly strong, but sufficient knowledge and life experience have cultivated her super management ability and intelligence ability, as well as the ability to escape. But take a little extra time every day to tell me about history. Rosen didn't know anything about this history, not a blank history, but simply referring to the recorded history and ignorance. This seemed very ignorant. Sometimes if you encounter a good thing, don't you understand it? So knowledge is a must, and this is the original intention of his original plan to bring Robin. No problem. Robin agreed without thinking. Captain, there is a situation. There is a pirate ship ahead of us on the same route. Do you want to sink them? A loud voice rang from the mainmast's gazebo, which sounded very excited. It's so arrogant, I dared to be on the same channel with us, and saw our ships in the Kaiwa Sea and didn't evade. It is necessary to teach them well. It seems that there is one more thing to remind you. I don't want anyone in the crew to kill innocent people or civilians after we go to sea. If we find them, we will kill them all. Rosen listened to these voices. I just remembered this matter, the rules of the ship. No rules, no standards. Listening to Rosen's words, the surrounding area suddenly became quiet, and even the gasp was heard very clearly. Everyone's first reaction was, did the boss take the wrong medicine? They are pirates. They don't plunder or kill. How can they survive? They don't have financial resources, food, and they don't show their strength. How can they show their strength? This is different from what they thought. The expressions of Mr.1 and others were abnormal, but Rosen's expression did not ease. This is something that he must execute, and he cannot wait to save the innocent after killing the innocent. What's the use? If you can't accept it, you can disembark at any time. I promise you won't do anything, but if the people who stay on the boat do not follow the rules, I have already said very clearly. Rosen said again, if he hesitated, if he really couldn't accept it, he wouldn't force it. What's the difference? The previous Crocodile would never say such a thing. Robin's heart was ups and downs, but she couldn't tell whether Rosen's words were true or false. It's fake, it doesn't seem necessary to show it to someone. Everyone here can be said to be his own. This doesn't matter. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com, boss, you are Kaiwahe, we need to plunder the pirates' resources. Mr.1 was the first one to figure it out. Mr.1 said this, the rest of the people also reacted, too. The boss statement does not have much conflict with what they are trying to do, it is just a rule, and the Baroque Work Agency also has it, and it is not unacceptable. Crocodile, are you on the boat? Did you mess up Vivi's country? I will definitely hit you at this moment. An angry roar resounded everywhere. Listen, with such a naive voice, Rosen suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, the next moment, there was a riot on board, enemy attack. Luffy, don't use bombs next time, or I will hack you to death. A lingering voice sounded. It doesn't matter, but the enemy leader doesn't see it right now. Are you sure that Waiwei just saw Crocodile with the binoculars? I will clear the guys who dare to trouble the lady. Rosen heard the exchanges of the three main forces on the deck, and suddenly felt very emotional. The pirate ship just now came from a straw hat? What a coincidence! It's really a narrow road for the enemy, and I thought I could miss the encounter, so I don't have to hesitate about my attitude towards them, but what should I do now? There seems to be a slight difference in the timeline, but since Lawson arrived, many things have changed. The Xiao Yuan station, Mr.5 and others have not participated anymore, and even the chasing soldiers do not know if they have been sent. And looking at it, it seems unlikely. The fight, the protagonist Halo made Rosen vigilant, and if he loses, things will be a big deal and a headache. Chun. I lit the cigar, took a few sips, and calmed his mind. Then Rosen slowly stood up and said to everyone, trouble is coming. Chapter 11, it seems that one person is enough for me. Crocodile, get out. The boy wearing a straw hat roared, and the crew of the Dawn began to draw out their weapons. Although there were only a dozen people, they had already encircled the three main forces of Straw Hats. Surrounded. Luffy, Soran, and Sanji are back to back, ready to do it at any time. Although it is obvious that this is a reckless and brainless decision, they are used to which decision is not reckless and brainless when Luffy is there. Not far away, aboard the Golden Mary. He and they are all right. Usopp trembles and hides behind Nami. It's just that, with his outstanding eyesight, he can see clearly the situation on the ship in the distance. What should I do? The reindeer chopper also ran around on the deck of the ship in fear. I have to help them. Wei looked firm. Nami is also scared, but she has to preside over the overall situation, but in this case, what they can do, except to take out the only cannon, it seems that there is nothing they can do. Usopp, don't hide behind me. Nami looked at Usopp, who was hiding behind her, and was speechless for a while. Although she also wanted to hide, she had followed Luffy for so long and found that some things were really impossible to hide. Following such a captain, although very good, but sometimes very tired. Anyway, understand the basic situation and figure out the situation before doing it, but they never expected that they could meet Crocodile and others at the port. They used the binoculars to see the situation at the port. After all, they are pirate boats, so it is better to think clearly about the location of the boat. Observation is naturally indispensable, but no one would have thought that Wei actually saw Crocodile. Luffy had turned into a reckless man at that time, and his arm stretched out and he launched it onto the enemy ship, and Soronya Sanji, who was waiting to be stopped, was also brought over. It's them. Robin's heart moved, but she didn't expect it to be a group of people she was very optimistic about. To be honest, she really didn't want to see these people eliminated by Crocodile, but she couldn't stop some things. I'm not Crocodile, do you believe it? Rosen didn't panic. Although he was shocked and his brain hurts, he didn't show this, but tentatively said that if he believed it, there would be no conflict. Nature is the best. After all, there are risks in doing it, and the abuser needs to be cautious. But the key is whose special letter, no one is blind. Hey? Aren't you Crocodile? Luffy was surprised, but he had already believed most of it, because from this person, he didn't feel any particularly evil aura or other malicious things. After all, this Crocodile is a fake. No, I have seen his previous bounty list. He is Kaiwahei, Shat. Crocodile. Soran's eyes sharpened, the knife was pulled out, and he was ready to fight. He was once a bounty hunter. It is natural that Soran hasn't seen the reward list for Crocodile. Just a few nameless juniors, leave it to me. Mr.1 stood up blankly, not paying attention to these three uninvited guests. No, I will come in person. It is a blessing, not a curse, or a curse that cannot be avoided. Rosen will not retreat just because he met his destined opponent, and the key point is that Mr.1 may give Soran the upgrade experience. Seeing Crocodile walked out alone, Luffy's three people immediately adjusted their status and faced Crocodile. After all, the name of the person is the shadow of the tree. They don't dare to underestimate Kaiwahei, let alone Crocodile getting serious at this moment. The danger it brings to them is too strong. Of course, there is one person who is not in the range of vigilance, that is Luffy. He roared and extended his arms, rubber rocket launcher. Pang! Pushing the palms of the palms and banging on Rosen, through his body, flying a ball of sand, Robin shook his head, it seemed to be impossible. Without Robin's intelligence, the nature-based Crocodile is almost the same as invincible for them. Perhaps after the battle, they may find this weakness, but will the Crocodile in front of them give them such a chance? Obviously not, and it is absolute, because in order not to capsize, Rosen decided to go all out from the beginning. What's the matter? The blow is useless, his body. Luffy's three main forces were shocked, the whole body broke a hole, but why did they see all flowing sand? What's going on? Demon fruit capable person. Soran also dripped cold sweat. It was the first time they saw this type of devil fruit capable person. Rosen concentrated and held his breath. Around his body, violent sand began to roar, and the rotating sandstorm pushed the crew a few meters away. Pang! Rosen's body exploded, and the yellow sand suddenly fluttered all over the sky. Only his head was left looking at Luffy and the others. Within a radius of 10 feet, there was a whistling and flying sand. Uh, uh. Seeing Rosen, who was exploded into yellow sand, Luffy was suddenly surprised that he couldn't tell. Because his head couldn't figure out a good one, he would explode. But Rosen was not eager to get his hands on him. He was brewing his strength and had to strike with all his strength. He must not give him any chance to resist and fight, otherwise he might be turned over in the end. In terms of pure strength, Lawson at this moment is definitely far stronger than Luffy, but Luffy is not weak. After several difficult battles in the East China Sea, Luffy's strength is also growing rapidly. The point must not be ignored. Hands, chopped him. Feeling that the aura is getting more and more wrong, Soran instantly sprinted with the knife. Luffy didn't think about it anymore, and shot it with a jet pistol, and Sanji also kicked and rushed forward. Sandstorm Funeral. Rosen's Rustle Fruit ability was fully activated, and the sandstorm became stronger in an instant. Before Luffy and the three rushed in front of Rosen, they were resisted by the powerful sandstorm repulsion, and every step they approached became more and more difficult. The sandstorm funeral method that Rosen pondered. One is to first elementize the body, then absorb the dust and sand particles in the air to increase the elemental area, and then form a sand dust under the instantaneous ability of the fruit. Rolling from top to bottom, the sand fist rushed down. This move, Rosen went all out, not a tentative attack, very serious, and very fast. Boss, are you serious? Mr.5 looked at the figure in the center where the dust was rolling over the sky, and suddenly lost his mind. It was too strong. Standing a little closer, he felt that his skin was going to be peeled off by the sandstorm. Could it be that you are in a bad mood? Is the boss a bit bullying? Bonus was a little bit confused. Faced with a few small trash fish, if he went all out, he would look down on them too much. The ability of the nature department is really extraordinary. You read www.yuyugonshu.com, but Crocodile seems to be very cautious. It seems to be on guard. Can the Straw Hats resist this attack? Robin's insight is far beyond comparison, and you can see Rosen's real fear at a glance. Rosen was indeed very cautious. Maybe he was overly careful, but the word halo came to his mind. He couldn't ignore it. Don't be in case. He must not capsize when he just went out to sea. I can't escape. Sanji's expression changed. The sandstorm fist dived extremely fast, and the position on the ship was limited, covering all round blows. At this moment, he still didn't understand the skills of aerial combat. Success. Soran felt a little powerless in the face of this blow. If he fights Mr.1, he may start to be abused, but he may also break through in the fight, but it is too early to fight Crocodile. Pang! The sandstorm fist smashed down, like a 10-ton boulder falling from the air, and the three people were flooded with a blast of rolling sand. At the same time, the entire dawn shook violently, and the entire deck burst open. Fortunately, Rosen was not unscrupulous. He took a little effort at the critical moment, otherwise the new ship might be scrapped. Jungle. Desert knife. Swish, swish, in the sand, numerous sand knives condensed densely and marched towards the center of the dust. The sound of bombing is endless, and every desert sword is extremely powerful, just like a small sand bomb. This is Rosen's makeup. They don't want to be killed. At least they must lose their fighting ability. I have to say that he is more cautious when facing the protagonist than when facing Ace. After all, he is looking for trouble. Protagonist. Looking at the three Luffys without resistance, Rosen seemed to realize that he had done too much, but with their vitality, he would definitely not die. It seems that I am enough. Chapter 12, Overwhelming Strength, Shake the Pot. Yes, things were simple beyond Rosen's imagination. Looking at the three main forces of Straw Hats falling on the ground and moving hard, Rosen seemed to realize that there did not seem to be any halo, strong strength, plus enough caution. At the beginning of the battle, the winner was already decided. Damn! Luffy struggled to get up from the ground, but he was covered with cut wounds, but he didn't seem to have suffered any fatal injuries. And Soran and Sanji have not been able to get up yet, and it is good to be able to maintain a clear consciousness now, but how can Crocodile be so strong? Is there no resistance at all? This is Kaiwahe? Soran was not reconciled, leaning on a knife, and slowly straightening up. Rosen just watched indifferently. Now Luffy, even if it is the three main forces, wants to beat himself, he is absolutely vigilant and not arrogant. The situation is an absolutely impossible miracle. But to abuse the owner or kill him, these are not Lawson's goals. His goal is to let Luffy not pester himself. Because of the affairs in Alabaston, although he did not arrange undercover to add fuel and vinegar, the situation is not optimistic, and it is very likely that variables will evolve into war at any time. I know you are not afraid of death, but if you are dead, who will save Alabaston? Isn't your purpose here to help Waiwei? Do you think that if you defeat me, you help her? Rosen, it doesn't make sense to not want to fight, and he doesn't hate them, after all, they have moved him a lot. But if you really insist on fighting, then Rosen will always give priority to his life. Aren't you the one who controls everything? As long as you defeat you, Waiwei's country will definitely be saved. Luffy is very clever, and will not easily overthrow it if he recognizes the truth. But I have given up all operations in Alabaston, and the civil war is about to break out. It is still too late for you to stop it, but if you continue to entangle, I don't know what will happen. Rosen said. In fact, I also hope that Luffy, the iron-headed baby, will quickly save the innocent people of Alabaston. After all, with so many people, he couldn't watch the tragedy erupt around him, and if it broke out, he would definitely need his crocodile identity in the future. Please don't turn your head and iron the Straw Hat Boss, hurry up and help back the pot. Can you take this hot potato? What? The war is about to break out. Soran and Sanji also slowly stood up. Sure enough, people in this world are resisting, but they can only stand. Yes, don't you think I'm going out to sea for fun? I don't want it in Alabaston, whether you believe it or not. Now I'm leaving. Do you want to stop it? But if you think about it, blocking may cause domestic. The tragedy happened. Rosen looked at the expressions of the three, took out a cigar and lit it in no hurry, and then it was up to them how they chose. After looking at Sanji, he took out a cigar and threw it to Sanji. This was a courtesy among smokers. Sanji was accustomed to reaching out. In an instant, he felt that this crocodile seemed to be like his own imagination. It's not the same. The villain doesn't seem to resemble it, but it's strong, but it's really strong. What's going on? What happened? Usopp looked at everything just now, the whole person was dumbfounded, but more of it was fear. It was too terrible. The three powerful monsters on the ship could not beat the crocodile. What's going on? I want to go back to the East China Sea. Let's go. Waiwei gritted her teeth and said, Luffy risked her life for her, she couldn't just watch it. Let's think about it again. In the past, we would be destroyed too, it's terrible. Usopp's legs couldn't help but shake, and he was still a little cute at the moment, who was nicknamed the Great God of Despair. They don't seem to fight anymore, they are talking. Chopper looked at Luffy and the others, and then reported to Nami. Report to Colonel Smog that the Straw Hat Pirates are in conflict with Kaiwahe outside the port and in the bay. At the height of the lighthouse in the port, a naval soldier took out a phone worm to talk to Colonel Smog. At a naval port not far from the port at the moment, Smog was looking calm. Although he did not eavesdrop on Sanji's call with Crocodile as in the original work, he also caught a few Baroque office codders, such as Mr.11. As a result, the intelligence in his mouth and the follow-up investigation gave him an astonishing guess that Kaiwahe's Crocodile is realizing the stealing of the country plan. Although the current evidence is insufficient, Smog is almost certain that this is a fact. Therefore, regardless of whether it is a Straw Hat or the Crocodile, he does not intend to let it go. He must bring all these pirates to justice, especially the Kaiwahe, the pirates who wear the name of the government. Even if he was punished by the navy for this, he would not hesitate to do so, because he did not have too much evidence, but he must not let Crocodile continue to do evil. Assemble the team, prepare to set sail, and capture Crocodile and the Straw Hat group. Smog spit out a smoke ring and said to the mother Dashki. Capture Kaiwahe. That's not ours. Shut up. And quickly prepare for sailing. Yes. Yes. Dashki was taken aback by Smog's sudden high-pitched tone, although Smog was fierce, not once or twice. Luffy, follow your inner judgment, whether I am lying at the moment, the situation in Alabaston is really not optimistic. If you want to fight, you can accompany you at any time, but now it is important for me or Waiwei's country. Luo Sen is not in a hurry, after all, he has to let Luffy throw the pot away for himself, at least not to let too vicious incident happen. And Luffy seemed to have the instinct to listen to everything. When Luffy got serious, he could perceive that Rosen's words didn't seem like a lie. Why? You are not a bad person, you are a person who wants to destroy Princess Vivi's country, why do you tell me this? Luffy didn't know how to think, but he didn't need to think about the obvious things before him, and asked them directly. I said I am not Crocodile, do you believe it? Rosen didn't care, and no one believed it anyway. No, maybe a stupid Luffy would. Anyway, I am sure to fight now. As long as I don't wave, it is definitely a crushing victory. Will I wave? If it doesn't exist, he treats Luffy 10 times more cautiously than he treats Ace. Hee hee. Sanji and Soran laughed. Such a big living person is exactly the same as the wanted order. When are we blind? Then who are you? Luffy asked immediately, you see, someone believes it. It doesn't matter who I am. Crocodile, you are a demon, don't be fooled by him. The Straw Hat boat is still approaching, afraid of going back, but it is impossible for them to abandon their partners. Vivi. Lu Fei and the others looked at the person who spoke, and it was Princess Vivi. It's a headache. The Crocodile identity has left me with a real mess. Aren't others all having a good relationship with Waiwei Luffy? How come here, they are already enemies, I hope there is nothing behind other troubles. Rosen said inwardly, his head was big. The Lord is coming. It won't be a lesson anymore, and compared to the trouble with me, do you really care about the kingdom of Alabaston, Robin? Tell them what's going on in the country at the moment, Rosen said to Robin, his eloquence seems not. It was enough to show Luffy and them, even though they were shaken. At present, the rebel army has begun to gather people and the vanguard forces are expected to set off soon. If the war breaks out, depending on the situation, at least tens of thousands of people will be killed. If it is serious, more than 100,000 will be killed. Death is not impossible. Robin was also so happy, the Straw Hats, she looked pretty pleasing to the eye, and Crocodile could speak nicely, which is really rare. In order to prevent the innocent life of the Straw Hat gang from being killed, Robin didn't mind helping out. Sure enough, after Robin reported these two numbers, not only the faces of Nami Waiwei and others changed drastically, but even Luffy also changed. Complexion. Will so many people die? Let's go, saving Waiwei's country is important. Nami thought about her village. It was already unbearable how many people died at that time. If it was really the death of tens of thousands of people, Waiwei might collapse. It's all possible. So she jumped over and decisively dragged Luffy and Soran away. As for the guy Sanji beckoned, she was obediently obedient. Today's duel has not yet been determined, I will definitely find you to fight again. Luffy yelled unwillingly. Soran's mood was a lot more serious, once lost to Hawkeye, and now he is so overwhelmed. The enemy of sex, he is still too weak. Crocodile. Waiwei gritted her teeth and looked at Rosen. The look that she could not wait to swallow herself made Rosen's mood a little worse. I will not apologize for the previous things, but now I will not intervene in the whole country anymore. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. I don't owe you anything. On the contrary, if I really intend to take Alabaston, you think it's still can you leave alive? Rosen said coldly. Princess Weiwei was choked by Rosen's words and wanted to refute, but she didn't know where to start. The contrast between the front and back Crocodile had already made her completely confused. Can only look at him with hatred. Let's go. Rosen disagreed. At present, it seems that everything has basically proceeded according to his own expectations from just now. Although it was unexpected to meet Luffy at first, the plot has been ruined, and it is quite common that there is a difference in time. Boss, the Navy ships on the left and right wings approached us aggressively. A crew member had been observing the situation in the nearby waters from the observation deck. Not long after Lu Fei sailed away, he saw the Navy ships. Don't worry, they should chase the Straw Hats. Rosen disagrees. The Navy who can appear here at this time should be Luffy's old opponent, Small, and he is Kaiwahei, so how can he not chase him? Right. Boss, the Navy chased us straight, not chasing the Straw Hat group. The crew member was also relieved at first, but looking at the direction the warship was coming from, it didn't seem quite right. Crocodile, you can't escape from the country thief. Smog's voice came. He was standing on the bow of the warship with billowing white smoke on him. Once the two ships come into close contact, I'm afraid a battle is inevitable. After all, the harm of a Kaiwahei is greater than that of the drafting cap. Kaiwahei's is too much. The Baroque Work Club seems to be completely exposed. Crocodile is not good. Rosen spit out the smoke ring, feeling a little pain in his head, and going out to the sea does not make people quiet. Chapter 13, Retreat. Bombardment. Colonel Smog issued a combat order, and the turret on the warship began to rotate, fluffy shells flew, and deafening shelling sounded on the sea. The shells blasted into the sky near the dawn with the sound of breaking through the air, and occasionally one or two shells that were about to land on the ship were detonated in mid-air by the small round of MR.5 ejection. Shalan. Lawson waved his hand, and a sandstorm rushed into the mid-air cannonball and detonated. Boss, this group of navies is really annoying. I suggest stopping the ship and destroying them all. After all, they did it first. Bonus said coldly. Yes, it has been chasing for half an hour, and the course has deviated. MR.5 is also impatient. Although he has a lot of hair, he can't withstand such long-distance consumption. What if he becomes bald? Boss, haven't you tried to contact the Navy headquarters? I believe that the evidence in their hands alone is not enough to constitute an actual sexual charge. Then, as Kaiwahei, you only need to explain the situation to the Navy headquarters. It may be possible to let the group of Navy stopped. Robin was also disturbed, so he made this suggestion. It doesn't work if you want to read the book for a while. Whether it's the Navy or the pirates, they are all annoying people. Hey! Rosen's eyes lit up when he heard this, and Robin's analysis made sense, otherwise it would not be a matter if this continues. If the counterattack sinks, it will be difficult to tell whether the result is right or wrong, and if Smog had not been imprisoned in Halashi prison by Crocodile, his combat effectiveness would not be underestimated. Mainly because this is a safe and meaningless battle for Rosen, and in fact, maintaining the sailing speed in this way can get rid of Smaller sooner or later, but it just takes some time. But if one phone call is really enough to get clean, it is really a way to save worry and effort, otherwise one by one, they are not annoying, and Rosen is annoying. Rosen vaguely remembered that Kaiwahei should have contacted the Navy headquarters, but he did it through the soul. If you don't remember this, you can only start with the most primitive method. Does any of you know the phone number of the Navy headquarters? I know. Valentine's Day replied immediately. Very good, take the phone bug and dial the number of the Navy headquarters. Rosen was not surprised. After all, this kind of information should be public, otherwise how to receive intelligence from the general public? After all, the Navy is the official world in this world. Back in the East China Sea, Aegean in Nami village could contact the Navy to call. Blue blue blue. The phone worm started to dial, and Rosen, who had seen the phone worm a few times, was still curious about this kind of biophone. Not only could it imitate sounds, but also human expressions, etc., it was really interesting. Gaga. The phone worm was connected. Navy Headquarters Intelligence Office, what's the matter? A soldier who was doing intelligence registration at the Navy headquarters picked up the phone worm. Here, a lot of calls are received every day, although the local naval base can sometimes handle most of the data intelligence. But there are still people who often call the intelligence department of the naval headquarters, and these soldiers, in addition to registering this information, also need to report valuable information to their superiors in a timely manner. Uses a giant phone worm, and then the same number is divided into many connected routes. The whole building is full of such extension phone worms, and there are quite a lot of staff. I am Kaiwohei, Crocodile, MIA non-commissioned officer at the general level. Rosen picked up the microphone and asked. Kaiwohei, Crocodile. The naval intelligence officer was shocked. He had been working for so long, and this was the first time he received a call from Kaiwohei. Are you really Kaiwohei? You are not kidding me. Although he was taken aback, he still has to confirm the authenticity of the information again and again. After all, this news is too shocking. Strictly speaking, Kaiwohei is one of the three major forces recognized by the world government as being able to equal the Navy headquarters and the four emperors. This name alone is not something he can receive as a Navy soldier. Pick up the reward order and compare it with the phone bug. Rosen said indifferently, it was really a disadvantage. Okay, wait a minute. The Navy soldier was frightened and quickly confirmed, and then notified his superiors that a lieutenant general hurried over. Hello, I'm Lieutenant Admiral Stories from the Naval Headquarters, and Your Excellency is Hai Shikaiwu. Crocodile? I wonder what's the matter if you call the headquarters. Stellar's face was calm, but there were many doubts in his heart. I was sailing in Alabaston, and I was inexplicably attacked by the Navy. The leader was an officer named Smog. I want to confirm that this is part of the naval headquarters unilaterally trying to tear up the Kaiwo Sea Agreement. Rosen slowly said. The big hat of tearing the Kaiwohei Agreement was buckled, and Lieutenant General Strailes suddenly sweated like rain. To unilaterally tear the agreement with Kaiwohei, even the Marshal of the Warring States may not be able to bear this responsibility. After all, the Kaiwohei system was established by the world government with a special status, although there are many generals in the Navy who oppose the system. But before it is abolished, then this system must be maintained, and the naval headquarters currently does not have the strength to abolish this system. Wait a minute, I will immediately notify the Marshal of Warring States to find out the truth of the matter. Strailes said quickly, although this incident is not particularly big, but it has side effects, it is enough to enter the affairs of Marshal Zhanggu. I think I haven't issued such an order before coming to the headquarters, otherwise he will know more or less about it. I'll wait for your news. If half an hour later, if I find out that the chasers are still there, I will sink the Navy ship and treat it as your unilateral breach of contract. After Rosen finished speaking, he hung up the phone worm. Damn pirate! Stiere had an ugly face. A pirate was a mere pirate. However, relying on the Kaiwohei system of the world government, he dared to be so rampant. Is this possible? Robin couldn't help but wondered at Rosen, who had hung up the phone, as if he didn't explain the evidence of theft that he had left in Alabaston. Unexpectedly, it should be okay. Smog has disobeyed the order not once or twice. The impression at the headquarters will not be very good. The ship continues fast and the meal is almost ready. Let the chefs prepare lunch. Rosen said. Okay, I'll make arrangements. Valentine's Day volunteered. How do you know? Robin was surprised. He not only knew the name of the leading officer, but also knew his basic personal information. He has eyeliner in the Navy? Rosen did not answer this question. The plot information is difficult to answer. Colonel Smog, the Navy headquarters call. Dashki handed a phone worm that was calling Brublu to Colonel Smog. Navy headquarters. Smaller was a little puzzled. After a moment. Insufficient evidence, this group of Navy headquarters guys, this is already an obvious thing, it. The system, everything is the Kaiwahe system, hey. Pang. Smog slammed an angry fist on the mast, his face extremely ugly. Because the evidence he provided was rejected by the naval headquarters on the grounds of insufficient evidence, he also ordered himself to stop pursuing, and it was a phone call made by the Marshal of the Warring States period. No matter how unwilling he was, he couldn't ignore the direct command from the naval headquarters Marshal, so he had to bite the order all ships to stop pursuing. Reading www.uyugonshu.com and return to Alabaston to ask for evidence, then we will look for evidence, Crocodile. Boss, the Navy behind has withdrawn, and no longer pursues. Mr.1 reported. Yet. Rosen nodded, what was expected, even if there is sufficient evidence. If there is no offense to the interests of the Navy headquarters and the world government, it is estimated that there will be a blind eye on the matter. Leave the personnel who basically control the ship, and the rest will go to the restaurant to dine, and Robin will tell you the basic situation of the next island, so that everyone can be mentally prepared. After being chased by the Navy for almost an hour, everyone's spirit they were all tensed, this would definitely not work, so Rosen ordered the meal, mainly because he himself was hungry. Since coming to the world of One Piece, he has found that he is particularly hungry, and the energy consumed by his strong physical fitness is definitely a lot. Okay, boss. Everyone happily said, no casualties, and sometimes it is a happy and thankful thing. Nicole Robin, you have been with me for several years. Rosen looked at Nicole Robin, and the two of them walked towards the restaurant side by side. Yes, what's the matter? Robin looked at Crocodile and didn't understand why Crocodile suddenly talked about this. I'll ask you something, did I have many enemies before? Rosen considered it, and felt it was necessary to understand. No, I brought myself a big enemy like the protagonist from the beginning, but this one is known, then the unknown. If there are not a few enemies in the style of Crocodile, it would be a little bit small. May. Even Smog, who should have been hunting down the Straw Hat, turned his spear on him. Chapter 14, Different Routes, Wine Cities. How can I say this? Robin overlapped his thumb and forefinger, resting his chin, thinking about Rosen's question seriously. Well, seductive. Rosen commented in his heart, and it is not unreasonable that Robin, who is intellectual and beautiful, has countless fans. Tell the truth. Rosen added. Are you sure? Robin himself was a little uncertain, and said some things, for fear that it might cause trouble for himself. Okay, let you just say, you want to kill even me, are you still afraid of things? Rosen said angrily. Hee. Robin covered his mouth and chuckled. Did he use his reason for killing him as courage? What a strange idea. If you are talking about enemies, as far as I know, you have directly or indirectly caused countless people to break the family in recent years, but there should not be many people who know that you are behind the scenes. After all, you are very good at superficial skills, but I don't remember. People from a few underground forces invited you to join, but you refused, and you also killed a lot of people. There are too many others, and I don't have any impression. Robin said truthfully. But this news is really not so good for Rosen. Come on, there are really many enemies who dare to love himself. Suddenly, he slowed down and slowly approached Robin, and asked in a low voice, "I haven't slept with other women before. The enemy is nothing, but in case a little crocodile pops out of the crevice of the stone, his sisters will be funny, and women's affairs are the hardest to deal with. Think about the white beard too, don't tell the truth, think about the generation of heroes with such a strong white beard, who gave birth to such a stupid son. Isn't he shameless with a white beard?" "Ah!" Robin was surprised. "What's wrong with Crocodile? Looks crazy, or stupid? Still implying something? It is very possible, comparing what he has done before and what he is doing now, and only in this way can the explanation make sense. Is there any?" Rosen is very anxious about this question. This may become a big problem in the future. After all, with the power of Crocodile in Alabaston, coupled with the nature of a man, he is looking for such things as companions. It's actually hard to say clearly. After all, Crocodile is also a man, at least the current body is properly male. I have to think about this. After all, I can't always monitor your life. Well, it seems that there have been a few. Robin thought for a while, and his black abdomen attribute broke out. He said one that made Rosen fearful. Answer. "It's over, Lao Shat, why can't you control yourself, don't make me some stupid little doll out." Lewison looked a little tranced. When Robin saw that Crocodile was not very happy, he planned to explain that he was joking, because Robin felt that Crocodile should have a few in his heart before daring to make this joke, but he was caught by Rosen. Rejected. "Don't say anything, what the sand crocodile did has nothing to do with me, I firmly don't admit it," Rosen said righteously. "Okay." Robin smiled and didn't care about it. Although the number of people dining in the restaurant is increasing, it is known that the big boss will also come to the restaurant to dine, so tablecloths, flowers, and delicious food have been spread on this rectangular red table. The staple food tonight is fried steak. There are more than 40 places on both sides of the long table. It is conceivable that this long table is the main dining place in the restaurant. At this time, with the efforts of 2 Arab pirate chefs, the food for more than 20 people is enough. It's out. The whole restaurant is suddenly filled with the smell of meat. Alabaston is a desert country. Sometimes boiled food is luxurious for this country, so barbecue and frying food have become the mainstream. So the 2 pirate chefs who got on the boat from Alabaston are still very good in frying and grilling. However, even though the dishes have already been prepared, no one did it, because the boss has not yet arrived. Crocodile has always rarely eaten with them. He has his own private space, and Rosen is naturally not trying to buy people's hearts. Instead, everyone needs to know where they are going, and they can't be blindly ignorant, so as not to cause trouble. After all, the route has deviated a lot. Whether to return to the original route or change the route, these need to be said. We will leave the waters of Alabaston soon. Our next goal is the famous Jadu Island, an urban island located in the north of Gaia Island. Although the route is deviated and some time has been added, the impact is not significant. We will take a short rest there to replenish supplies. It will take about a week or so at the current sailing speed. Nicole Robin took out a map and recording pointer. Recording the pointer, the map records the great route, some famous islands or countries. On this map, there are so many unrecorded islands. After all, it is only a general-purpose map. The islands recorded are also very limited. Often there is only one name and no more annotations. Liquor City. The name Rosen is unfamiliar. It doesn't seem to have appeared in the plot. However, the islands of the Great Route are as many as stars, and there are many routes. Luffy and others walked only one of them, and from Alabastan can go to more than one island. In the plan, Rosen intends to follow Luffy's previous route, but first, considering that his own strength may not be able to beat Thor, and Luffy's way of flying over the island is absolutely impossible to imitate. So he will probably take the same route, but he will not go to challenge the Sky Island so quickly, but will go again with sufficient preparations. After all, what he said will not break his promise, and for the history of this article and the Sky Island's gold also very interested. But he never expected that the route recorded by Robin's record pointer was not the same as Lu Fei. However, although this route from Alabaston is different from that of Straw Hat, it will not deviate too far, because it will pass by Gaia Island. This island was before Lu Fei and others went to the sky. An island where the ship was rehabilitated and transformed, where the Spring Man was met. That's fine, but Rosen remembers that there is not only one way to go to the sky, and you can ask more about it during the voyage. Wine City, will we pass through the Wine City? A sailor suddenly became excited. In this era, no one does not like to drink, and wine is an absolute bestseller. Then you must have a few drinks when you go ashore. An elderly sailor also controlled his excitement. The wines of Judu are famous for the great sea routes. Many dignitaries, admirals, villains, and big pirates often come here to get drunk. If it weren't for Crocodile here, they might have cheered for a long time. Sometimes what they fear most when sailing at sea is not meeting the enemy or being pursued by the navy, but loneliness. Although the sails were numerous as stars in the great nautical era, the probability of meeting in the vast ocean is not particularly large, and most of the sailing time is very tormenting. Of course, it depends on everyone's mentality, but it is undoubtedly a very happy thing to see land during the voyage. If it is more fun and good wine, it will be even more exciting. Excited. I heard that the famous wines of the 3 major wineries are the top in the world. Mr.5 also rarely showed a look of desire. It's really good. When I came with the boss 2 years ago, I drank the Bordeaux winery. It was really memorable. Except for some unpleasant things that happened at that time, it was indeed a journey worth remembering. Robin recalled that the smile was more sincere and sweeter than ever. It seems to be a charming island. Robin, you came with me last time. Rosen suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Boss is really forgotten by the nobles. Didn't you take me to the reception last time? It seems that it was an invitation from a partner who was also a partner of Hey Duo Flamenco, and bought a lot of guns at the time. The ammunition. Robin looked at Rosen unexpectedly. What do you mean by that unpleasant thing? You killed several waiters who were in charge of entertaining. I heard that one of them was a crew member of the great pirate Evil Spirit Wine Tyrant. It seems that you have forgotten it. I thought you would remember it. After all, you took a lot of trouble to get it. Victorious. Robin's words gave Rosen a slight chill. The route hasn't been changed. Rosen didn't know that there might be trouble and he had to run into trouble. Although I also want to change, this island will be our only way, unless we return to Alabaston and find some other record pointers, because the spare record pointers will all pass through the Wine City. That's too troublesome. It shouldn't cause anything. If it does, Crocodile will not be able to live a peaceful life for 2 years, and the strength itself is not weak. Now it is impossible to return to the voyage, and there is no need. They come, the security. Chapter 15, Rosen's Guidance, the magical use of experience packs. After experiencing the thrill of controlling power, Lawson became more energetic. He would go to the training room to exercise early every day. The training room was very spacious and equipped with all kinds of exercise and fitness equipment. Whether it is physical skills or devil fruit ability, there are strong requirements for a person's physical strength and physical strength. The stronger the body, the stronger the strength will naturally be exerted. After Rosen began to exercise, he realized that his physical strength was so strong that he couldn't describe it with common sense in his mind. At the beginning, he only did the simplest physical training, weightlifting, push UPS, one arm push UPS, and one finger push UPS. At first, he felt that he might not be able to do it for long, but in fact, after a few hours of doing it, he didn't even start to feel sweat and fatigue, which was exactly the same as the energy consumed by walking. At this time, he suddenly remembered that the physical strength of this world is really strong and totally outrageous, even if he is not particularly good at physique. Crocodile. Think of Ace and Jinping. The two men can fight for 3 days and 3 nights under full-fledged fighting. The green pheasant and the red dog can fight for 10 days and 10 nights. Such a strong physical fitness is no different from a monster. Of course, this is also related to itself. Strength is related. But recalling the exercise scene when Sauron was not particularly strong, Crocodile accepted the fact that he had a strong physical fitness, and at the same time slowly changed the exercise method, but one left hand was very inconvenient, after all. It's a hook. It is difficult to develop the potential and strength that this body should have. After all, the arm is a very important limb of the human body. An arm is not suitable for many exercise equipment. Could it be that Crocodile was also because after a broken arm, the conscious exercise effect was weakened, and it was even difficult to exercise physical skills, so he turned his attention to the foreign weapons of Pluto? Maybe part of the reason. Therefore, Rosen can only temporarily prefer exercises for the lower part of the body, such as squats, of course, carrying heavy steel products, otherwise the regular exercises will be useless and will not even sweat. To strengthen physical fitness, the muscle components of the body must go through the process of tearing and healing. The principle is actually very simple, similar to fitness, but the level of difficulty is completely superhuman. Sure enough, under weight-bearing exercise, but in just half an hour, Rosen felt that his body could not bear it. The shirt has long been taken off, revealing a strong body with many scars. Under high-intensity exercise, the complexion gradually turns red, and there is even steaming vaguely. It is conceivable that Rosen has asked for himself. It is also very strict. Whether in his own world or here, Rosen firmly believes in a principle: all success cannot be separated from hard work, and he is a man who can endure hardship. And after such exercises lasted for several days, Rosen could clearly feel that his body had slightly visible changes. His physique proficiency increased by 2 points to 302 points, and his rustling fruit ability was also improved. At one point, it reached 603 points. Don't look at 1.2 o'clock, but the amount of sweat and the intensity of the exercise are incomprehensible to ordinary people. The change in strength makes Rosen feel at ease. Sure enough, the potential of Crocodile is definitely not small. This body has yet to be discovered, but if possible, you should find someone who has the ability to regenerate limbs and regenerate your arms. This exercise will have more obvious effects. And the strength will be stronger. There may be people with such abilities, but it is certainly not common. After all, there is a huge crowd, otherwise Zifa, the original Crocodile, should also look for it. After all, who does not want to be stronger, and the two also suffer from a broken arm? Bitter. However, Zifa doesn't seem to need it. His robotic arm is very powerful, and Hailishi can restrain the ability very well. If you can't find such a limb regeneration, it's not bad to get one like this, at least better than gold. The hook is much more powerful. Speaking of the golden hook, Rosen asked the crew to take out the venom. Although it was installed well, he thought that his left hand was poisonous, and his psychological cognition made Rosen feel less secure, and he also felt less secure. The correct use of golden hooks has not been researched out. He can't play hooks. Although the weather has occasionally changed in the past few days, this is the daily routine of the Great Root. Besides being a little surprised at the beginning, Rosen didn't care too much. Starting this morning, yesterday's hot summer was gone. The dawn was full of snow, and the sailors were working on it. Speaking of these sailor boatmen, the efficiency is really high when they work, and Rosen is also very satisfied. After all, there is no need to worry about trivial matters by yourself, and this identity brings benefits. Food, clothing, housing, and transportation are arranged by someone, and it is still extremely luxurious, which allows him to concentrate on exercise. I don't know when. The exercise area is no longer a special field for Rosen alone, maybe it is Rosen's daily hell-like exercise that affects Bonus and the others. The atmosphere in the exercise area is still very good now. Out of some whimsical ideas and the rich combat experience package in his mind, Rosen will occasionally guide them when he sees insufficient places. Mr.5 Your explosive fruit ability must know how to concentrate the power of the explosion on one point in close combat, such as overlapping explosions, or active fission of explosive molecules. These are words that can be studied. Mr.5 looked dumbfounded, a little bit unable to understand Rosen's words. The explosion stack? Explosive fission? Forget it, let's start with the simplest thing. If I remember correctly, the air you exhale should be explosive. Rosen wiped his red body with a towel, dripping with sweat while watching. Looking at the Mr.5, which was punching on the iron block, it still looked fierce, and it exploded with every punch. The steel-shaped steel is more than half a meter thick, and it is fully capable of withstanding the indiscriminate bombing of the Mr.5 bomber. Except for a slight blackening of the steel, the iron steel has not suffered any physical damage. This is the typical ability to be unable to concentrate a little. Yes, boss, but when you focus on your fists or feet, there is always a feeling of powerlessness and difficulty in maneuvering. Mr.5 also said about the difficulties he is currently encountering. Well, the strengthening of your abilities also has a lot to do with your own physical fitness. I think you have been exercising only fruit abilities these days. This will not work. Physical exercises should also be carried out simultaneously. At the same time, if it is you, I think your vital capacity you can also exercise. When in battle, absorb enough air and store it. When in close combat, it will be ejected from your mouth along with your attack. The explosive attack formed in this way can make the enemy invincible, and the height-like enemies, your blow is a critical blow. If this mouth cannon is in reality, it is hard to imagine, but the lung capacity of people in this world is so large that common sense does not work. Enough air enters the circulation. With the roar, it can emit a big air explosion. There are not many people defending against attacks. It's more about the limbs, and the weapons are more defensive. Yes, boss, I will definitely work hard. Mr.5 is very excited. I didn't expect Crocodile to personally give such detailed guidance. You must know that Kaiwahe has a lot of actual combat experience, and there are many potential people. But sometimes you have to meet someone who is willing to guide you. For example, Kirby, who was once nicknamed the author's own son, has become an outstanding Major General Master in just a few years from an ordinary person under the guidance of a strong man. This may have something to do with his own potential, but the guidance of Carp and the strong around him is also very important. Bonus, your physical defense is very high, and the ability to cut fruits quickly is also very lethal. The average swordsman can't break your defense at all. For the swordsman, you have the perfect ability to restrain them, but you have to know that this world there are not many swordsmen who can cut steel. If you encounter such a situation, what should you do? This is something you have to think about. The swordsman who cuts down the steel. Mr.1 Bonus was lost in thought. He has not met such a strong swordsman so far, but Crocodile said that it must exist. Now you two are engaged in an actual battle. It is not enough to exercise alone. Only in actual combat can you find a shortcut to progress. Rosen gave the order. Chop the fruit or the explosive fruit, which one uses better and has more potential. Chapter 16, Ghost Incident on the Dawn. Pang! The iron fist collided with the exploding fist, and a strong explosive shock wave sounded in an instant, and the smoke of the explosion was filled. Bonus' face was cold, without a trace of scars on his body, but Mr.5's fist was flushed. It's too hard, my explosive ability can't do any harm to Bonus. Mr.5 was a little downcast, his explosive attack fell on Bonus who looked like an Iron Man monk, causing no practical damage. The power of the explosion is good, but my ability is not only that my whole body can become as hard as a blade, but even my internal organs have the same hardness as steel. If necessary, when the ability is fully opened, I can further strengthen the defense hardness. Think if you want to hurt me, unless there is a concentrated fire explosion with your ability, it can only tick me. Bonus said lightly. Now that he is a friendly army, he has not turned his arm into a blade to attack, but only used his body's defense ability to fight with his fists, but this has made Mr.5 a little bit impossible to start. Rosen looked at the two people's exchanges, whether it was the ability to explode the fruit or the ability of Bonus to cut quickly, he thought it was very good. If the damage from the explosion were not for Bonus, the Iron Man, it would be very lethal to most people. But Bonus' defense is strong, and his attack power is not bad. Moreover, if it turns into a blade attack just now in close combat, Mr.5 will have at least some damage. Bonus is invulnerable, and at the same time, all parts of the body can be transformed into blades in close combat, kicks will become slashes, and punches will become stabs. Sauron said that he was suppressed miserably at the beginning. If he had not finally realized the skill of cutting iron, he would not be able to defeat Mr.1 Bonus. Now it's my turn to attack. Bonus's footsteps sank, and he violently attacked Mr.5. With a rapid speed and a strong fist, the momentum was extremely strong. Mr.5 was shocked in an instant, and hurriedly deepened. Take a breath. Suck. This breath of air was absorbed into the body. The naked eye can see that his abdomen shrinks rapidly, while the upper part of his chest expands like a balloon. It looks weird, but in this world, the quality is completely resistant. Ha! Mr.5 roared, and a strong wind jetted out from his mouth like a rushing air current. Blast! The wind shot out like an arrow and pointed directly at Bonus. Under the roar of Mr.5, the moment his mouth closed, there was a bang. This air current burst in and exploded in mid-air. Cut the man! Bonus noticed that the blow was more powerful, and immediately gave up the attack and assumed a fixed posture, fists, shook his chest, motionless, and let the explosion drown him. Ahem! Mr.5 looked at Bonus, who was submerged by the explosion and couldn't help but pleased his face. Unexpectedly, this blow was so powerful, but the body seemed to have suffered a lot of injuries, even 2 coughs of blood it dripped from the corner of his mouth. He had never thought about this before, because when he wanted to come, others would be blown up by the explosion when they encountered him. In most cases, he didn't need to think about stronger moves. He thought that this move would harm the body. Have not thought. But under the premise of breaking the boss, and not wanting to let the boss down, and wanting to be recognized for his strength, he just reluctantly tried it and found that although the power is strong, his physical fitness is still a bit weak. Not bad. Bonus patted the dust on his chest, and there was a red mark on his chest. Although it was not a serious injury, it brought a little pain, although it was insignificant. But under the complete defense of his slasher, his defensive ability is much stronger than just before. This can give an effective blow, and the attack is already much stronger than just before. Continue to strengthen exercise, you two take a break, and then you will fight with me. Rosen also wanted to try. Ah, how can this be? Mr.5 was suddenly startled, but Bonus' eyes brightened and he wanted to try. It doesn't matter, actual combat is the most effective way to exercise, go all out. Rosen said seriously. So in this small exercise area, there are constant explosions, and the sound of gold and iron clashing, the scene of rolling sand is surging, and the 3 kinds of devil fruit abilities are flying. Master the cut. Bonus attacked from the front, his palms were in the shape of a tiger, and each finger became a sharp blade shape, facing Lawson from the front. There is also a piece of skin missing. Desert knife. Lawson's arm turned into a hard sand blade, and he raised his hand to block. With a sound of pang, the two collided, and the strong wind generated by the collision made Mr.5 involuntarily step back a few steps. Dust slash. After Bonus turned his fingers into blades, he folded his hands on his chest, and then slashed downwards and slashed forward in an X shape. Rosen's eyes shrank suddenly. At this moment, he could detect as if there was a fierce slash in the air. He pounced on his face. Desert barrier. Rosen raised his hand. And a highly concentrated sand barrier rose up in front of him. In an instant, the blade of light flashed, and the sand barrier was cut into pieces in an instant. Small grid-like fragments. Are you slashing from the air? Rosen was a little surprised. He had always thought that Bonus was a pure melee fighter, but he didn't expect this blow. Rosen didn't remember every detail of the move, but after this move, he also vaguely remembered that Bonus used this move to smash the building in the volley when he was fighting Sauron. In this way, Bonus does have the strength of a volley slash, no wonder he can abuse Sauron so badly. Yes, boss, but it can only slash at close range, and the power at long range is almost equal to nothing. Bonus nodded. Not bad. It seemed that Bonus not only defeated most of the swordsmen, but he might even have the potential to be a swordsman. Mr.5, what are you waiting for? I let you go together, but are you waiting for Bonus's attack to end? Rosen was not very satisfied with Mr.5. Although the fruit is also a powerful fruit for melee combat, the combat consciousness of the capable person is still very poor, even the most basic one can't think of it. If he cooperates with the attack when he launches an attack in Bonus, it can still cause a little pressure on himself. But he seemed to be waiting for Bonus's attack to end. Yes, boss. Only then did Mr.5 react, and then greeted Rosen with explosive fists, in order to truly exercise his fighting ability. Lawson did not use a wide range of sand and dust strikes, but more accurately controlled his abilities at close range and enhanced his melee ability. The battle continued until the sun went down, and at the beginning of dinner, Rosen's ability to end it was still unfinished. Under the high-intensity battle, Mr.5 was about to collapse. His physical strength was not as strong as Bonus and Rosen. And Rosen can also perceive every battle. If you reading www.yuyuganshu.com can repeatedly test various skills and keep exercising, his proficiency will improve. Although it is slow, in Rosen's eyes, these are all visible progress. The proficiency is now 303/1000, and the fruit ability has also increased to 604/1000. Unfortunately, although they defeated Bonus and Mr.5 in the battle, none of them had a bounty of more than 100 million yuan. Bonus may have almost this strength. Although his bounty is only 7,500 baileys, in terms of strength, a little more than the bounty. Mr.5 only has 1,000 baileys, and his strength is about the same as his bounty. Crocodile estimates that either it is a friendly army, or the strength of Bonus is almost 100 million. But no matter what it is, Crocodile has not officially completed the first task given to him by the strengthening system in his mind, defeating people with billions of bounty strength. If completed, his speed will be doubled. Of course, this does not mean that his exercise is useless, but the better the foundation, the stronger when he is strengthened. I heard that there was an accident in Persia last night, and now I am too scared to go to sleep in the room. Do you think there are really ghosts on the ship? I think it might be true. You didn't see Persia. He said he saw a small figure, walking like a floating figure. He was stupid at the time. He said that when he turned and ran away, he was attacked on the back of his head. It's still swollen, but I think maybe I was frightened and I fell and knocked, but I am embarrassed to admit. The two sailor gods who were rewinding and dropping anchor were communicating mysteriously. Ghost. Rosen frowned. When did such rumors start to appear on the boat, and what happened these days? Rosen, who has been focusing on exercising, knows nothing. Chapter 17, Full Ship Search. Rosen returned to his luxurious suite as usual. He didn't always dine with the crew, he didn't care, but every time he was there, the scene was always extremely quiet, for fear of disturbing the boss's mealtime. In order to make them more comfortable eating, Rosen also eats in his own room. Anyway, there is a maid who is responsible for eating and living, which is what he enjoys. "Boss, it's time for dinner." A maid brought the silver plate and cutlery with food and put it on a table next to Rosen. Another maid put down the plate with fruit, red wine, and wine cup. The two maids were obedient. They never talked much. They put down the food and then retreated slowly, but Rosen said, "Let Robin come over." "Okay." The ghost incident I heard before made Rosen more concerned. If it is a real ghost, it would be a bit oozing, but if it is not a ghost, but an enemy, then it would be more attractive. The food is delicious and exquisite, but only a few people can enjoy the fruit. After all, it is sailing on the sea, and the preservation of the fruit is not easy. And as a food supplement, it doesn't have enough energy and it occupies a large area. The same area of dried meat and the like can provide many times the energy of fruit. I don't know what beef meat is, it's really tender and juicy, and it provides enough energy, so I don't need to eat a lot every day. Lawson is very satisfied with the food here. It might be considering that with one hand, even the steak is cut into even pieces, which is convenient for Rosen. While eating steak while tasting red wine, the first few days were mainly dry food. Dry food was used quickly, not time-consuming, and full of energy. It would also be good to change to steak occasionally tonight. He doesn't know much about wine. But the entrance is still very smooth. Lawson, a person who doesn't drink often, also said it was acceptable, and the fruity aroma was full. Almost just finished the meal, there was a knock on the door. "Boss. Come in." Rosen put down the tableware, picked up the white cloth in the corner of the plate and wiped his mouth, calmly said, "I have something to ask you. Today I occasionally hear the crew discussing ghosts on the ship. What do you think about this matter? Are there any guesses, or clues?" Rosen did not forget Robin's ability, if there are really enemies hiding on the ship. Even if the dawn is not small, as long as you search carefully, it is almost impossible to escape Robin's ability, but the premise is that the ship is a real person, not a ghost or the like. It stands to reason that there should not be such ridiculous rumors. After all, we have just sailed for a few days. Everyone is in a good state of mind. There is no shortage of food, and hallucinations should not exist. If it is a long voyage. Now, the mental problem is understandable. Robin also found it strange and was gradually analyzing it in depth. Usually, after sailing for a long time, what problems will happen? Rosen is quite curious. He has basically never been to sea before. He also travels or catches the sea by the sea. He doesn't know much about sailing. Depending on the situation, if you lose yourself in the ocean on a long voyage, anything can happen. Killing each other for food, feeding on people, betraying, attacking Black Hands, etc. These are things that cannot withstand the test on a pirate ship. After all, people live for themselves. Well, let's solve the immediate matter first. Rosen felt a dark wind rushing toward him. But Robin's words are not unreasonable. If a ship loses its course at sea, let alone a pirate ship, I am afraid that Robin's above-mentioned situation may happen to an ordinary shopping mall. I don't have any clues about this. I only heard about it today, but I learned from the crew that it seems that every night in the past 2 days, there will be ghost-like figures. Robin said. There is no way. Have you searched with your ability? Are you sure it's not a smuggler? Lawson frowned, not knowing how domineering is not good. It seems that we have to find a way to learn how domineering was. Every word Fate taught. Yes, after searching, it can be ruled out that it is not a smuggler. There is no stranger on the ship. I know everyone's face, and it is impossible to be impersonated, unless there is some special fruit ability. Luo been analyzed. Lawson looked through the floor-to-ceiling glass window and watched a heavy snowfall of goose feathers outside the window. There was just the afterglow of the setting sun, and now there is only a grey world left. Soon, it will be night. If this problem is not resolved, not only will it affect the lives of the crew, but it will also be difficult for me to feel at ease. Since it will appear every night, the two of us will squat in the crew's living area tonight to see what the ghost is. We will soon be drinking. Don't make everyone awkward. Well, call Bonus and the others. Let them search the entire ship thoroughly and mobilize them. Instead of making them worry about the unknown, it is better to tell them that there are unexpected visitors on board, but don't mention ghosts. Rosen, after thinking about it, a countermeasure was made. Okay, I'll do it right away. Robin nodded, turned, and left. Soon, the entire crew of the Dawn began to take action. A group of 3 thoroughly conducted a big search on the Dawn, but the Dawn was indeed not small, and it took a while to search. Moreover, various searches on ice and snow are certainly not as convenient as sunny days. Some places are covered with thin layers of ice, and Rosen feels a bit cold. Fortunately, the taste of crocodile is not that bad, basically clothes. It's still clear. Yu reading www.yuugonshu.cm. Even if I can't see the past, I have no choice now. Originally, Lawson didn't expect any results from such a search, but he never expected that there was a discovery, and the ship was suddenly in chaos. There is a discovery in the ammunition depot. Hey, answer, are people still there? Every room on the Dawn is equipped with a communication channel. Actually, they are also found in Lawson's captain's room. If there is something that needs to be assembled, a metal pipe next to the table lifts the lid and speaks to the mouth of the pipe to inform each room. But generally it is rarely used. After all, although the Dawn is not small, it is more sincere to actually find someone, ask someone to go in person, unless it is in a combat state and requires command. At this moment, there was a rapid sound in the pipeline. The sound should be one of the better sailors. If I remember correctly, the name should be Miggs Ronal. The reason I knew it was because Robin had discovered Miggs with strong management ability in the sailors, and proposed that Rosen agree with her to promote him to the captain of the sailors, so that she can have more time to read books. The reason is very strong, and Rosen was speechless, but at this moment, he heard from his tone that an accident should have happened during the search. What happened? Rosen walked to the call port. This does not require dialing. It is more convenient than a phone worm, and of course it is only available on the ship. The Abon trio were attacked when they searched the ammunition depot. They opened the cover of the communication channel, but all I heard was a scream. Miggs replied quickly, but also full of worry. Assemble all the crew and surround the ammunition depot. I'll come over right away. Rosen picked up the chair's warm wool coat, put it on, pushed open the door, and gave orders, but his face was not pretty. Chapter 18, Got You. Have you heard the news? Rosen walked out of the room and met Robin on the 4th floor. Then on the lower floors, Bonus, Mr.5, and Valentine's 3 were also moving towards ammunition. Ku rushed away. Yet. Robin nodded. There is another person who was brought down in the ammunition depot. Don't go in again, wait for the boss to come. When approaching the door of the ammunition depot, I saw someone in the crowd screaming. The shadow of the ghost incident has been looming over them, but the 2 teams that wanted to enter the ammunition depot just now screamed again, and there was no response to the call again. This made them even more frightened. Boss. Rosen arrived, and the crew immediately greeted the backbone, because even all the cotters came, they made away. Rosen's inner vigilance has been raised to the extreme, and he has also simulated many possibilities in his mind. If it is a ghost, could it be Perona? But the timeline is not right, she should be with Moria at this time. If it wasn't a ghost, what would it be? Robin also searched. There was no one else on the ship. No matter what, he must not be allowed to do mischief on the ship. To be on the safe side, Rosen lifted sand on his body and entered the elemental state, then pushed open the door of the ammunition storehouse, and with a swish, a small shadow pounced on his face like lightning. Shalan! Rosen had already reacted, because the first time he entered the door, he saw the crew member who had passed out in a coma. A sandstorm rose up, whistling to meet the shadow that hadn't come to see clearly. Peng! The shadow knocked down outside of the sandstorm, was shot directly, and hit the wooden wall all at once. Hua! But the next moment, it flickered and disappeared again. It's a real thing, not a ghost. It must be hidden in which ammunition box. Mr.5 You are guarding outside. Bonus and Valentine, Robin, you all search the ammunition box one by one. Rosen understood right away. The sand can fully sense the touch of the sand at close range. It should be a small animal, not a ghost, or a person. A small animal, just find a place and hide it. Even if it has Robin's ability, it is not easy to find. After all, the first thought of normal people is to search for possible Tibetans. Received. The 4 people who received Rosen's order responded immediately. Robin's ability to use, the lids of the ammunition boxes are opened by the arms growing on both sides, and Bonus approaches each box, the arm becomes a sharp knife, and the wooden box is cut open. Valentine's Day uses the most primitive efficiency open the box. Some of the ammunition boxes stocked in the ammunition depot contained bullets, and some contained guns, swords, and shells, which looked like an arsenal. When Rosen saw it, there was a momentary illusion that his ship was carrying arms. With so many people, do you need to prepare so many shells? Fried fish? Rosen glanced vigilantly to ensure that when the shadow raided again, he could rescue or defeat him in time. With the search of a few people, there are not many boxes that have not been opened, and everyone's expressions are getting more and more serious. The thing must be in the remaining boxes, if it is the real thing, the boss said. No. Bonus opened the last box on his side and shook his head at the crowd. Neither do I hear. Valentine's Day also said the same. Only after Robin opened the box, he stared at the inside of the box. Rosen's sand surged, and the whole person rushed to Robin like a storm. The desert sword was already condensed in his hand. Ah, what a cute little thing! Isn't this a kung fu manatee? Robin looked at the box shivering, with a small animal like a tortoise shell on him, and suddenly showed a look of affection. This look has never been seen before. Have seen. As Robin's voice fell, Rosen also saw clearly the ghost hiding in the shell box. It was the kung fu manatee who had been defeated by Luffy in Alabaston in the original book. But it's not the same one. This Rosen can't be seen as big, but the key is this little thing. When did it smuggle onto his boat? Was discovered only after a few days. If it hadn't come out to do things on its own, maybe no one would know. Who? Lawson was extremely fast. The original desert sword turned into a sand palm, and he pinched the little thing in his hand. Is such a small thing, it killed 7 or 8 crew members. But now, it seems that its mental state is not very good, it looks very weak, and it is not known whether it is because it was hit by Lawson's Shalan just now, or its own reasons. Although the kung fu manatee was pinched in the palm of the sand by Lawson, the small eyes were full of worship and extremely agile. Even an animal can make such an expression, but Rosen quickly relieved that the IQ of animals in this world is no worse than that of humans. And think about it, kung fu manatee, knowing the one Luffy, 2 years later he even understood domineering. My CAO. Thinking about it this way, Rosen suddenly felt a sense of collapse in his heart. Could it be that kung fu manatee is actually a very strong race? Otherwise, just imagine, 2 years later, there are still many people in the Straw Hat group who don't understand domineering. Even the desperate Usopp only slowly awakened when he discovered the brother chapter. Or is it that animals are more capable of learning domineering? Then Chopper doesn't seem to understand domineering, right? It's incredible, the more you think about this gadget, the more it has extraordinary potential. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Boss, let it go, it seems to be out of breath. Robin looked at the cutie pinched by Rosen in his hand, a little bit unbearable, green, ugly, and cute. Rosen looked at the Kung Fu manatee, who was no longer struggling in his hand and had a tendency to pass out, and also let go of the sand palm. With a clatter, the Kung Fu manatee fell to the ground, then stood up a little dangling, and bent towards Rosen who had defeated him. This surprised Rosen a bit, but when the waist was bent down, with a puff, he fell to the ground and passed out into a coma. I didn't make it that heavy, right? Rosen was taken aback for a moment, and hurriedly lit a cigar. The main reason was that Robin's eyes were full of resentment at the moment. Obviously, Robin liked this little cuteness. It should be hungry. I have seen Kung Fu manatees on the coast before, but the speed is so fast that it is invisible. This is the first time. A crew member from Alabaston saw the symptoms of a manatee at a glance. Leave it to you. Rosen thought for a while and decided to keep this thing for now. After all, if this one is really the captain of the sea beast and pirate group in the future, it is estimated that it will fumble to domineering by itself, which is beneficial to Luo. Mori learning. Crocodile, you are a bit miserable. Can I go through with a different identity? Manatees are so strong, why are you not domineering yet? And I asked Rosen to learn from scratch for you. Everyone else is gone. Although there were no hard requirements in terms of strength on boarding at the time, you who were managed by a Kung Fu manatee should do your best to reflect on yourself. In the future, take some time to exercise yourself and let a few people unconscious. The people who have come back. After Lewison left a sentence, he left everyone with a big back and left, and tossed about, thinking that there was a ghost or an enemy on the ship. Chapter 19, An Island Full of Wine. Since yesterday, Robin has a little pet next to him. He can serve tea, pour water, hammer his back, and know Kung Fu. It makes Rosen envy and regret it. I knew that this little thing is so easy to be obedient, and should be raised by yourself. When exercising in the morning, this little thing was secretly learning Rosen's movements. Every time he saw Rosen looking at it, he hurriedly bowed. Although I don't know when the manatee smuggled onto the boat, this little thing did hide on the boat for several days. It only appeared recently because it was too hungry. It was found out in the middle of the night looking for food, and it seemed to cause riots. The clever little manatee stunned the person who found it. Because his lower body has a tail-like structure, he will naturally swing from side to side when he walks, which makes its small figure look elegant. However, this action obviously triggered the crew's suspicions, and even constructed a ghost, and then the little manatee did not dare to go out, so he had to hide in the ammunition warehouse, but he did not expect that there would be people searching. Out of combative and ignorant thoughts that it could not be discovered, it overturned all those who entered the ammunition depot until it was discovered by Rosen. But the little manatee who hadn't eaten for a few days passed out abruptly and was taken back to the room by Robin. He was fed the food spoon by spoon before he rescued the little manatee. Therefore the little manatee was full of gratitude to Robin. Then all its actions are out of gratitude. Mr.5, go to fight with the little manatee, don't use your ability. Rosen suddenly said to Mr.5 who was exercising. Fight with this little thing? No. Mr.5 was a bit reluctant. Although this little thing knocked down a lot of crew members, it really wasn't in the eyes of Mr.5. No matter what, he was also a bounty. Juan's good hand. However, due to Lawson's order, although Mr.5 had complaints, he had to bite the bullet, and was planning to educate the little manatee so as to vent his dissatisfaction. Come here. Lawson beckoned to the little manatee who was lifting weights, but he was also curious how such a small body can withstand the overweight equipment they exercise daily. Is the same, and Rosen just wanted to try to see how strong the manatee was when he was not hungry. Hey, the little manatee bowed again, and then made a loud noise from his mouth, but Rosen couldn't understand what he meant to express. So Rosen pointed at Mr.5, clenched his fists, and then punched him in the air, meaning, give me a good punch. Papa. The little manine straightened up his waist, and stretched out his forelimbs to pat on his chest, seemingly assured. As soon as Mr.5 walked, a green lightning flashed under his abdomen. Mr.5 was still ignorant. Hey? Where did that little thing go? Pang! The little manatee tightened its forelimbs, clenched into a fist shape, and hit Mr.5's abdomen with a punch. The powerful impact force dented Mr.5's abdomen. Mr.5's eyes turned white and he vomited. Mo flew out. Then with a bang, he fell heavily on the wall, his neck crooked, and he passed out in a coma. Spike. Even if Mr.5 is careless, and at the same time useless the fruit ability, but for combat power alone, Mr.5 can pack dozens of hundreds of ordinary people alone, that's no problem. Now being knocked out by a manatee, this impact is a bit big for both Rosen and Bonus. Rosen is okay, always remembering that the once domineering Kung Fu manatee has something in his heart. He took a sip of the cigar and smiled, interesting little thing. This. Bonus hadn't seen Kung Fu manatee, but it was the first time he was so strong. You go try it. Rosen said to Bonus again. Bonus was also very interested, nodded, and attacked first, but the little manatee was so fast that he dodged it all at once. Then he swung his eighth fist to greet Bonus. It was puffy, like a hammer falling on the steel plate. The punches were full of explosive power. Although the power was amazing, it still couldn't break Bonus's steel defense. But it is also more difficult for Bonus to attack it, because the speed of this little thing is so fast, it evades, like a free lightning that shuttles through the air. But as time went by, the little manatee eventually lost to Bonus, because when Bonus got used to this speed, he found the opportunity and easily won with just one blow. Fortunately for this, otherwise, if a little manatee can go head-on with Bonus, the strongest force currently under Lawson, it would be too strong. Isn't it finished yet? Robin rarely comes to the exercise area, but this time, she came to the door and beckoned to the little manatee. Little manatee looked at Rosen reluctantly, and after receiving Rosen's approval, he nodded and came to Robin's feet. Robin squatted down, hugged the little manatee in his arms, and then said to Rosen, "The wine market is coming soon. The crew is ready, but I hope the boss will cause less trouble this time." In the past, Robin would naturally not say such a thing, it seemed not respectful enough, and easily offended the original Crocodile. But after these days of getting along, Robin found that Crocodile has indeed become much easier to get along with, and his style of behavior is also very different. Slowly, she also began to accept this changed Crocodile, so she said a little worrying words. "I never thought about causing trouble, and I also want to take a good stroll around the island. Although the sea scenery is good, but it is not popular, I always feel that something is missing, but it is difficult to say whether trouble will come to my door." Luo Sen said lightly, the smoke covering his expression. Robin did not continue. "After all, what happened last time is not over. It's just that the people at the Bordeaux Chateau have the courage to continue to trouble with Kai Wohei, and she can't predict this. By the way, give out 1 million Baileys to each crew member. Whatever should be relaxed is to relax, and the money that should be spent cannot be saved." Rosen reminded him that since this week's sailing, he basically has nothing to do with food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. It's all wrapped up. Therefore, it is natural not to treat these own people wrongly. 500,000 Baileys per person. Robin was a little surprised. The 500,000 Baileys are just the cost of a trip to the island. This cost is not particularly large. But in the past, some captains won't even give the money, and some even give 100 and 200,000 Baileys, which is basically too much. Because this is considered to be a bonus category, each crew member has their own pocketbook, regardless of whether they are crew members, but Rosen also needs to give a certain minimum guarantee Pele every period. And if the treasure robbed is also distributed according to the credit, so they have more or less their own small vault. However, Rosen is still not clear about Bailey's purchasing power, thinking that 500,000 is not enough, too little. But for the time being, it can only be so. The total value of treasures in the treasury is estimated to not exceed 800 million Baileys. If you have any difficulties, you can only make up for it later. It's not too little, but too much. But if the new ship sets sail, it's not impossible to show good intentions. However, boss, I have a share of the 500,000 yuan. Robin himself has no savings, so if with this benefit, she can also buy a lot of books. Well, you take 2 million, and then learn more about the Sky Island. If there is no accident, the next stop is to study how to reach the Sky Island. Luo Sen was stunned, and then said to Robin. Sky Island, is it an island in the sky? Robin heard this word from Rosen's mouth for the second time, because he remembered that he said that there was a historical text there. Yes, I'll know the details at that time. Rosen nodded and looked into the distance. As the ship approached, he could already see the outline of an island. Sailing for a week, no major accident happened. The only accident was the little manatee. Rosen also missed the feeling of land and the crowd a bit. If the record pointer here is full, it will only take 3 days, very quickly. Robin couldn't wait to read the historical article. It's so strong, as if the whole port is full of wine flowing. As the dawn approached the port of Liquor City, there was a strong aroma of wine wafting out. The crew members with alcohol addiction have been aroused by the gluttons in their stomachs. Rosen, who is not addicted to alcohol, smells not pungent, fragrant, and has a mild fragrance, and also shows a satisfied expression. The alcoholic city seems to be quite not bad. Not to mention the fragrance of time, but the fragrance of time is far more than that. After a long sniff, it seems that there is a drunkenness in it. Pirate ship. But as soon as Rosen's dawn approached, she heard the screams of cargo handlers on the side of the port, and the Navy got the news. Chapter 20, 3 Big Wineries, Black Pot. Major General Harry, a pirate ship has entered the harbor. Should it be warned or directly repelled or captured? In a naval base in the shape of a bunker in the Gulf Port Affairs Office, a naval soldier hurriedly ran to the office to report. Major General Harry, one of the 3 major wineries in the wine city, and one of the heads of the Lewis Winery, the main task is to ensure that the wines of the wine city can be delivered to the world government and Navy and other high-level officials accurately and without accident. At the same time, the liquor-making tax is levied here at the same time. Major General Harry took the telescope and stood on the balcony, observing the port of Wine City. There are densely packed ships from all over the world moored there. His naval base is built to the east of the port. It has a wide view and can keep abreast of the movements of ships in the entire harbor in time. It is his habit to spend a part of the day to observe the ships in the harbor. Hearing the reports of the soldiers, Harry put down the binoculars in his hand when he was already standing. The complexion is not very beautiful, no, let them in. It is the ship of Kaiwahe, Shat. Crocodile, a troublesome Kaiwahe. The last time I came, it almost caused a big battle to erupt in the wine. I hope it won't cause any trouble again. Kaiwahe. The seaman was shocked, no wonder he just saw the pirate flag and felt like he had seen it somewhere. Yes, but although our Navy and Kaiwahe are nominally friendly forces, don't have too much expectations. Pirates are pirates after all. Daily surveillance cannot be left behind. A new batch of fine wines will come in a few days. Set sail to the headquarters, don't get any moths. Harry frowned. Yes, but Colonel Lucas seems to have taken someone to the port just now. Will there be a conflict? The seaman hesitated, or told him what he knew. Colonel Luca? Don't worry about him, he works well. Harry said lightly. But if Colonel Luca really can conflict with Crocodile, he would really like it, but of course these words can't be said by his opponent. Luca was parachuted to the wine capital, from the islands of Midland. Although both are Navy, Luca is a dispatch officer directly under the world government. In terms of status, he is almost on the same level as the Rear Admiral of the Naval Headquarters, or even slightly higher, so sometimes the two have big differences in decision-making. And the people below, more seem to be willing to please Colonel Luca, so they often ignore their orders. Because the Luca family is a family that has served the world government for generations, its father is a superior officer, and he himself was promoted to a colonel in the Navy headquarters in a short time. Luca has the strength and the means of doing things are not bad, but everything is too commercial for profit, which is not very flattering in a law enforcement agency like the Navy. What the Navy should implement is justice, not for the same interests as commercialization, to cooperate with people who should not cooperate. At least Major General Harry thought so. He didn't wait to see Luca. It's really a lively island. Entering the harbour, Kaiwa Sea and the Navy belong to the same front, so there is no need to avoid the Navy's port. Otherwise, the ordinary pirate ship will definitely not be able to drive into the port and call in an open manner. And the port under jurisdiction is guaranteed in terms of security, and the geographical location is also quite convenient, and the access is convenient. Soon, under the command of the semaphore signal, the Dawn stopped, leaving a few people to guard the ship, and another group of people followed Crocodile to visit the island first. When the time comes, the crew members who set off first will come back to replace those on duty. There are naval soldiers, and there are a lot of them. Bonus frowned when he looked at the number of naval soldiers on the coast with more than 200 and waited. Didn't he know that his ship belonged to the Kaiwa Sea? It shouldn't be trouble, or we won't wait for us to stop the ship. Now we will assign a job. Bonus and Mr.5 will wait with me and go to some pirate areas on the island and bring a wanted warrant. Let's find a pirate with a bounty of more than 100 million yuan to practice. Lewison said lightly, mainly to complete the task of strengthening the system and get a double-speed reward. But these words sounded to Bonus and others, but they seemed to be lofty and ambitious. The boss is indeed a boss. When he speaks, he is looking for a pirate who has a bounty of over 100 million. Because everyone involved in the action will distribute a certain amount of spoils according to their credit, but I don't know if there are any pirates with a bounty of over 100 million that can be killed on this island at this moment. Robin took the crew to buy some things, bring them for Valentine's Day, and then see if there is anything on the ship that needs to be added, and all the things purchased for the ship can be reimbursed. Lawson assigns everyone's work. Isn't it a good idea to not cause trouble? Robin was speechless, and it seemed that the island would not be peaceful anymore. Rosen didn't think this was causing trouble. If it is a pirate who kills people without blinking, and the bounty is just over 100 million, it is just a trial. Tell the news to Lord Bam, Kaiwahaisha. Crocodile has come to the wine city again. On a gambling floor in a small alley not far away, a row-headed gangster looked at the boat of Crocodile and said. He also saw Colonel Luca and other navies in his eyes. After all, the battle was not small. Why, isn't it just Kaiwahe, the Navy's lackey, and the Navy reception is not news. Our Bordeaux winery does not cooperate with Kaiwahe. Several people gathered together to gamble, one of them said with a bald head. This casino was opened by them. It was opened in this location, one is to attract tourists to play, and the second is to be able to get information at any time. After all, merchants traveling from north to south will stay in the port. There are too many pirates in this sea, and few merchant ships dare to stop alone outside the port. Why do you think we were sent to this wealthy place? Do you think we are very strong in the New World? No, because 2 years ago, Bordeaux Winery had a group of good players, including the second masters. All killed by Shat. Crocodile. The rat-headed rat-brained man said again. It's true. Why didn't the boss send someone to find the place? I saw that guy's bounty, although it was Kaiwahe, but it didn't exceed 100 million. This shows that his strength should not be very strong. It is not difficult to deal with. The man stopped the hand of cards. Fart, the bounty won't go up if you become a Kaiwahe. In fact, it is impossible to say how strong it is. But it is also recently that the captain is planning something with a legendary pirate in the New World. www.readaloud.com may not take this matter to heart, but the current boss of the winery is in conflict with Crocodile. It still exists. Understood, I will go to the Bordeaux winery in person. Rosen didn't know that as soon as he landed, he was surrounded by the past. If he knew it, he might have cursed, Crocodile. After all, this pot looked like he was betrayed. Mector Winery, built on the mountainside, has the freshest and most seasonal 3-color crystal grapes, which are the best for making Mector wine. In this luxurious manner, the first half is a residential area, and the second half is a winery. The security personnel are almost all bounty hunters, because their boss was once a world-famous bounty hunter. The news that Kaiwahe arrived at Jadu, naturally, could not be hidden from the person in charge of the 3 major wineries on the island, and a piece of information was sent to the mansion. In a house in the depths of the Mector winery, a tall figure sitting in a shadowy corner is frantically pouring spirits into his stomach. More than 20 kilograms of spirits are poured into his stomach, but this person is not at all drunk. After listening to the report at hand, I stopped my intention to continue drinking. Kaiwahe, Crocodile, the timing is so good, haha, interesting. Every time I think of the hateful title of Kaiwahe, the injury in the chest is always aching, and no amount of alcohol can be paralyzed. My lord, what are we going to do? No hurry, first observe and see what the purpose of Kaiwahe La wine is. By the way, I have recently paid attention to the news of Bordeaux and Louis Chateau. The production of top wines this time is seriously insufficient. I am afraid that there will be something secretly. Action. Understand. At the same time, the Bordeaux winery also received news from the port gambling cabin. Chapter 21, Colonel Lucas Olive Branch. Welcome to Kaiwahe Crocodile to land in Jadu. I am Colonel Luca of Jadu Naval Base. I don't know what can help you. A handsome man wore a uniform and cloak unique to the Navy headquarters. The word post justice fluttered in the wind. Rosen looked at Colonel Luca. The colonel seemed to be overly friendly. At the beginning, he had gathered so many navies, and Rosen thought he was wary of himself. I never expected that after I waited for the people to disembark, I even offered a symbolic military salute to show my welcome. Although he is Kaiwahe, did this group of navies forget that Kaiwahe was a pirate? This Colonel Luca is not afraid of dissatisfaction with the people below? However, Rosen was really curious. He greeted him in such a big battle, and his attitude was so kind. From this person's look, he didn't look like that kind of timid admiral. He was not licking a dog. Requested. Could it be said that this person knows his identity? Rosen couldn't help looking at Robin. Robin shook his head vaguely, saying that he didn't know why Colonel Luca would treat him in this way. This also means that he and Colonel Luca should not know each other. What's the matter? Rosen thought for a while, but didn't think of a reason. After lighting a cigar, he looked at Colonel Luca and asked faintly. This is not a good place for communication. I have prepared the finest wines and dishes in the winery. You must be quite tired from the long-distance raid. How about having a meal and talking about things? Colonel Luca said very sincerely. Also laughed very contagiously. Gave Rosen the illusion of returning to the entertainment arena. He seemed to be a very sociable colonel. But Rosen would naturally not agree to this seemingly well-intentioned invitation. Since he can probably guess that the other party has requested it, and he doesn't want to be involved in troubles, he naturally doesn't want to take care of Colonel Luca. Let's talk on the spot if you have anything, I'm in a hurry. After a thoughtful meeting, Rosen refused Luca's kind invitation. This. Colonel Luca was taken aback and hesitated for a while. I thought about it, it seems Crocodile doesn't have this set, come hard? I'm afraid this won't work, not to mention whether it's an opponent, but if the quarrel is frozen, I'm afraid that my plan will be frustrated. I heard that Your Excellency had unpleasant memories with Bam, and now the news of Your Excellency's landing on the island may have reached his ears. With the understanding of the owner of Bam, I am afraid that I will not give up easily. Luca get a little closer to Rosen, then whispered. Bam is the steward of the Bordeaux winery. After learning about what the original Crocodile did on the island, Rosen asked Robin about the details at that time. Speaking of it, it was a good thing that Crocodile did, because the child abuse incident on the street seriously disturbed the crocodile that was eating at the time, so several culprits were caught by the crocodile on the spot. Was extinguished. Then it was discovered that the few people who were killed happened to be the people who were in charge of entertaining their pirate league. The second boss of the Bordeaux Chateau planned to come and ask for an explanation. Originally, the second master of the family was just trying to save face, but Crocodile was in a very bad mood at the time, and a fierce battle broke out between the two. In the end, the second master of the Bordeaux winery was overturned by Crocodile. At that time, Bam, the leader of the Bordeaux winery, happened to be out of the wine market and went back to the New World. Otherwise, the contradiction might continue to expand. But Bam didn't think about Zishan and Gren, because the second boss who died was his brother. If it wasn't for the Captain Evil Spirit Brewer who had ordered the to produce fine wine as the first important event, Bam would even rush to Alabaston to find Crocodile to settle the account. Kai Wahe? In Bam's eyes, that is nothing but a lackey of the navy. Together with Doflamingo, who is Kai Wahe, under the communication of the captain, he has to temporarily borrow Kai Wahe's name from himself and others. Otherwise, as their pirates, how could it be possible to run such a large winery in liquor? Although a certain tax is given to the clown symbolically every year, his nominal refuge in Kai Wahe has nothing to do with Doflamingo, the clown half a dime. In the past 2 years, he has not gone to Crocodile to settle accounts. One is the importance of the winery, and other forces have been eyeing on and can't get away. Second, the whereabouts of Crocodile is not so easy to find. Even if you know that it is in a country, it is not easy to find it in a country. He does not have so much time at his disposal. But Crocodile dared to land in the wine city again, which made Bam extremely angry when he got the news. Even wanted to come over and kill the enemy personally, but he would always remember the order the captain gave him. Anything, at any time, the production of fine wine is the first important thing. If there is any mistake, cut off his head. And now, according to the information he got, the production of top-quality wines of Chateau Louis and Chateau Médoc in these 2 months is seriously insufficient due to environmental problems. Only he has the inventory, so he has to sit in the headquarters in Bordeaux to prevent the other 2 companies from disturbing their brains. So he doesn't even dare to leave the winery easily now, he has to wait for the limelight. Don't look at the 3 major wineries that have been operating in the wine industry for many years, and each has a strong background, but in the past few years, due to the situation, the friction between each other has not been less. Colonel Luca came to Crocodile for the purpose of reminding the troubles Crocodile had left, and then reached an agreement with each other to seize and even defeat Pakistan in the name of the 7 Wahe. The words of Tom. He can not only solve the inventory problem of top fine wines, but even eliminate the bad influence of attacking the alliance in name, and may further seize the winery. But Crocodile is more difficult to deal with than he thought. It is not on the road. It seems that it is not so easy to use the 7 Wahe brand. There seems to have been such an incident, but it doesn't seem to have much to do with Colonel Luca. If nothing else, please give way. Lawson insisted. Only 3 days, the record pointer is full, just leave, and stay away from any troubles. As for Bam, he didn't trouble himself before, and now he troubles himself. Is it later? Maybe he didn't put his brother's death in his eyes at all. In the world of pirates, the most realistic thing is that interests are paramount. Your Excellency is busy in advance, so I can't bother you more, but I believe we will still have a chance to make friends. Seeing Crocodile refused, Luca did not say anything to Death, but left it to let Crocodile refuse. Crocodile has room for maneuver, lest Crocodile wants to change its mind and cannot find the next step. And he did not block the way of Crocodile and others anymore, but took the navy and automatically gave up away. There are some things that cannot be said in public, so he has to find another suitable opportunity. Let's go. Rosen didn't say anything, now he just wants to find a pirate or other strong man with no complicated relationship, let him complete the task and become stronger. A person with a bounty of 1 or 2 billion, Rosen is confident that he can defeat it. As long as it is not particularly good or difficult. Colonel Luca looked at the back of Rosen and the others, staying in place and meditating for a while. It seems that we have to think of other ways. Crocodile, this time I want you to die without a place to die, and wait for me. Bam's heart-piercing voice resounded throughout the Bordeaux winery, making the winery's workers tremble. He is already preparing. Bam, the powerful cotter of the evil spirit drinker, the most vicious pirate, the bounty is 275 million Bailey, the devil fruit-capable person, the ability is unknown, but the method is notoriously cruel, and he likes to twist it. The head of the enemy. Chapter 22, Harbor Area. Order to go down, let the crew try not to cause trouble, but if things happen to you, don't back down, and be more vigilant. From just now, I feel that there are many observers lurking in the dark. I hope it's not because I thought about it. Evening. I remember to go back to the dawn before. Rosen said to Bonus. Although I can feel it on the whole, I still can't find these people if I don't know how to look and feel domineering, but even if I find it, it's not necessary. After all, where Kaiwahe has become a spotlight, it's really commonplace. I'm afraid I will have to learn to get used to this in the future. Bonus nodded, stopped, and conveyed Rosen's words to the crew that was about to split into two sides. The leader of the other team was Nicole Robin, who was mainly responsible for purchasing, and of course the sights of the island were indispensable. Then, the private life of some male crew members. Rosen didn't mention this. Everyone has everyone's life. They are all grown ups. There is no need to say something too straightforward. The little manatee was taken away by Robin. At the time of parting, Rosen's little bitter eyes were very interesting, but the manatee's combat power was still quite good, and Robin was able to take care of it. When I arrived on the land, I naturally had to eat a good meal, see the local special scenery, and bought a local map guide at hand, and Rosen understood the structure of the entire wine island. The horizontal diameter of the entire island is about 25 kilometers, and the vertical distance is about 12 kilometers. It is not a particularly large island, but it is not small. The main areas are Manor Area, Unavailable Area, Civilian Area, and Harbor Area. Now Rosen and others are in the Harbor Area. The Manor Area is naturally the most prosperous urban area dominated by the three major wineries. While surrounded by mountains and rivers, tall buildings stand at the foot of each mountain or mountainside, and there are famous hot spring hotels and merchant-safe areas. It mainly welcomes businessmen from all over the world. The wines of the wine capital, whether it is high spirits, red wine, or beer, are divided into three levels: good, excellent, and top. There is no such thing as being qualified or general. Because of this, the wine here is famous all over the world. The unavailable area is the place where thieves, pirates, and other wanted criminals gather. It was originally an abandoned ruin, and most people never go there, and even the Navy doesn't care about it. Because in this world, there are many criminals, and it is destined to be unfinished. Moreover, the ruins of the abandoned city extend in all directions, and the real action to encircle and suppress will not achieve much effect. As long as they don't come out to behave and make trouble, the Navy generally won't get involved too much. The civilian area is naturally the aboriginal people of the islands surrounding the periphery of the manor area, but the most chaotic area is the harbour area. Because in the daytime, thugs or pirates who cannot be zoned come here to have fun. The inaccessible zone is only a hiding area, and the harbour area is a chaotic area that is inseparable from black and white. And the harbour area is not just a small piece of the port, but the coastline surrounding the entire island. This roundabout is an entire commercial circle. The three areas can be represented by a circle map. The center circle is the manor area. With the manor area, civilian areas are derived from all directions, and the outermost circle is the harbour area. As for the unavailable area, it is special, only the size of a village, sandwiched between the civilian area and the harbour area. The arc-shaped ship berthing port is a dense commercial area. Houses are disorderly, wood shops are everywhere, and there are also 2 or 3-story wooden houses made of stones. The various flavors here are mixed together, which makes people have a disgusting impulse. Selling seafood, forging weapons, selling alcohol, specialty dry goods, black boxing arena. Even passing by a few alleys, Rosen could hear each other's happy voices in the small room. Several pretty girls were greeting the guests coming and going. Some refugee children were urinating and defeating in the street not far away. So all kinds of sounds and smells are entangled, which makes Rosen very uncomfortable. He saw thieves carrying knives and guns bullying people, and he saw some sea soldiers who took off their uniforms but still had military-alike patronizing the small house. The crazy shouts upstairs and the occasional brawls made the spectators extremely excited. Chaos is the best endorsement of this era. Rosen has never seen such a place where black and white boundaries are indistinguishable. In his impression, this should be an era of dreams, but he doesn't want to. This is a chaotic world. When he was in Alabaston, Rosen didn't feel that way, because there was no such chaos in his residence or the surroundings of his life, at least the neighborhood where he lived was well managed. Rosen frowned and couldn't bear the smell. On the other hand, the 2 of Bonus had adapted quickly. Perhaps for them, this was their life. The last 3 people found a decent pub and ordered something to eat. When you come to wine, naturally you have to try the special things here. After all, there are only a few kinds of food on the boat, which are convenient and high-energy foods. Sir Kaiwahe, my special delicacies here are sea beast meat, fried frozen sori, and pearl rice. I don't know what the adults would like to eat. The owner of the tavern changed his face after seeing the visitor clearly. The boss is very courageous, otherwise he would not dare to open such a tavern that can accommodate anyone. But this is his first time to entertain Kaiwahe. He occasionally distributes wanted orders from the Navy here to some bounty hunters. We'll also sell intelligence to some pirates who care about it frequently. As long as you read www.yuyuganshu.com can make money, it doesn't matter even if the criminal is the target of the transaction, or even the Navy. So in terms of news, he is more intelligent than anyone in his thoughts. Facing the world-famous Kaiwasi, the bounty with its name has been deeply imprinted in his mind. And after Rosen and others entered the tavern, the originally noisy tavern was also much quieter. In the gloomy tavern, everyone was talking softly, the smell of tobacco and alcohol spread, and some people opened cards in some corners. Bureau. But there will always be people absent-minded and occasionally look towards this side. Serve some special dishes and good wine, and then buy a piece of information about the pirates on Judu Island. After Rosen sat down, Bonus knew how to deal with these people. After all, his career was once a killer and Zihai. Famous bounty hunter. When I come to these places, I am just like going back to my own home. I know some hidden rules by heart. Okay, please wait a moment, but... The tavern owner hesitated slightly. What's wrong? What's the problem? Bonus's expression was still indifferent, but the tavern owner looked a little scared. There is no top-quality wine in that tavern for the time being, can you replace it with very high-quality wine? The tavern owner was sweating under Bonus's gaze, lest these uncles were unhappy and took their own knife. In the past few days, many rich pirate grandpas who can't drink top-notch wine did not do this less, but he could handle those things, but Kaiwahe would not as fast as committing suicide. Pang! Mr.5 slapped it on the table. He had been looking forward to the wine in the wine city for a long time, but now he said that it was out of stock. Naturally, he would not be in any better mood. More importantly, can the boss drink non-top wines? Lost shares, you look down on us. Chapter 23, It's good to enjoy the cool under the big tree. Pirates World has never had so many rules, and some are arbitrary. Obviously, Mr.5 is very arbitrary. Don't dare, it is because the output of the top wines in the winery is insufficient recently, and our pubs can't order the goods. I definitely don't mean to fool the adults. The pub owner quickly explained in horror. Sure enough, pirates are still a type of person that is difficult to get along with. Forget it, I just want to have anything. Although Rosen wanted to try the top wines of this wine city, but since there is no one, there is no way. There is no need to lose your temper because of this, because it can't change the reality. Okay, I'll make arrangements right away. The tavern keeper replied repeatedly, retreating at his speed. Kaiwahe is domineering. Usually the old ghost is not so polite to us. He is really annoying. A bounty hunter complained in a low voice. He looked at Lawson and the others, but it was Chiwahe, who didn't count the bounty, otherwise he could use his own ability to poison something without knowing it, and he should be able to successfully exchange their heads for wine. But even if you really want to hunt the pirates, you have to leave the tavern. Otherwise, you will be blacklisted next time and no information will be provided. This is the reason why the pirates and bounty hunters in the tavern can get along with each other. Of course, it's hard to say what it will be like out of the tavern. Pang! Suddenly in the corner, a short but strong man who was as strong as an ox, his whole body muscles like piles of rocks and rocks hit the table with a fist, his face suddenly became heavier, as if he had made up his mind to pick up a handful of stainless steel. With the huge axe on his shoulders, he walked towards Rosen and the others. The eyes of everyone present brightened up. There is a good show to watch. It seems that some people are willing to be the first bird. Many of the people present are arrogant and unruly people. Although the name of the person and the shadow of the tree, not everyone is afraid of Kaiwahe. It's more on the sidelines to see if anyone is willing to be the first bird to try the water. After all, not only the navy, but also the pirates and some bounty hunters, look down on the Kaiwahe system. But Kaiwahe should still have the strength, but it's hard to say what level it has. If the test finds that Kaiwahe is not so strong, I am afraid that many people will take action in the name of Li. This kind of thing seems to be difficult to avoid. Lawson began to enjoy the food in front of him. For the short man who gradually walked over, he just looked up and didn't take it seriously. Just like Alabaston, the reputation is moving, and the pirates who go to sea do not want to be famous in the world. It's really disappointing. Mr.5 stood up and was about to solve this trouble. After all, it is impossible for everyone to be solved by the boss, so what is the use of them? Mr.5 decided that even if he didn't blow up the challenger, he would lie on the bed for a few months. In the past few days, under the guidance of the boss, he felt that both his physical strength and fruit abilities had been advancing suddenly. The human body in this world is very strong. As long as you are willing to endure hardship, work hard, and exercise, you will get good results. You are Kaiwahe, Shat. Crocodile. The little big man stood not far away from Rosen, carrying a big axe. Rosen did not look up, but continued to enjoy this good meal. This time, another sea beast barbecue that had never been seen before was brought up. Bone-in meat, with a thin and crispy skin while greasy, looks very appetizing. Rosen took one and took a bite. My eyes brightened. Yes, This kind of meat is really delicious, the grilled outside is charred and tender inside, and after a bite, the rich and fragrant meaty aroma is accompanied by the juice and water locked in the meat, and it melts in the mouth in an instant. Come! What can I do with our boss? Mr.5 raised his head proudly, and looked at the person in front of him with extreme disdain. I am Simon Furious, I am offering a reward of 23 million yuan, and I want to join your pirate group. The little man said in a loud voice. As soon as Simon's words came out, Rosen paused in his hand. The rest of the people who were expecting a good show were also taken aback. They were not looking for trouble, but wanted to join the pirates. What the is this? Let's talk about the people who worshipped the pirates, who is not very polite. You are so fierce and vicious, obviously you are looking for the fault. Oh! Rosen looked up and looked at Simon. Although it was a bit unexpected, but think about it carefully, in the name of Kaiwohei, it seems more reasonable that more people should want to join. After all, the legal plunder still makes many pirates' heart. Although he despised Kaiwohei in his mouth, if such a right were placed in front of them, he might not be able to refuse it. After all, it is good to enjoy the shade under the big tree. This is a reasonable routine operation. It is impossible for everyone to come to trouble. Yes, I want to do a big business with you, you accept me, I am very strong. Simon patted his chest, his tone was still rough, and at the same time he felt very fierce. I can give you this opportunity to beat him. Rosen pointed to Mr.5. Is he? Simon grinned, his expression became more and more ferocious, and it was normal if conditions existed. He had been mentally prepared, but how many axes could this thin and weak guy block himself? Go out and play, don't affect the boss's meal. Bonus added. While Mr.5 heard the words, his face was slightly ugly. Bonus was very particular about what he said. If he was playing outside, if Mr.5 loses, his life and death will not be in his control. If you play in a tavern, it is out of face at the critical moment, even if you lose, the boss may save him. Rosen thought about it again. Yes, the fruit ability of Mr.5 is actually very good and very strong, but if you can't cultivate a good fighting consciousness, then it will probably be of little use in the future, so he said, go, don't let me disappointed. Understood. Mr.5 also understood that he had no retreat in this battle, but he did not blame the boss or Bonus for this. Because of the recent exercise, he has been at the bottom, so he doesn't even think there is any problem with this arrangement. Let's go. Mr.5 said to Simon with a cold face. Simon thought for a while and followed Mr.5 away. www.readaloud.com. When the two walked out of the tavern, some people followed to watch the excitement. Look a little in the dark, the first chance, if it fails, it is dangerous, save Mr.5. Rosen thought for a while and gave Mr.5 another chance. Although the pressure is to be given, it cannot be given too much at once. In case of death, the loss is still for yourself. Understood, boss, this is the information you just bought. Look at it. They are some pirates who are famous for their frequent activities in the wine. Bonus handed the wanted order with incident notes on hand to Rosen, and then got up. I also want to join the adults pirate group, even as an ordinary crew member, I am. Seeing that it seemed feasible for one person, he immediately started to pay attention to joining the big tree in Kaiwohei. Go away. Bonus kicked the person away. If all cats and dogs really think they are easy to talk, then they don't have the slightest personal space, and they will be annoyed to eat a meal. Rosen didn't respond much. Since he is Kaiwohei, he has already prepared for these things, and Bonus's approach is also in line with his thoughts. But at this moment, the alarm bell in Rosen's mind suddenly sounded, and behind him was a figure approaching Rosen like a ghost, holding a crescent dagger in his hand, and the blade of the dagger was blue. It was obviously slow and poisonous. And most of the poisons that can be coated with weapons are basically in liquid form. This person should have been lurking for a long time. And he thinks this is a good time to shoot, and in fact, this is indeed a good time. Mr.5 left, a new person came forward to attract attention, bonus shot, Rosen himself paid more attention to the two of bonus. This assassin, the timing is very good. Chapter 24, Angry and the Little Girl Selling Wine. Hey, the assassin smiled evilly, no matter how strong he was, under the assassination of his own poisonous blade, it only takes one shot, even Kaiwahei can never withstand such a fierce poison, and then it only takes 10 seconds to kill him. Huang Chuan. He is a small famous killer in the South China Sea. He once had the ability to retreat after a failed assassination of the king of a country. He doesn't think that the armed forces around Kaiwahei can be stronger than the king of a country. In the final analysis, no matter how strong Kaiwahei is, he is a person, there will be times when flaws will be revealed, and after assassinating Kaiwahei, he will surely become famous. The assassin's dagger pierced into Rosen's body, but before the dagger entered the body, Rosen was elementalized at the very moment of the shot, and at the same time turned his body into yellow sand and flew to the side. Looking for death. Rosen's face fell gloomy, and the cross-cut scar on his face looked extremely hideous under the gloomy complexion. If it is a person who is openly challenging, Lawson will not be very disgusted, but it will definitely kill the person behind the attack. Impossible. I obviously stabbed him. This killer from the South China Sea has no knowledge. Perhaps the North Sea and West Sea on both sides of the Great Channel of the New World may know that this is a natural devil fruit. But he didn't know. Binding. Lawson gathered the surrounding sand, quickly wrapped around the assassin's body, broke his arm in an instant, picked up the poisonous dagger and threw it away. If you don't react fast enough, it is indeed life-threatening. This has greatly sounded the alarm for Lawson. Even if some people are not strong, they should not be underestimated. Biting someone is also quite dangerous. Damn it! Bonus also had a gloomy face, his arms turned into sharp blades, and he was about to behead the assassin for public display. Otherwise, he could not extinguish his anger. But it was blocked by Rosen's condensed arm. This person, he handled it himself. Desert prison. The sandy Rosen gathered the sand and slowly returned to his normal body, but his palms tightly pinched the assassin's neck, spurring his ability. It can be seen to the naked eye that the assassin's body is rapidly drying out, and the desert is fast. It is the more dangerous ability on the other side of the rusty fruit, which can drain the body's water. Although he won't die right away, but before he dies, he will definitely suffer. And other people who were originally a little bit eager to see this scene also raised fear in their hearts. After all, seeing a person being drained alive, although the process is not bloody, this ability makes many people feel uneasy. And the assassin's expression and the fear in his eyes reminded them that before their eyes, the King Kaiwahei, a real big pirate, possesses the characteristics of a big pirate, powerful and cruel. Throw it out. Rosen drained thoroughly. After all, he threw the dry assassin on the ground in a rage, and said to Bonus. Bonus nodded, did not speak, dragged the person out like a dog, and threw it outside, but before he dragged it out, the assassin lost his breath because of his extremely dehydrated body. There was a chill in the tavern. Someone had already left the tavern secretly, lest Crocodile got angry and implicated them too. However, there are people who are afraid, but still stay in the tavern to continue drinking. But if I say in my heart that there is no fear, no awe, it is false. Under such an assassination, not many people can escape, and most of Kaiwahei's abilities are only known to a few people. People who have known the three major demon fruit abilities, know that Kaiwahei is a natural type ability, but don't know it, but think it is an evil ability. At this time, I can finally eat a meal quietly. There is no fluctuation in Rosen's heart. In this world, sometimes people will be killed if they don't kill. It is inevitable, but it is the first thing to lose your life directly in your own hands. But it won't be the last one, he is mentally prepared. After a while, Mr.5 with a blue nose and a swollen face and a deep red scar on his arm came back. After a glance, Rosen asked indifferently, "Lost?" Rosen was a little surprised. He thought he had lost after seeing such a serious injury. After all, Bonus dared not to look after him. "I won, boss, but I found that I am still not strong enough." Mr.5 was a narrow win, and it almost took the fruit's ability to lethality. Otherwise, a criminal with more than 20 million Baileys may not have done it. Sit down. Rosen motioned for the two to sit down, and then picked up the wanted notices that had just been marked with intelligence, and looked at them one by one. Being self-knowledge is the basis for becoming stronger. In the past, although you had a good fruit in the sky, your eyes were above the top and you were unwilling to work hard. The most important thing was the lack of faith. Rosen said about Mr.5. Tien's performance made a summary. "But I want to continue to follow the boss, I want to become stronger." Mr.5 thought of Rosen's guidance to him, "That kind of feeling, I have never had it before, it seems like a kind of care." "For what?" Rosen asked. "No matter which world you are in, some things are the driving force that promotes people's progress. Beliefs or ideals are the most fuel-rich driving force. As long as you find what you really want to do in the vast world, you can turn the once out-of-reach ideal into reality with all your efforts." "Why?" Mr.5 was lost in thought. "Is the firefighter counted? It seems that I want to do it a little bit, but it shouldn't be like this. Maybe when he gets this result, it will be a qualitative change. I want to follow the boss and witness the birth of a great career." Bonus is very clear about what he is doing and what he wants to do. Deep down in his heart, there is actually a dream of becoming a hero. But everyone has a different definition of a hero, which does not affect his following boss. Don't worry about giving the answer, we have a lot of time to look for it. Let's eat now, and then look at these rewards. I didn't expect a small wine city to have so many pirates with rewards of over 100 million yuan. Lawson looked at the wanted warrant in his hand and was deeply surprised. The first is Bam with the highest bounty, 275 million Baileys, from New World, Blido, 130 million Baileys, from the same place as Bam, New World, followed by Onlin, 120 million Baileys. From the perspective of bounty, Bam's bounty is not particularly high in the New World, but in the first half, UU reading www.uugonshu.com has few opponents to match, even in the New World. Good combat power. Enlin, wait for news about this person. Lawson plans to start with Enlin, who doesn't seem to have any background. After all, starting with the weakest bounty, it will naturally be easier to complete the task. Enlin is an old pirate who has been walking in the first half of the Great Route for many years, and his style of behavior is almost known to most people. Likes to slaughter villages, and it is the kind that everyone knows. Before each slaughter, he will call the newspaper in advance to increase his exposure. He is a lunatic who does not hesitate to make a name for himself. During the conversation between Rosen and others, a girl about 7 or 8 years old walked in from the door carrying a basket. There was a lonely unopened bottle of red wine in the basket. She was dirty and limped as she walked. Her long hair was filthy and tangled in bunches behind her back, but her eyes were exceptionally clear. She glanced timidly at the guests in the pub, and started to promote her products from the kindest-looking people, but many times she was waved away before the table was even close. After walking around the drinking table in the pub, she failed to sell the only bottle of red wine in the basket. She looked at the directions of Rosen and others, and after hesitating for a moment, she became bold. Walked towards Rosen. "That's the only table that hasn't been tried, because those people seem to be very fierce, like drinkers like them. If you are unlucky and meet a fierce person, sometimes you will be beaten lightly. No one will stand up for them." The tavern owner walked out of the kitchen, and because he was serving kaiwohe, many things needed to be checked by himself. When he saw the little girl selling liquor walking towards Kaiwahei's table, his face turned pale. Chapter 25, We Are Pirates. Do you want to buy wine? The little girl stood in front of Rosen, slightly stiff. Rosen could smell the unpleasant scent that came from not taking a bath for many days, but he didn't show it at this moment. Looked at the little girl, and asked the price faintly, "How much is it?" 20 to 20,000 Baileys. The lame girl whispered. Why are you coming back? Hurry up, don't affect the adult's meal. When the barkeeper heard the price, he felt big head, and in front of him was the murderous King Kaiwahei. And this inferior wine can sell for 10,000 Baileys at most. If you open a pirate or bounty hunter with 20,000 Baileys and 30,000 Baileys, the tavern keeper will not care. After all, some people will really be driven to death by life if they don't give them a way to survive. But sometimes sales depend on the target and the timing. Shat. Crocodile just killed a person because of anger. Now if you feel there is a slight possibility of being taken advantage of, don't expect a pirate to be merciful just because she is a child. It's okay. Rosen waved his hand and motioned to Bonus to take wine to pay the bill. He had lived a life like this before, but in his time, the environment around orphans was not so dark yet. Thank you. The lame girl was a little bit incredulous, she just came to try in desperation. Because if she can't sell another bottle of wine today, tomorrow she may not be able to stand up anymore and can only beg on the street. Take it. Bonus still had no expression. He did not smile, silently took out 20,000 Bailey and handed it to the lame girl. The lame girl took Bailey, and tears burst into her eyes. After thanking her, she left. Up. There are many such people in this era, right? Rosen put down the tableware, suddenly losing his appetite. He never thought that he was a good person, especially after he had just killed someone. He never thought about taking the initiative to help anyone. He can take care of himself. For him, it is considered good, and in that world, it is also true. He is a bit selfish. But from the little girl, he saw the epitome of an era, and he also thought of his own life experience. But what is helpless is that there are some things that he can't do. It is not the affairs of one or two people alone, but the products of the background and trends of the entire era. Unless one day, he can peak the world and create a new era, this phenomenon can be reduced. It's everywhere, there is nothing special. Bonus replied faintly, he almost walked over like this when he was a child, this is just ordinary life in his eyes. Unlin can't take it, let's try our luck. Rosen got up, he had always been eager for strength, but now he is still too weak. Even if it is the four emperors, can it be considered strong? Strictly speaking, the four emperors are just emperors in a certain territory, powerful pirates. They may have the ability to cause turmoil in this world, but are there really four emperors that can completely subvert the entire world? Do you want to establish a new order? I'm afraid that even Roger One Piece can't do it. Mr.5, if you are injured, go back to the boat and rest first. Seeing Mr.5 walk up and walk lightly, Rosen told Mr.5 to go back first. Mr.5 can only nod his head, he did suffer a serious injury. However, as soon as Rosen and others walked out of the entrance of the tavern, they were surrounded by a group of children. These children were almost the same as the lame girl who had just been lame, carrying a basket, in which there was a bottle of liquor's specialty wine. Some have 2 or 3 bottles, but they are all of the worst quality. There are about 10 children in this group. The younger ones are 7 or 8 years old, and the older ones are in their early 10. Everyone looks very thin and weak, and they are more or less crippled. Some have broken their small arms, some are limping and dragging, and some are missing their fingers. They all look expectantly at Rosen and others, while the little girl who just sold a bottle of wine hides not far. Look at them in the alley. Rosen looked at it, and she hid in fear, but she shook her head, indicating that these people were not called by her. It's not her, is there anyone behind? These children wanted to get closer, but they were worried. Some took a step forward, but they took 3 steps back in fear, but their eyes were full of desire. But the strange thing is that these children didn't rush to talk, but just looked at Rosen with fear and expectation. Bonus frowned. At this moment, Rosen's heart sinks to the extreme. If it is said that one person or 2 people are inconvenient, it can be regarded as an accident, but if this is the case, then the nuisance in it is great. Disabled children, Bo sympathizes, and sells things above the market. Such a routine is so familiar in Rosen's impression. Ordinary people, seeing these children, most people who are compassionate, may probably give some money or something. Get out of the way. Bonus did not fluctuate at all. He stepped on the ground with a slight force. The ground cracked and the children who approached Rosen and the others quickly retreated. Bonus, buy all their drinks and bring Mr.5 back to the boat. Rosen took off half of his cigar in one bite, and his thoughts were a little confused. He is in a bad mood now, he understands something, and he does it now, not knowing whether it will be better or worse. So he was hesitating, and his mood slowly became gloomy. He could never be indifferent and his heart was still in the water. Understand? Bonus was a little surprised, but since it was the boss's order, he would not refuse. Although he had sympathy for these children, even if he helped for a while, he could not help forever. Even if these drinks sell for tens of thousands of Baileys, they won't cost much. There was no hope for each of the children. After all, that person seemed to have bought Annie's wine, and he might not buy it again, but if you don't try it, you will definitely have a bad beating when you go back at night. Because they were a few blocks away, a gangster stared at them all the time, and Annie sold them, and the villain forced them to come here. Wait. Rosen looked at the children who had completed the transaction and left, and suddenly reached out and grabbed the last person. The little boy was startled, and subconsciously raised his hand to protect his head. Rosen lifted the boy's clothes and saw the bruised body. As expected, what he expected. www.readaloud.com, let me go. The little boy struggled immediately. Rosen let go, and the little boy ran a long way. Boss. Bonus, who also vaguely noticed that Rosen's mood was changing, yelled softly. Mr.5 you go back first, Bonus, you follow me to see the situation. Rosen commanded, his face expressionless, but his tone was a bit cold. Bonus suddenly remembered that 2 years ago, Boss also caused some troubles because of the child abuse incident. Could it be that in the boss's heart, he hates people who bully children? Well, these people really deserve to be disgusted. He is a killer, but he never kills children. Did not abuse or use children. Boss seems to be angry. Separated from Mr.5, Rosen and Bonus hung far behind the group of children. They were very secretive and would not be easily spotted. The two walked a distance, and Rosen suddenly asked Bonus, if you want to do something, but you may not be able to do a good aftermath, what would you do? Bonus also vaguely knew Rosen's plan, and he was also thinking about this issue seriously, because he once wanted to be a hero. But, source title page story, too much happened later, and he took an almost opposite path. Bonus thought of the kids just now, and then faintly replied, Boss, we are pirates, pirates never think about what will happen afterwards, we only do what we want to do. Rosen was taken aback, and smiled slightly, yes, we are pirates. After doing what we should do, what we want to do, even if it's just for our own comfort. There are some things, if you do it, you will change, and if you don't do it, there will be no change. The most important thing is that they have the ability to do it. Chapter 26, Hide Dirt. Unable to zone, this is a huge palace with quite a history. The houses are densely packed and scattered, but with the passage of time, the walls have already fallen to the ground. Now in the wooden house built by hand in the potholes beside some huge stone pillars, there are all kinds of robbers, thieves, and pirates living in them. The terrain here is intricate, with forests in the south, rolling basins in the north, sea to the east and canyons in the west. As soon as there is wind and grass, everywhere, there is an escape route in an instant, and such a terrain is difficult to form an encirclement net. Even if all the 3,000 naval soldiers from the winery were brought in, it would not be possible to completely surround them. And in a camp built by this wooden house, you can occasionally see 3 or 4 fierce thugs holding knives and guns watching the surroundings. They are responsible for looking after these orphans who can continuously make money for them. The remaining few people are playing with the boss. I interrupted that kid's leg and asked him to go begging tomorrow. It has been 3 days in a row. A bottle of wine has not been sold. Others sell 2 or 3 bottles a day. A man is over 5 meters tall and has very legs. The strong and prominent one-eyed man who was playing cards with his companion pointed to a thin boy and said, "Boss, if this continues, we will become a team of beggars. 8 people have become beggars this month." The subordinate was a little reluctant. After all, it would be nice to sell a bottle of wine a week. "I don't want to, but Captain Lin said that if you fail to hand over 200 million Baileys within half a year, you and I will not be protected. Furthermore, the income from begging will not necessarily be lost to the wine seller. People nowadays are really hard-hearted and don't know how to pity children. Does it look bad enough for us?" "Ha ha ha. One-eyed." The man laughed wildly, disapproving, but mocking the current warmth of people's hearts. It should be the locals who have begun to know that these children are under our control, so slowly they rarely donate money. They can only let the children focus on the guests who have just arrived in the wine city. "One wiped," said the pirate of the gun. After the gun was wiped clean, he raised the muzzle, aimed at the distance, and calibrated the sight, but in the sight, he saw a gangster returning with a group of children. Hustle is responsible for keeping these children on the street. Go to the civilian area in a few days to see if there are suitable seedlings, and bring back a few more. If there are more, the money will naturally increase. Boss Hollow, this must be difficult to handle. The Navy has recently conducted strict investigations on missing persons. I found some civilians with no background and dealt with it. No one reported the case. There would be no missing persons. It's really stupid. Do it as soon as possible." One-eyed Hollow smiled cruelly. "Got it. Boss, Gu Pitsy is back with the children? It seems that there is a good harvest today." The gunman reported that he took a closer look at each child's hand, and there was no drink. Plus, coming back so early, it's obviously possible that he might have a big money and sold all his drinks. "Oh? So it seems that some of us can have a good drink tonight." Hollow remembered the good wines of the 3 major wineries, and the greedy worms moved, and the mouth secreted water. And the little boy whose leg was about to be broken was also temporarily spared, because they suddenly saw the named Gupazai followed by 2 strangers. "Wait, things are not quite right. There are 2 people who have never met before. Are they the little brother you just brought in?" Hollow also saw it. But he didn't know these 2 people. He was nestled in this shabby place, and all he could do every day was playing cards and drinking. The newspapers never paid attention to these things. He thinks there is not much real thing on it. "I didn't bring it, don't look at me." "I didn't bring it either. I seem to have seen it somewhere, a bit familiar. There are so many famous pirates in the world, and sometimes it is impossible for everyone you meet to know Crocodile, even if he is Kaiwahei. It is very simple. With so many famous people in China, who can remember them all except a few? Boss Hollow, save me." At this moment, Pai Zi suddenly spread his legs and ran towards Hollow, screaming at the same time. It was terrible. Originally, he just routinely monitors these children on the street to prevent people who run away or play tricks. Of course, he sometimes spends a small amount of money, but he did not expect to meet two men who seem extremely cruel. Just standing and watching him speak, I felt that my whole body was dominated by fear. Under their threat, he had to bring these two people to the headquarters. He thought about how there are so many people in the headquarters, how could he clean up these two people? Dare to trouble us, brothers, I have work to do. Hollow stood up, the tall figure making the tree next to him look weak. Hollow, a bearded man, has long since cleaned up how many people find fault, and many of them think they are justice. But under the violent legs that he could easily kick through the rock, he either became a dead person, or finally cried and cried out for mercy, completely becoming their pleasure. Hollow's voice fell, and a total of 7 or 8 pirates slowly approached. Their captain was cooperating with high-ranking officials on the island, eating sweet and spicy food. And they can only become a tool for making money here. If they weren't able to eat, drink and have fun with part of the money in it, I'm afraid they would have had a big opinion. But psychologically, there is still a bit of a gap. If you are the second or third in command, you can go to the manor area with the captain to enjoy a good life. UU reading www.uucannonshoe.com. Do it, leave one who can talk. Rosen said to Bonus with no expression on his face. Bonus nodded, the solace of his feet turned into blades, and the whole person slid towards the who had just escaped like skating, split. There were countless traces of knife cutting on the running dog skin instantly, some of which were deeply visible, and the blood spattered and fell to the ground with a thud. It's the capable, everyone, be careful, shoot. Hollow's face became a little more serious, and it became even more hideous. Bang bang bang. A wheel ejected, and the firepower formed by the intersection was quite dense. But the bullet hit Bonus, and only sparks bounced. The Iron Man was invulnerable, and even many of Sauron's slashing skills were ineffective, let alone the mere bullet. Can't penetrate the defense at all. In the blink of an eye, this famous original bounty hunter in the West Sea rushed into the crowd, like a tiger into the flock, with blades flashing in every gesture, and these ordinary pirates were cut to the ground one by one. Watching his subordinates being chopped down one by one, and if this continues, he will become a lonely man. No, to be precise, he is a lonely man left behind by Bonus. Go to bastard, Raptor cracked kick. Hollow pinpointed Bonus to get rid of the last one and kicked him in the head. Bonus took a look from the corner of his eyes, and he didn't rush, but the kick fell on his head, a thigh that could break a hard rock, and kicked Bonus's head with a loud crash. Click! Hollow was happy with his success at first, but then a sharp pain came from his thigh. At the same time, accompanied by the sound of broken bones, he used invincible kicking skills. He had to exercise for several hours every day. The leg was broken. Chapter 27, Call for Scrubbing. Impossible. What kind of ability are you? Hollow was horrified, it was of a ghost, he hadn't seen the ability, but apart from the captain, he had never seen anyone with a body that could be as hard as that. Pang! But Bonus did not answer him. Instead, he smashed his body with a punch, and Hollow couldn't bear his 5-meter body. The abdomen was sunken in an instant, and the whole person was beaten out and hit a wooden house. The huge body smashed the whole wooden house. Ahem, stop, don't come here. I will kill all these little ghosts when you come back. You are here for this group of little ghosts. If we caught someone you know by mistake, you can take it away, but if you dare to kill us, our captain will not let you go. Hollow got up from the ground, even though his mouth was coughing up blood and his eyes were full of horror, he made the most correct approach the first time. He flew towards the group of children, his distance was much closer than Rosen and Bonus, and soon a disabled beggar who had not had time to react was grasped by his master. However, Rosen has been preventing such a situation as early as just now, which is why he has never taken action. He turned into a whirlwind of sand, and instantly came to Hollow's side, holding the thick arm with one hand, and the desert moved firmly. His arms dried up quickly, and soon lost his grip. The disabled child fell to the ground, and then the golden hook pierced Hollow's chest, and the heavy body like an elephant was lifted high by Rosen. "You just said you captain. It hurts, damn, who are you? Let go of me, in the wine city, you dare to be an enemy of our pirate group, you are dead, haha, the captain will tear you all to pieces." Hollow was frightened and angry, painful and frantic. "Boss, what should I do next?" Bonus asked. Even if the boss didn't make a move just now, he could consciously manage it, but the boss would naturally be more secure when he made the move. "Call the Navy, no matter what, the Navy is also a sheriff. It is impossible to ignore these children. I have read some basic information in the data. The two persons in charge of the naval base should be a little capable," Rosen said lightly. This is the reason why Rosen once hesitated. He was afraid of doing bad things with good intentions. Once these poor children were saved, but if they were not properly placed in the future, it would be nothing more than changing from one fire pit to another. "Okay." Bonus took out the phone worm and began to dial the phone worm number of the local naval base. "Call your captain to come over and speak well, otherwise you will die in pain if you follow the flow of water and the speed of blood flow in no more than an hour." Rosen sneered and pulled out the golden hook, making a kick and letting him go. Hollow was lying on the ground, with an extremely cold expression in his eyes. Hollow clutched his wound and wanted to say a few hard words, but seeing the expression on Rosen's face, he suddenly felt chills. He really didn't put his life in his eyes at all. Expression. He was scared. "You still have an arm you can use. Do you want me to help you get the phone bug?" Rosen only scrapped one of his arms. After all, he kept him, and the end had to be rooted out, so as not to keep it and continue to harm others. Helped him take it, meaning that it interrupted the other hand. For Rosen, what happened today is not important, good or bad, right or wrong, but what is important is that he can wipe away the boredom in his heart. He discovered that in this era, as long as he has enough strength, he can do everything he wants to do without worrying about anything, as long as he can afford the consequences. "I hit me." Hollow didn't dare to talk more nonsense, but he sneered again and again in his heart. He was really looking for death, and even wanted to trouble the captain. If you kill yourself and then take the children away, the captain may not be able to find them. Now he asked himself to call in reinforcements. Wait for death. Blue blue blue. The phone worm began to dial, and Bonus was busy gathering the children together, large and small. There were more than 20. There are some who haven't come back, I don't know how many. Gaga. The phone worm was connected, and Huo Lukyang endured the pain, trying not to let the captain notice the abnormal expression and tone. Because he remembered what Rosen had just told him to speak well, so the truth cannot be said. Then the captain might not come. "Captain, the funds for this month have been collected in advance. Will you have time to take it?" The phone worm on the other side pondered for a while. The phone worm followed this expression and said after a while, "I will send someone to pick it up. The 3 major owners will hold a reception tonight. You have to make some preparations." "Captain, no, I think it's still." Hollow was anxious. Something went wrong? What's the trouble? The other party's voice suddenly became gloomy, and Hollow suddenly became more flustered. Rosen snatched Hollow's phone worm and said, "If you are in a bad mood, just take your crew and vent it. You won't mind, don't worry, you still have a breath, but if you slow down, you don't know what will happen. That's a lot of money." Obviously, the other party values money very much. "Don't mind, I don't mind your whole family." No matter how wasteful Hollow is, it is also his cash cow. He can make a lot of money for himself every month, and this person is so arrogant that he takes his own crew to operate. Who gives him the courage? "Wait, I will take off your head to make you regret saying such a thing." Pang! The phone worm was smashed and Enlin was ignited with anger. Normally he would not be so gaffe, but since his reward of over 100 million yuan, few people have dared to speak to him like this. Even the person in charge of the 3 wineries would not do this to him. No matter who you are, I will tear you to pieces. Lin is very confident. This is obviously an outsider. As long as he is not the person in charge of the winery, he is confident to overturn all opponents. Excessive self-confidence is sometimes blind, but unfortunately he doesn't understand this truth, and Rosen does have a way of irritating people. 1 sentence is enough. Major General Harry, we have received a report from the King Kaiwahe Crocodile that it is impossible to distinguish from a criminal gang that controls disabled children to make money. Kaiwahe hopes that we can provide a certain degree of assistance. Naval base inside, a navy hurried into the office and reported. Kaiwahe, no matter where you go, you can't be safe. Don't worry, just go and lie down. If you really destroy the criminal gang, that's a good thing. Whether Colonel Card has reached any agreement with him? Major General Harry wondered. Assemble all the soldiers on duty and sweep out the inaccessible area. Harry gave the order. Since they are all going to the inaccessible area, reading www.yuyugonshu.com, then take this opportunity to wipe out the inaccessible area, and deterrence is also necessary. There are such actions almost every few months, but the effect is not good, but some unlucky ones can still be caught. Major General Harry, where is this going? Colonel Luca walked into the office with a few pros, and looked at the hurrying Major General Harry, and said curiously. What's the matter? Although Colonel Luca's military rank is lower than him, his real power is higher than before. If he disagrees with the action, he will be in a stalemate in a short time. There is no way that a criminal team has been arrested. We will take over the hands of Kaiwahe's Crocodile. What do you think of Colonel Luca? Harry asked lightly. What specific crime team is it? Child trafficking and use. I have received similar reports before, but there is a shortage of manpower, and the Shanghai thieves are endless, and investigations can't come out. Harry didn't hide this from Colonel Luca. This is official business after all. When did Kaiwahe start doing good deeds? It's strange, Luca wondered. Does Colonel Luca have anything else to do? Major General Harry was ready to set off. No, Major General Harry, please. Oh yes, Major General Harry, the prize of tonight's party, the devil fruit, must be protected. I heard that many pirates are eyeing this sea secret. Colonel Luca smiled. He said, after Major General Harry was gone, he called in a soldier. This is natural, Colonel Luca, don't take it lightly. Harry left after speaking. Send a message to Captain Onlin, saying that the opponent is Kaiwahe, so as not to say that we collect money and do nothing, haha. There is a good show. Colonel Luca laughed a little weird. Chapter 28, Major General Harry, arrogant. Lin was rushing to the dead zone frantically. He wanted to see who dared to provoke him. Do you feel that you are too bullied, or is it because you haven't done anything for a long time? Have you been looked down upon by others? What kind of cats and dogs dare to move their men? Hurry up! Lin was sitting on a saber-toothed tiger. It was a ferocious wild bird he had caught in the forest. It ran very fast, and it took him a lot of effort to catch it. As soon as he squeezed the flesh of the saber-toothed tiger, a painful expression appeared on the saber-toothed tiger's face, humanized fear in his eyes, and then he speeded up and ran. Blubru, a private phone worm rang in Onlin's arms. It was used for contacting someone, and beside the phone worm there was a slightly smaller white phone worm to prevent eavesdropping. I have something to do with me at this point, I'm busy. Onlin slightly controlled his anger. Is there something wrong with the people below? Your lord asked me to tell you that the opponent might be Kaiwahe. He just called the naval base, and Major General Harry was also dispatched. Be careful when you act. The person on the other side was lukewarm. After speaking, he hung up the phone. Kaiwahe, Major General Harry. Lin patted the tiger's head and motioned the saber-toothed tiger to stop running. The whole person calmed down at once. If there is only one of them, it is okay, but if the two are together, the problem is serious. Is it a trap set specifically for myself, the Kaiwahei, the Navy, do all my good deeds? Lin hesitated, so if he went alone, he might be surrounded. Let you live a little longer before tonight. Lin decided not to go and avoided the limelight for the time being. After he reached an agreement with the Bounty King to include the entire wine on the map, all Kaiwahei and rear admirals would be dealt with. Boss, the Navy is coming. Bonus looked at the neatly lined up, approaching Navy soldiers, and said, leaning in front of Rosen. Well, but Lin is too slow. According to reason, the alcohol is not too big. From the previous telephone bug's reaction, he should be coming to me non-stop to settle the account. Rosen frowned and thought, although only through a phone call, but undoubtedly, Hollow's captain Lin must be furious. The name was gotten from Hollow's mouth, and Rosen had a feeling that he had nowhere to find any place to pierce through the iron shoes. Rosen was already ready to wait, but he didn't expect that Lin alone would be slower than a whole Navy team. It has been more than half an hour now. This should not be the case. The Navy needs to be assembled and integrated, and Lin alone can provide rapid support. Could it be that when he called the naval base, someone from the naval base notified him? It seems that it cannot be completely ruled out that there is no such possibility, because he does not know any of these people in the Navy, nor is he a character in the original plot, so there is no way to judge. If there is collusion between the Navy and the pirates, it is indeed possible. Otherwise, it is difficult to explain why Lin, who was supposed to be there, did not come. Your Excellency Kaiwahei, I am Rear Admiral Harry of the Naval Headquarters, is this the child you rescued? Major General Harry looked at disabled children who lacked hands and feet, and his expression on his face was also extremely ugly. He had occasionally received reports of missing children before. But he always thought that this kind of case was too insignificant compared to the vicious incident of pirates looting and killing, and there was no in-depth investigation at all, but now looking at these dozens of children, he is deeply aware of his dereliction of duty. He is also a Navy with a family, although they all stay in a very safe Navy headquarters military town. But he can't imagine that if his child is tortured by others and becomes a tool for others to make money, he will not go crazy, but he will definitely bring the murderer to justice at all costs. Major, lead the troops to turn the entire incompetent zone upside down. All criminals who resist can be cut first and then played, and the intelligence agent will continue to check for me to see if there are any such children on the street. Major General Harry faced the people beside him. An accompanying major gave the order. Your captain hasn't come yet. Rosen stepped on Hollow's head. His face was not very beautiful, he always felt that some conspiracy was approaching him. I'm from the Bastion Pirates, you can't kill me, otherwise. No, please let me go, I will never do these things again, I will be a good person in the future, please. Huo Luo suddenly realized that his threat was a little pale and weak, but he had a strong desire to survive, and he had to try all the ways to beg for mercy. Why hasn't the captain of his own come to save himself? Did he do so many things and earn so much money for him every month, all of which are useless? Captain, how could he abandon himself, bastard? It's done. Rosen said to Bonus, and walked towards Major General Harry. Hearing the screams behind him, Rosen disapproved. The more darkness he saw in this era, the more he felt that his heart became colder and colder. Some people shouldn't live in the world as human beings. Major General Harry frowned and looked at Hollow, who was stabbed into the heart with a knife by Bonus, feeling very disgusted in his heart. Even though he is a criminal, it is correct that he should be handed over to the Navy for trial. This approach does not put the Navy in the eyes at all. So even if it is a nominal Allied army, Major General Harry has no good feelings about the Crocodile Kaiwahei. If it weren't for destroying the criminal group, he didn't even want to deal with him. But I don't know it well. Now Lawson doesn't trust this navy anymore, because it is very likely that he is in the same way as the pirates. Maybe he will be directed against himself? Take the children to take care of them, and at the same time let people look up the missing persons files, compare them, and prepare to notify the family. Major General Harry's arrangement was reasonable. But the children were not happy when they saw the Navy, or even scared, because all the children who had contact with the Navy had disappeared in their memory and were dealt with by Hollow. This kind of fear that stems from long-term oppression is not so easy to eliminate. I don't want to go with them. The little girl who was the first to sell Rosen wine dragged inconvenient steps and stepped back. Major General Harry saw this and he was slightly taken aback. How could this happen? No, they represent the Navy of Light and Justice. The little girl's reaction made Major General Harry feel a little bitter. www.readaloud.com and so on. When he saw this, Rosen was even more puzzled, so he stopped. What's the matter? Major General Harry looked at the world-famous Kaiwahe, suddenly puzzled. It can be said that this matter was completely resolved by Crocodile. The Navy's trip is plain, they are here to help with the aftermath. This group of children can't be handed over to you for the time being. After thinking twice, Rosen couldn't give these children to the Navy, which is most likely to go with the pirates, until the matter is clear. Hearing this, Harry's face suddenly became gloomy, and his hand was put on the long knife on his waist. What do you mean by this? Although Your Excellency is Kaiwahe, this is the jurisdiction of our Navy. I advise you not to. Are there any crooked ideas you shouldn't have? Facing Kaiwahe, Harry did not retreat. Behind him stood the entire naval headquarters, and this group of children would never be handed over to a Kaiwahe, even if he saved it out of good intentions. These children. But now his attitude has changed temporarily. And these children will not be used again. What does Crocodile mean? I suspect that there are spies in your Navy. Someone informed Enlin of the Bastion pirates. Rosen directly expressed his concerns. Even if you are Kaiwahe, you can't insult our Navy, Crocodile. Harry didn't have a good impression of this Kaiwahe at first, and when he heard this, he immediately pulled out his sword. The same is true of other navies, the brushed swords are unsheathed, and at the same time the densely packed guns are raised. Do you want to do it? Bonus asked what Crocodile meant. For a time, the swords were drawn. And the two parties who didn't have a sense of trust were ready to turn their faces at the moment of contact. Chapter 29, First Collision. Let me put the gun down, don't hurt the children. Major General Harry immediately yelled at the raging soldiers. When the soldiers heard the words, they also put down their guns. They were too vigilant and nervous, and they instinctively wanted to fight back when they realized that the situation was not right. But think about it, there are too many children here. If you shoot rashly, you will probably hurt the innocent. Take the kids. Rosen frowned. It seemed that the Major General of the Naval Headquarters was unlikely to let go. But this kind of not letting go can't prove good or bad. Is he doing good to these children, or is he thinking about destroying the corpses? But first take the child back, and let Robin collect the situation before making plans and judgments. Crocodile, the next thing is under the control of our Navy. If you really intend to intervene, then I won't watch it. Rosen doubted Major General Harry, but Major General Harry didn't doubt Luo Sen's intention. If it weren't for the reason that Rosen called the worm to whisper the letter, he wouldn't maintain the superficial politeness, because Rosen had different attitudes before and after. If he really wants to take away people, why not inform himself at the beginning? Is he being used at a key point that he can't figure out? Pirates are always pirates. It seems that I can't persuade each other. At first, Rosen didn't expect a navy to have a good face to him, but that doesn't matter. If they are committed to their duties, what does their attitude matter? He still has this measure of But now Major General Harry clearly doubts himself. Major General Harry clenched his weapon. Shalan. Rosen took the lead. In any case, he has to take away the children today. Now that he has decided what to do, he must do it to the end. You can't let the children just get out of the wolf's den and enter the tiger's den. A dust storm condensed in Rosen's hands. Major General Harry held knives in both hands. His face was solemn, but he did not flinch. Was wondering, could it be that Crocodile reached an agreement with Colonel Luca? This call is actually a trap for yourself? If this is the case, then he is too underestimated. He is the most elite group of major generals in the Navy headquarters. Even if it is a natural element, it is not completely impossible to target. Halashe and his immature armed domineering are his trump cards. Falcon Slash. Seeing Lawson's move to release Shalan, a sandstorm rushed in. He did not hesitate and cut it out with a single knife. An eagle's sword air swept across, and the rest of the soldiers also put away their guns, drew out their swords, and surrounded Bonus. Pang! The tornado sandstorm collided with the knife energy, and a violent shock wave was instantly generated, and the ground instantly sank down. The duel of superhuman powers was often extremely terrifying. Shave! Rear Admiral Harry also burst into war. He wanted to see why the pirates could become the existence side by side with the naval headquarters. He did not support the Kaiwahe system. Major General Harry's figure disappeared instantly, and the flashing room appeared behind Rosen, and the long but slender sharp blade slashed towards Rosen's back. The long knife swept across the body and cut a piece of sand. There was no feeling of slashing the entity. Major General Harry quickly retreated. Rosen's body burst suddenly, and the sand fluttered in the air. With a whir, he galloped towards Harry. Arc moon-shaped sand dunes. A sweeping blade of sand swept towards Harry's body. If it was swept, it could instantly absorb the body's moisture, and even for a moment, it could make the enemy's combat effectiveness drop sharply. Paper painting. Harry moved his footsteps to the left while using the 6-type dodge skill, paper painting. In an instant, his body seemed to be flattened into paper, evading this attack from the center of his chest. But as soon as he stopped, Rosen stretched out his hand and slammed forward, jungle. Desert sword. In an instant, all the dust raised around Harry was controlled by Lawson's ability, and in an instant a dense sand blade was formed, and these sand blades were chopped off towards Major General Harry. Land foot. Big disc. Harry was stationed with a long knife, and the whole person rose in the air, his long legs swept across 360 degrees, like a circle drawn by a whirlwind of a human body. A circular air blade centered on him, with a buzzing sound, violently spread to the surroundings, and collided with the sand blades from all directions. This move is familiar to Rosen, and it seems to be similar to CP9 Kaku's Lan Jiaozhou. Boom! Only a violent impact sound was heard, which was the reaction of all the sand blades colliding with the air blade / instantly. A bit capable. Rosen is also serious. People at the Rear Admiral level of the naval headquarters can already be called a master of the party, otherwise they would not be in the wine market. Even though he may be much stronger than him, it seems that it is not that easy to take it off. Fighting does not mean that if I am stronger than you, I will definitely be able to win. There are too many unstable factors, unless it is an overwhelming power gap. Desert sunflower. Lawson's reaction was also extremely fast. At the moment of the explosion, taking advantage of the smoke and dust to interfere with the line of sight, he pressed on the ground and banged. The radius was more than 30 meters, and a hole appeared in the ground instantly. Uebu! But Harry soared into the air, then launched a fierce counterattack. Split the air. As soon as Harry leaped into the sky, he swiftly swung the long knife in his hand, and dozens of fierce sword auras covered an entire area of Lawson. Heavy Shalan. Lawson opened his hook and right hand at the same time, and all the nearby sand was manipulated. A huge dust storm formed in front of him, roaring to meet Major General Harry's counterattack. Shave. But Major General Harry's ultimate goal is still to get closer and fight melee, otherwise even if he knows a little domineering, he won't be able to play any role at all. He understood this when the tentative engagement began. Armed. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Harry appeared to the left of Rosen instantly, the long knife instantly turned black, the armed color was domineering covering, and then a stab at Rosen. Domineering. Rosen frowned, but it was not very surprising. At least judging from the fight just now, this navy is definitely not weak, but it will be a little domineering, which still makes Rosen feel a little tricky. Rosen raised the golden hook to block and slashed at the golden hook. Rosen could feel a lot of pressure. Before Rosen could make a counterattack, Harry slashed wildly with one knife after another. Rosen took them all, but physical skills are still his shortcomings, and suddenly he was temporarily suppressed by Harry, who went all out. But soon Rosen thought of a way to break the game, attacking the enemy and us in a wide range, sandstorm. The sand on Rosen's body flowed into the ground, and the ground was touched, and the stone was suddenly turned into sand. Corrosion reincarnation. The ability that is almost unique to nature is like an awakening ability, which can turn things you touch into part of its ability. But he can only touch stones with sand at the moment, so he is not awakening. Lawson uses this to increase the amount of sand around, so that once a sandstorm is formed, it will be more powerful than Shalan. Rumbling. The mountain suddenly shook. After receiving hundreds of slashes from Harry in a row, Lawson also launched a sandstorm like a mountain whistling a tsunami, a sandstorm advancing laterally, instead of a tornado like Shalan. High dust suddenly rose in all directions. Harry was shocked and was about to evacuate, but Rosen had already waited for this moment. Sandstorm funeral. Boom. A sand fist drew the sand from the dust storm surging high, and instantly condensed into a huge fist of flying sand in mid-air, and it hit Harry with a heavy blow. Chapter 30, Surprise. Major General. The Navy who was surrounding Bonus suddenly exclaimed. Naturally, even if it is sand that is not so lethal, it is not something ordinary people can resist. It is also a natural disaster. Where are you looking? Bonus has long been accustomed to this scene. His boss is so powerful, there is no surprise. He looked at the distracted Navy, and he chopped down a few more in an instant, but he didn't kill him, because the boss didn't give him an order. It's too strong. I don't know which Navy said something unambitious, and most of the Navy immediately fell into disrepair. The billowing smoke dissipated. Major General Harry was holding the knife, panting hard, even though he was finally hardened with an iron block. The heavy punches made of sand still broke at least 4 or 5 ribs and countless skin injuries. Appears to be seriously injured, but he can still fight. Spike. The armed color domineering once again covered the long sword, but at the moment it only covered part of the blade. After all, his dominance had only just awakened, and he was fighting with all his strength just to win with a single blow. The long knife penetrated, and Rosen raised the golden hook to block it again, swiping a big desert sword with his right hand, and a cross-cutting sand blade suddenly rose from the ground to the waist of Major General Harry. Shave. Major General Harry retreated suddenly. This is Kaiwahe. I have tried my best, but the opponent seems to have some reservations. It is impossible, I cannot lose to a pirate. Multiple sandstorms, besieged. The initial sandstorm was just an illusion. The real murderous intent was hidden in the desert funeral that had just been released. But the rolling dust hadn't subsided at this moment, so Lawson disregarded his physical exertion. Under the control of his ability, 4 heavy sand lands instantly formed and swept toward Major General Harry. Damn it! Major General Harry was unwilling to take his long knife and made the last fight, but suddenly realized that he couldn't move. 2 arms made of sand on the ground grabbed him and settled on the ground. Oh, I just forgot to get out of the dust-covered area in time. Knocked wind. Major General Harry could only temporarily stay in place. He could take a second or two to break free, but the upcoming Shalan attack did not give him this time. If he did not resist it, I am afraid it would be really dangerous. With the sound of a sword sound, a sword aura swept away like a chonghong. With this blow, he even surpassed his usual full-strength slash. Sure enough, the human potential was forced out. Boom! The attacks from both sides rushed together again, causing a deafening roar. But for a long charged blow and a hasty blow, the results are obvious. Hoo! Major General Harry heard the sound of wind whistling in his ears. He flew out, his body was hit by a mountain, his internal organs were severely injured, and the blood could not be restrained and spewed out. Peng! His body hit a wall, it was difficult to move, and he was struggling to get up again, but Rosen turned into flying sand at the moment, and he flew in front of him with a golden hook on his neck. Do not move. Major General Harry struggled, his neck was on the golden hook, and his skin was cut, and he didn't dare to move anymore. If he moved again, he would definitely die. Although he was not afraid of death, he did not necessarily have to seek death. Major General Harry looked at Rosen. He didn't speak or beg for mercy. He just looked at Rosen quietly, killing or plucking him, and he was mentally prepared. I suggest you reconsider what I just said. The original leader of this group should come, but since I called your navy, he hasn't shown up again. Maybe this is just a guess of mine, but I can't hand over a group of already suffering children to your navy due to uncertain factors. If you want this group of children, you can find out that can prove that you are not in the same situation as the pirates. The evidence comes. If Rosen had said this before the start of the fight, Major General Harry would not believe it. That would even make Major General Harry feel that Rosen was trying to hide something. After all, Major General Harry didn't look like he would listen to people well. He didn't seem to like pirates, but this is not surprising. The Navy hates pirates, it's normal. Because he does not believe that there are people in the Navy who inform the pirates, because he has not told anyone, and it is an urgent mobilization operation, and he has always suspected that Rosen has reached some kind of agreement with Colonel Luca, etc. Colonel Luca? Could it be? Did you reach an agreement with Colonel Luca? Major General Harry stared at Rosen. If Rosen said panic, he would definitely see a clue. No, I don't know what kind of person you are, so I won't kill you until I'm sure. After all, I don't want to completely tear my face with your navy, and I don't want to kill the wrong person myself, so I'll meet you again. Rosen withdrew his weapon. The battle that broke out before was just to determine the power of the strong. If you have the strength, you will have weight. If you don't have the strength, then many seemingly ideal words will only attract more doubts in the end. The current Rosen could easily kill Major General Harry, but he didn't. As he said, he didn't know whether he was good or bad, so naturally he wouldn't take his life easily. What if he was really thinking about it for the children? Intelligence, everything has to be investigated by Robin, the king of intelligence, before making a decision. Rosen believes that it can be done with Robin's strength. Stop everyone! Major General Harry's face was uncertain, shameful, and full of doubts. But it seems that Rosen really didn't reach an agreement with Colonel Luca. Otherwise, with Colonel Luca's character, Rosen might be allowed to kill himself, so that he would be the only person at the Judu naval base. The Navy who heard the order stopped the siege of Bonus one after another. If it weren't for the supervised naval officer www.readaloud.com, they would not want to continue fighting the monster Bonus. The invulnerable Bonus is a nightmare for ordinary soldiers like them. Is Kaiwahe so strong? Even Major General Harry is not an opponent. Some Navy even had fear in their hearts. The task is completed, the reward speed is x2, and the next task is to defeat the strong with a bounty of more than 200 million, and the reward activity is x2. The moment Rosen turned his head and left, a message appeared in his mind. Completed the mission. This made Rosen a little unprepared. He defeated the navy, but it didn't seem to be a problem. Because the system only uses bounty to locate strength, it does not mean that the enemy must be pirates who have bounty, as long as the strength can reach the bounty over 100 million. So Rosen noticed that something like an electric current was flowing in his body, as if he was completing some kind of transformation. "Major General, what should I do? Do you want to report it to the headquarters?" A Navy soldier hurried over to help Major General Harry, who had fallen from the wall. "No, the children asked him to take it away first, but we sent someone to watch it 24 hours a day. We haven't completely figured it out yet. In addition, we have strengthened the search for the leader of this criminal pirate team." All. Major General Harry thought for a while. Crocodile should have a certain degree of credibility, otherwise, if it is aimed at yourself, it will be over with just a hook, and no additional conspiracy is needed. "What's wrong with the boss?" Bonus couldn't help but be surprised as he watched Rosen's pace suddenly stopped. Rosen saw the enhanced data attributes after the enhancement system completed its body modification, and felt shocked. Suddenly, his physique skills increased so much. Chapter 31, The Road to the Top. Human Body Strengthening Attributes. Name, Shat. Crocodile, Rosen. Ability, those with the Russell Fruit ability are not awakened. Intermediate, Proficiency, 674/1000. Physique, Intermediate, Proficiency, 443/1000. Domineering, None, Proficiency, 0/100. Swordsmanship, Elementary, Proficiency, 135/300. Strengthening times, 2. Effect, Defense x2, Speed x2, Experience Pack x1. Next enhancement condition, defeat the strong with a bounty of 200 million Baileys or more. Reward, Active x2. Physique has directly improved so much proficiency. When Rosen saw the new data, he almost thought he had read it wrong. He shook his fist and realized that his strength had not improved much. Then he ran with all his strength. With a scream, almost in the blink of an eye, he jumped from the bow to the stern. The speed has really doubled, and at the same time, along with the increase in physical speed, but also because of the increase in speed, his melee combat effectiveness has been greatly increased. Is the increased proficiency of physical skills, and Rosen estimates that this is a bit faster than the previous Major General Harry. After all, the most basic physical skills are speed, strength, and defense. Then Rosen experimented with the devil fruit again. The speed changes in his body made him operate the Russell fruit a lot faster. The simple truth is that the start is faster than before, and many moves can be used quickly. But after all, the strengthening system mainly strengthens the body, so the increase in devil fruit's ability is not as much as that of physical skills, but it is also very good. By the same token, his swordsmanship proficiency has also improved a bit. The speed is faster, and the sword will naturally be faster. According to my estimate just now, Major General Harry's physical proficiency should be around 400 points. It is hard to say that he is domineering, but judging from the frequency and intensity of his use, he may have just awakened. It is estimated that there are only a few dozen points of proficiency. There should also be an intermediate level, with a proficiency of at least 300 points or more. Rosen roughly estimated that if you don't use abilities and rely solely on physical skills, it will be extremely difficult to win without doubling the speed, and you will even get into a hard fight. I can win Major General Harry. So far, my own rustling ability still accounts for the main reason. Speaking of this, Rosen frowned slightly. Although the Russell fruit ability is highly proficiency, the power and range coverage are good, but he has not developed more lethal moves. Otherwise, in the event of a funeral hit by a sandstorm, if it is rockberry fruit or burnt fruit, Major General Harry will never have the power to resist. Still have to continue to work hard to become stronger. If you are not a capable person, perhaps if you rely on the strengthening system to continuously strengthen your body, you will definitely be strong in the later stage. Maybe it's okay to fight with Kaido. Think about one day, a defense x50, can't do Kaido? 50 times the defense of a Kaiwa Sea. Well, think about the fact that Luffy was caught in a single move. It may be a bit hanged. After all, in the Sea of Kaiwu, he may be at the bottom of it, but what about defending X100 and X200? One day, I will be strong enough to rub the strong dragon Kaido on the ground with his bare hands. You only need to constantly defeat the powerful enemy, fight, and then become stronger. And now that he is a capable person, with the shortcoming of being afraid of sea water, the enhancement system may expand the capacity of his own devil fruit in the future. So if you have the opportunity, you should pay more attention to some fruits with good offensive power. Maybe one day they can bring you a huge improvement in strength. Or, when I become stronger and understand domineering, the Sky Island will kill Anilu, but in that case, the new devil fruit ability will not necessarily allow me to encounter it. Rosen sits alone at the top of the mast at the stern, thinking. On the deck of the Dawn, 40 or 50 children stood scattered. On the way back, Rosen found a few street poppies and rescued the children together, no matter what, but at least, Rosen was sincerely happy. In his world, there are occasional similar incidents, but he is helpless many times. Even a friend who grew up in an orphanage has suffered such hardships. Although was rescued later, the whole person's temperament has become completely different. To have the ability to do what he wants to do and to help others, this is a joy to Rosen. The crew are in a complicated mood, but they don't have any opinions on Rosen's approach. In fact, most of them are not broken to their bones. Maybe this is also related to Robin's selection of people. But let them take care of these children, they said that they really couldn't do it, because the female members basically went out with Robin, and this meeting has not yet come back. Fortunately, these children are more obedient, they don't cry or make trouble, but their expressions are a little sluggish. The little girl is a little dazed, and she doesn't understand why those wicked people never come to arrest them again. Is it because of fear? But now Witch Uncle asked them to prepare dinner for these people, a lot of meat, a lot of rice, can you be full? I haven't eaten for a long time. Are these all edible? A boy of about 10 years old with a shoulder and a broken arm looked at the food prepared by the crew, a little uncertain for a while. No one has ever been so kind to them. All the time, some have been beaten and despised. Sometimes I can't stand it when I'm hungry, I don't dare to speak out. If I say it, I'm lucky, it may be a fat beating, bad luck, it may be a disability, no one treats them as a person, and it's okay to be sensible. Know their situation. I don't know what to do, I think it's everything in life. Reading www. When yuyugonshu.com grows up, they will always look at the world like this. Fortunately, everything is free. All you can eat, eat with confidence. Miggs sounded a little bit sour. He didn't go to sea for treasure, but just to find his daughter who was abducted by traffickers. Because of the abduction incident, his family broke up and his career was completely destroyed, but he didn't regret it, she might still be waiting for him somewhere. He has never told anyone about this, and he knows that there is little hope, but he heard that in faraway places, good people will be sent to that place and sold to some dignitaries. It seems to be called Champagne Islands. He is not very sure, because these things are too mysterious to him. He doesn't know anything about it, so he can only follow the boat and hope to get there one day. After all, his daughter is different, maybe she might be there, and he doesn't even know who the human trafficker pirate ship is. He has nowhere to start, he can only hope for luck. Then we ate it. The little girl carefully looked at the group of adults, and then couldn't help taking a piece of meat with bones and biting it. It was meat, not sour or smelly, delicious. Someone started, and the rest of the children didn't have too much scruples. Anyway, if you want to eat, you will eat first, even if the bad guys find it afterwards and get caught back to have a fight. Nicole Robin came back with a few crew members, purchasing large bags and small bags. By the way, she also learned about the local humanities and feelings, but when she saw these children, she was a little at a loss. What is going on? Then as Robin's observation, her face gradually became more and more difficult to look like. Where did Crocodile get these children? What bad conspiracy does he have? Actually need to use such a small child, and they are all physically disabled children. Chapter 32, Manor Party. Robin's look is not very good looking, and he even plans how to let go these children. If it is an adult, perhaps with her cold heart, she can ignore it, but the children are always different. Even she did well to bear the corresponding consequences. Because in her cognition, even if Crocodile uses children to achieve some purpose, it is completely normal, because in his eyes, life is just a meaningless number. She thought that Crocodile had changed a little during this period of time, but now that it is still the case, she will do whatever it takes to achieve her goal. She never thought that these people might be saved by Crocodile, because that is even more impossible, which is even more unreliable than experimenting with children. Wow, it's so delicious, I have never eaten something so delicious in my life. Me too, Uncle is so kind, but I don't know if I can eat it in the future. So I have to eat more now. The children slowly let go. After making sure that there is no danger and will not be beaten up, their nature slowly revealed. Miggs was very busy. Don't eat too much at once, it's bad for your health. Also, don't chew on the bones. There is still a lot of meat. Hey, I told you not to eat too much. Now I vomit. Got it. The bastard, it was the who brought the wine. These are all children. Don't you know what a child is? Alas, why are you still drinking? You can't drink wine. Ha ha ha. The crew looked at the children and the busy Miggs and burst into laughter. The main reason was that the daddy of Miggs was really embarrassed and could not be controlled by a child. Rosen was also interesting. He stood on the top of the mast and looked down at this harbor area. Perhaps, when he came to this world, he was destined to do something. Go and help, Miggs, come with me. Robin said to the female crew members around him, taking care of children, women are especially delicate, and they can take care of them. Miggs was relieved. Robin found a blind spot with his back to Rosen, and asked about the reason, when she had to know where these children were obtained. The whole person is stupid. Where does the sun come from today? I don't seem to pay attention, but it must be in the wrong direction. Miggs learned about something from Bonus's mouth long ago, but Bonus is relatively rare, and some things are not detailed. Robin is resting his chin, frowning, can't figure it out. Incredible, these people weren't taken from prison, but saved by Crocodile. How is this possible? How do you think about this kind of thing is not like Crocodile? She would rather believe that the sun will explode today than that Crocodile will do a real good thing. What's wrong? Head, if there is a problem here, I really hope that I can get worse in the future, or never recover. Robin suddenly thought with no conscience. Although he didn't fully believe it, he almost believed it, because from the children's expressions, it really didn't look like a fake. Robin personally took care of the children in order to confirm. Under Robin's understanding, the little girl said to her, "Yes, the uncle rescued us from the bad guy's den. The uncle is so powerful, so many people can't beat him. By the way, he still bought no one else buys my wine. You see, this is money." Because the money was not handed in, Hollow and others were killed by Rosen, and the money was naturally still in their own pockets. The bullies didn't dare to touch Hollow and these people to recruit the money from the boy, at least not every time. When daring to move, take a small amount at most. Once the movement is too much, the leg will be interrupted. 20,000 Baileys, if they are worth 10,000, they are only 2. They are light and fluttering in the hand. Yes, yes, I also bought mine. Annie said that the wine was sold. We thought it was fake at first, because the uncle looked fierce. Yes, but no one is forcing us to ask for money now, let's return the money to uncle later, he bought all our wine, it must have spent a lot of money. The children babbled, but Robin has already understood what happened. She stood there blankly, thinking of many possibilities in her mind, but she couldn't get a conspiracy theory. And also defeated the navy, he is so adventurous, does not want the title of Kaiwahe? He really did such a thankless thing. Robin, you are here just right. I might have to trouble you to go out. Bonus will be with you. I need some more reliable information. Rosen broke away from his thoughts and saw Luo on the deck in a daze. Bin, a sand turned, the whole person flew down from the top of the mast and landed safely beside Robin. Boss! Robin greeted, but it was a little unnatural. Of course, Rosen didn't know that Robin had just opened his mind and had opened a small theater, a theater that changed him from bad to good. Fortunately, he didn't take any action. Otherwise it will be embarrassing. Robin glanced at Rosen with a slightly gaze. The person is still the same person, but the things he does are not those things. In the past, Robin didn't dare to glance at the Kaiwahe in Crocodile. But now, she couldn't help but look at it. What's wandering about? Lawson saw that Robin seemed a little wandering, and quickly pulled her back. Just now you said you want some reliable information, I don't know who you want. Robin changed the subject a little uncomfortably. The basic information of the main forces as a whole, as well as the details of Colonel Luca and Major General Harry. Rosen said after thinking about it. I always find it difficult to spend the next 2 days peacefully, so I can't know nothing. Probably the basic information of the 3 major powers of the wine capital. He has learned some from the tavern, but they are all well known, and the information is true or false, which is difficult to study, so he planned to let Robin go. It's such a coincidence, I also happen to have a copy of the information of the persons in charge of the 3 major taverns and the top 3 persons in charge, as well as some people worthy of attention. But the only thing missing is the information of the owner of the Madoc winery. I only know that he is a bounty hunter. Some people call it the Bounty King. But in fact, he should be an alcoholic. Almost every day he drinks at the winery, so it is difficult to judge this. People, other basic information that can be collected, are all here. Robin took out a few pieces of paper full of information from her body. These are her habit, collecting useful information so that she can detect changes in the situation and feelings at any time. As soon as something goes wrong, you can start to prepare, after all, this is how you have lived for many years. You are really my mascot. Haha. Rosen was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Robin to have investigated all the information before he ordered it. Does she have the ability to predict the profit? This consciousness is too strong. The importance of intelligence can be imagined without mentioning it. Without intelligence, in many cases there is no way to start. Robin's intelligence is not too much to call it timely rain. On the intelligence, I did some analysis, it should be helpful to you. Oh yes, I almost forgot this, a party invitation sent by the trustee of the Bordeaux Chateau, the time is set tonight. Robin turning into magic, he took out another exquisite invitation card from his clothes and handed it to Rosen. Chateau Bordeaux, bam! Rosen was stunned for a moment. The invitation from the enemy's family was very knowledgeable. Chapter 33, Attend the meeting. Yes, I'm not sure if you want to refuse or go to the meeting, so I will keep it for now. Robin smiled, wondering if it was Rosen's illusion. On this smile, he didn't see the usual formula. Rosen pondered for a moment, the party, whether to go or not, if Bam finds trouble for himself, whether he will go or not will come sooner or later. But the words are still talking. If it is an invitation from someone else, he might go to join in the fun. After all, more knowledge can enrich himself. But it happened to be sent by Bam, Hungmen Banquet? It's not like, if Bam is going to retaliate, it's much better to strike secretly than openly. What do you think about watching this party? The information in Rosen's hands has not been read yet, so he intends to listen to Robin's opinion. Robin pondered for a moment and said, the Manor Party is mainly held at the Bordeaux Winery. Of course, the 3 wineries are co-hosted by the joint name. Most of the participants are businessmen who gathered from all over the world to the wine capital this season. The party is generally based on cooperative transactions, but sometimes there are some interesting activities. What interesting activity? Rosen sounded a bit interesting. I heard that every quarter of the party will have a devil fruit appear as the start of the party. Robin told Rosen what he had learned. I'm idle anyway, it sounds interesting, go and have a look. Devil fruit, he hasn't seen it yet, this is a specialty of this world. If it is a particularly good fruit, you can find a way to get it, keep it first, and maybe one day you can use it. Then I will prepare. Robin nodded. Are you going to? Rosen wondered. Don't the boss know that this kind of party without a female companion will make people laugh that the boss is an unattractive man? Of course, if the boss thinks there are other better candidates, I can also stay on board. Robin is actually not interested in this kind of party, but he can collect a lot of useful information. No need, just go with Bonus and me, Mr.5 and Valentine's Day. The safety of the boat is left to you. The children will take care of it and make arrangements when I come back. If there is any accident, call Worms, notify me. Rosen arranged it. After all, I can't care about it. Enlin, the pirate, may be hiding somewhere, although he may not be interested in children. But Rosen must be very interested in what happened to him. Bringing Bonus's combat power is also to prevent the miscellaneous fish from being handled by Bonus. Understood. Bonus and the others were all on the deck. Hearing the boss's arrangement, naturally there was no objection. Robin turned and went back to his room to make simple preparations. In order not to be particularly noticeable, it is necessary to go to the village and do the same. Rosen might not be able to wear evening dresses, but as a female companion, she still needs it. Of course, people with strength, personality, and power can do whatever they want. Rosen returned to his room with the information. He didn't plan to make it more grandiose, he could do whatever he wanted. After all, he was not going to discuss business with them, just to get to know. But the more he looked at the information Robin had collected, the closer his brows became. Captain of the Bastion Pirates, Enlin had contact with Master Madoc and also with Bam. Is there a cooperative relationship or a deal between them? Major General Harry, a native of the Wine City, his parents, died of the pirates, hate the pirates. Colonel Luca was gilded by the descendants of senior officials. In this way, the possibility of Major General Harry and the pirate Enlin is greatly reduced, and Colonel Luca Robin's comment on this is, Fox? So, or what agreement does Colonel Luca and Enlin have? After all, judging from Luca's reception attitude last time, this person should not dislike the pirates. The person in charge of Mector, from the New World, has a great reputation in the bounty hunter world. Morris has successfully hunted pirates with a bounty of more than 300 million, and more than one person, acting mysteriously, rarely show up in public and often stay in his manor. But Bam is a bit stingy. The New World pirate, one of the powerful cotters of the evil spirit wine tyrant, later transferred to Doflamingo, the fruit of the ability is unknown, and the enemy has been exposed to the public. Single-handedly blasted a warship-class pirate ship in half. Identity is a bit complicated, but since this person did not act for Doflamingo in the original plot, he is obviously not a real subordinate. Perhaps it is because Kaiwahe's identity is convenient to act. Robin also said that this person is an evil spirit drinker. Subordinates. The strong are like clouds. Bam, bounty 275 million, active X2. Rosen smiled, dangerously. The current overall strength of Rosen is much higher than when he was in Alabaston, although he still doesn't know what changes this active X2 will bring to him. But change is always better than no change. If Bam is uneasy about himself, even if he is not absolutely sure that he can beat him, but he won't shrink back, maybe he can still complete the task. And Robin's information is more detailed than the tavern keeper's, and I don't know how she got it. Before, Lawson only knew that there were probably a few people on the island, who had bounty names and did some things on the island, but didn't have more previous backgrounds. He didn't have the ability to come to the tavern owner and could get those things. Manor area, where the party will be held tonight, is full of clean and tidy buildings. The overall color is mainly white. But the Phnom Penh is also outlined on the edge of the white building, making the entire estate look magnificent and aristocratic. Manor areas are mostly buildings with hotels as the main body. www.readaloud.com mainly responsible for receiving businessmen from all over the world. Civilians and people in the harbor area generally do not enter this area. Although there are no explicit regulations, the three major estates are the rulers of the wine capital, and there are some unspoken rules that everyone must follow. Otherwise, I really want to be punished. If anyone is worried about the wine party leaking or stealing the wine, the average person will basically end their life. Bordeaux Manor is in the east of the manor area, and Médoc is in the west, south of the coordinates of Louis Chateau, but the actual controller of the Louis Chateau is the Navy, so it should also be counted as the naval base in the harbor area. The setting sun slowly sets in the west, the afterglow is on the ground, the whole world is like gilded. A luxurious carriage began to stop at the door of the Bordeaux Manor. One by one, rich or capable businessmen, accompanied by bodyguards, got off. The carriage, led by the receptionist, entered a house about 8 stories high. Most of the people arrived at the venue in advance. Only Rosen and Robin almost stepped to the spot, because the two did not have land transportation, and they walked slowly almost all the way. 7 Marshalseas under the king. The person in charge of the reception did not even read the invitation from Lawson, and let him go. This title is still very powerful for them. It can be said that apart from the heads of the 3 major wineries, among all the guests, there is no one with more identity than Rosen. Crocodile, what a coincidence! Rosen hadn't entered the manor, but was at the door, when a frivolous voice sounded behind him. The voice was a little familiar, and Rosen turned his head to look. His eyes became extremely sharp. Yes, it's a coincidence. Since it's such a coincidence, how about you save your life? The voice fell, and Rosen broke out in an instant, without even hesitating. Chapter 34, One Play. The person here is Lin, the captain of the Fortress Pirate Group. Rosen has seen it on the wanted order, and the voice has also been heard. It is correct. Lawson thought that there might be pirates to participate in this party, but he did not expect that he actually invited a pirate who was wanted for more than 100 million people to come. However, from the information given by Robin, the Bordeaux Chateau and Mector Chateau pay a large amount of protection money to the world government every year. Therefore, in their estate, they enjoy the law enforcement power that is not interfered by the Navy or other departments, similar to the privileges of the slave trade auction in the Chambord Islands, or the special laws such as the contestants of Dress Rosa. Desert Sword. Since I met, Rosen naturally wanted to cut the grass and roots, even on such occasions, no exception. He believed that the dead are not of much value. Even if you have to settle accounts afterwards, it depends on Lin. Is this person worth it? To be alive, it may be worth some people to take action, but when he is dead, the price drops. After this thought turned, he instantly wanted to understand. This is the Bordeaux winery. Crocodile, would you dare to do it to me here? Lin dangerously escaped Rosen's sharp slash, followed by anger and disbelief. One of his sources of money was cut off by Crocodile. He has not yet settled the bill with him. Now Crocodile dare to do something to himself on such occasions. and it seems to be nothing. Kill him without mercy. Ti Niang, isn't it just a bunch of orphans that no one wants? Who cares even if some die? You are a navy running dog and want to settle the accounts by yourself, crazy. Lin is angry, but what's the matter with this fruit power, sand? There is even this ability. Lin has never been to the New World, and no one has told him how many types of devil fruit are, but what power sand can have, even though it has a strange shape. Fighting is forbidden in Bordeaux Winery. As soon as the fighting broke out here, the nearby security staff rushed out, the number of which exceeded 100 visually. Let's delay everyone a little time, let us boss solve the private matter. Bonus faced the security team directly. Get out of the way. Otherwise, don't blame us for being polite. No one can make trouble in the Bordeaux Winery. This is the rule. The security captain said coldly, and the well-trained bodyguards raised their guns and swords. I said that, take some time for everyone. Bonus's arms began to turn into blades, and he was obviously in a fighting state. Those with devil fruit ability. The bodyguards exclaimed. Don't look at the devil fruit ability, but in fact, there are not many people who have actually seen the ability. Even if there are rumors, it is not always possible. Seeing those who have the ability to use the ability. I remember the boss said that all troublemakers can be killed, right? Then kill. A sturdy man with a crazy look and scars jumped out of the crowd, holding a knife from behind and slashing towards the back of Bonus's head. With the knife down, he seemed to see the side of his head fluttering, but in fact it was a bang, sparks shot in all directions, and the next moment, his knife broke. Destroy slash! Bonus turned around, folded his hands, and with a violent wave, the person who jumped out in the air to attack him, the next moment he became a blood man with stab wounds all over his body. Ah, what is this? Hands, why are there hands growing from behind? In the crowd, a bodyguard suddenly exclaimed, and it was not just one person, but many people. The clicking sound continued in the next moment. Many people, at this moment, their bones are broken. Robin is also merciless when he starts. Since the boss is targeting pirates who make money from children, she doesn't mind giving her a hand. Therefore, the bodyguards have no spare time to supervise Rosen. The ground roll. The dust storm. Since the raid failed to be killed by a single blow, it can't be dragged on anymore. It must be resolved with all efforts to avoid accidents. Both Bonus and Robin's shots were instantaneous. Daijuan. Sandstorm, Luo Sen just researched the move to refer to the Golden Lion, because his release speed is much faster, so he can quickly turn a piece of ground into sand. But because of the ability to not awaken, so the ground in a small area touched by the body can be sanded. But for now, that's enough for one. Rumbling, a piece of sand billowed, and after the ground was crushed into sand, it rolled like spring water. In an instant, yellow sand was flying all over the sky, and people were in the dust storm rolling everywhere, as small as ants. What is this? Lin was a little panicked. Although he was confident in his strength and fruit ability, the sight and coercion derived from nature made him feel uneasy in an instant. Damn it, Crocodile! Lin used the fruit power, his body was changing, and his upper body clothes burst to pieces. Pieces of scales emerged, the arms became sturdy limbs, and the head slowly turned into a ferocious crocodile head. Sandstorms are everywhere, and they have surrounded him. Unless he can escape from the air, he can escape from this area before the sandstorms flood him. But it's a pity that he couldn't do this, and the dust storm that flooded him in all directions was too fast. The sandstorm formed by the rolling up and downs of the ground is mixed with rocks that have not yet been fully sanded, so that it is submerged and has the power to carry rocks. And the whole shape of this move looks like a big mouth of a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus, and Lin is at the center of this big mouth at the moment, and it is bitten and swallowed in. No. If Lin knew that this would be the case when he met Crocodile, he would definitely pretend not to have seen it just now, but he thought he was in a Bordeaux winery, thinking that Crocodile would not be able to do it. And my own strength should not be afraid of Crocodile. But I didn't expect that there would be such a gap between the two. He is a new generation pirate with a bounty of over 100 million, not a weak one. Sandstorm Funeral. In order to solve Enlin as soon as possible, Lawson gathered the sand fists that had rushed down from the skystorm, made a knife, and smashed it with a punch. The force was transmitted to the ground, and the surrounding area was desertified by a layer, leaving only baldness. The land burst open. Enough, Crocodile, such unscrupulous use of ability at the door of the host's house, is it also the right that the title of Kaiwahe gives you? A cry of indifference to the extreme came out from the manor. What was expected, Rosen didn't feel that he was invincible here, so he wanted to make a quick fight. At the same time as this violent shout sounded, a black shadow rushed from the manor like a whirlwind, very fast. Ordinary people can't see clearly. Yu reading www.yuuganju.com only saw a black lightning rushing into the sandstorm. Then, only a snoring sound was heard. The black shadow turned out to be like a laser beam, breaking through the rolling sand, and the air rushing away at high speed, like a sharp knife tore through the sandstorm. The scene is like a dust storm in a mist, and this figure is a broad air current that instantly rushes through, tearing the mist through. The sandstorm subsided slowly, and a figure only about 1.8 meters tall carried Enlin in his hands. Enlin had lost consciousness at this moment, but he hadn't died yet. The animal fruit's ability made him resist Rosen's two moves and he still had a little breath, even if it was Rosen's full blow. But the pirate with a bounty of more than 100 million still has strength and tenacious vitality. If it weren't for being caught off guard, I'm afraid Lawson would not be able to deal with Enlin by 1 or 2 strokes. Of course, there is no pressure to win him. Rosen is very sorry, but if I want to do it now, I am afraid it is not realistic. The main reason is that this is not a tall middle-aged man in a black suit, which gives Rosen a sense of crisis. Bam! The leader of the Bordeaux winery, the famous pirate, has a bounty of more than 270 million. Although I don't know what Enlin hates you, but what's going on here for the time being? So as not to disturb everyone's yaxing. Bam looked back at Rosen, frowning slightly. He looks like a particularly powerful person. He doesn't speak so tactfully, but is simple and clear. His eyes look at Rosen like a knife. I think everyone likes this play, hee. Rosen smiled, took out his cigar, lit it, and looked at the window of the manor house. There was already a crowd, and he obviously noticed the situation at the entrance of the manor. Laughed out loud. Chapter 35, Morris. Ha ha ha, Kaiwahe is Kaiwahe. It's really domineering. I really want to fight with Kaiwahe to see how it is different from other pirates. A mad voice came from a distance, 3 meters. The tall man came at the same pace as a drunkard. His hair is loose, slender, and arrogant, like a lion. His extremely tight muscles do not look like flesh and blood, but are poured out of molten iron. Most of his body is naked, wearing only a coat, and a slashing scar on his chest that almost cuts the whole person in half is particularly conspicuous. Anyone who sees this person at first sight has the illusion of facing a monster. Pocket version of Kaido. Rosen's heart beat, no matter what his strength, but this figure is extremely shocking, as if every inch of muscle is full of explosive power. Morris. Bam's face was also very solemn. I didn't expect Morris to come in person this time. In the past, he sent someone off the scene. Well, I don't welcome me as a drunk, but that's not okay. At most, I'll just drink a little more of your wine. If you continue with yours, I won't intervene. The Kaiwahe over there, go in and let others wait for us. It doesn't seem to be great, ha ha ha. Morris didn't bring any of his entourages, just stepping forward, drinking wine, and walking slowly towards the house. Rosen's heart became solemn, and there was nothing to be afraid of. But whether it's Bam or Morris, the two of them give Rosen an unusually powerful feeling. No wonder the Navy can't eat here, even the winery scores 3 factions. After all, such a big piece of fat and capable people, who doesn't want to eat it? Of course, a few lieutenant-level generals or more are expected to be able to win, but these mid to high-end combat power is already scarce in today's situation. It is difficult to dispatch directly to an island, and even if it comes, it is difficult to guarantee. There will be no other troubles. Let's go, Rosen said to Robin and Bonus, and the 3 also entered the manor. Take him down and save him as much as possible. Bam handed An Lin, who was seriously injured in his hand, to a bodyguard, and followed Rosen back to the house. Inside the house, it's not like a home-style house, but more like a shopping mall model. There is an open space in the center and circular rooms around it are built in sequence. From the 2nd floor, the corridor passage is very spacious and specially designed. From here, it is the place to entertain guests. The tables and chairs are placed, the red carpet is on the floor, and the wine is overflowing. Businessmen from all over the world gather in groups of 3 or 5, and they are very lively. The same is true for the 3rd to 7th floors. Looking around, there are thousands of guests and bodyguards at the party. To be less, there are thousands of people, but in this mall-like house, it doesn't appear to be crowded. The 8th floor belongs to private area. Except for the sumptuous dinner on the corridor, there is a VIP room every 10 meters or so on every floor. If you need to talk to the 3 major wineries for business, and you don't want to be known, you can enter the room and talk. It is also a resting place for the guests tonight. But only the 1st floor is different. There are no banquets on the 1st floor. Some are arena, casinos, bars, and other entertainment facilities. If you don't say that this is a party, Rosen even feels that he has entered a club. As soon as Morris entered the house, he stayed on the 1st floor. He didn't go up to join in the fun with the businessmen, so the business would naturally have an agent to talk to. He came here just to drink, but after he sat down at the bar, the nearby people dispersed. Drinking with this person is too oppressive. Rosen and the 3 people came in one after another, and the scene suddenly fell silent. Only then, they all saw the wonderful scene at the door. Many people looked at Rosen with awe in their eyes. Rosen's hand exposed at the door is really shocking. It is the power of nature. Although the merchants here can be regarded as knowledgeable, the devil fruit of the nature system is originally a rare existence. As soon as he came in, Rosen saw 2 acquaintances, Colonel Luca and Major General Harry. Colonel Luca greeted Rosen with enthusiasm when he saw Rosen. Your Excellency Kaiwahe's strength is really embarrassing. If you can have half of your Kaiwahe's strength, I will be content. Flattery is not something anyone can say, but at least Colonel Luca is very convincing, and his expression and tone are extremely sincere. It may be because Rosen had a fight outside, and Bam was not in a good mood, so he didn't send someone to receive Rosen. Rosen didn't care either, the only pity was that he failed to kill An Lin, so it would inevitably not leave any trouble in the future. It seems that before leaving, I still have to find a chance to give it a try. Major General Harry didn't speak, he just glanced at Rosen, and was silent. Judging from the current investigation, Rosen should indeed have nothing to do with Luca, and indeed did a good thing. But because it was a good thing, he couldn't figure it out. He wouldn't be surprised if you said that Kaiwahe killed people and let them go. But when the road is uneven, it's hard to think about things like drew a knife and help the weak. It's hard to happen to a Kaiwahe. What's the matter with Colonel Luca? Rosen frowned. This Luca seems to have been paying attention to himself, and because of the previous children's affairs, Rosen has certain doubts about it, so his attitude is not very enthusiastic. www. Readaloud.com. There is still some time before the party starts, can you take a step to speak? Luca looked at Rosen sincerely. Rosen thought for a while, and now that it's just a matter of hearing whether Luca can bring some useful news, it's also by the way, after all, he mentioned it once before, it should be related to Bam. Judging from the current situation and the past, Bam and him can only be enemies and not friends. If Luca is willing to reveal something, there may be a different turnaround, and if he doesn't make a statement, I'm afraid Luca will continue to find various opportunities to contact him. You stay here, I'll be back soon. Rosen and Robin said to Bonus. Thank you for your precious time. Colonel Luca raised the glass in his hand and offered Rosen a glass in the air. Rosen didn't respond, he just pushed open a door with an empty sign, and walked in first. Colonel Luca smiled slightly, took out a cigarette like magic, lit it, and followed Rosen into the room with confidence. Cigarette, a good thing, can make people clear and kill people. If you don't mind, let's have a chat. Robin sent a kiss from the workplace, and took 2 glasses of red wine to the passing waiter, a glass of himself, and a glass to Major General Harry. Nicole Robin. Major General Harry's expression condensed, and he clearly recognized this bounty criminal who was also known as the son of the devil. But after thinking about it, he still accepted the glass of wine, maybe he could learn something useful from her. Of course, he didn't know that Robin thought so too, and he was still an expert. I heard that tonight's lottery is a devil fruit, is it kept by Lord Harry? As soon as the beginning, Robin found a topic to cut into. Chapter 36, Join hands? 1 cup of holy wine. Join to kill Bam. When you say this here, you are not afraid of being heard by your master. You are the most courageous navy I have ever seen. Rosen listened to Colonel Luca just now about his cooperation. Accident. Colonel Luca, as soon as he entered the room, bluntly stated that he hoped the two could establish a cooperative relationship, and formulated a strategy to pull Bam from the position of the head of the winery, and to put it bluntly was to jointly kill Bam. Hehe, you can rest assured that there are more than 1,000 voices in the whole house now, even those who are proficient in seeing, hearing, and domineering cannot hear our conversation, and the rooms are made of special soundproof materials. It's built, so don't worry about a third-party eavesdropping, you can speak freely. Luca dispelled Rosen's doubts. Why do you think that I will promise you? I know almost nothing about you. Don't you want to sell me? Don't talk to me about naval ethics. I don't believe in that. Rosen did not agree, nor refused, but continued to ask tentatively. The reason is actually very simple. Your Excellency has enemies with Bam. Bam is very cautious. If he is not absolutely sure, he will not attack you. But if you are ready, then your situation may be it's very dangerous. Colonel Luca flicked the soot. Oh, according to your words, Bam has been looking for me for the past few years? Or is he going to kill me at this party? That's not true, but my cable reported that Bam was brewing holy wine in private recently. You may not know that holy wine is extremely rare in wine, and ordinary people don't know it. It needs some special medicinal materials to match top quality. A potion wine that can only be refined by fine wine. This potion wine can enhance a person's physique in a short period of time, just like excitement potions, but with stronger enhancement. Colonel Luca threw a blockbuster. And this is indeed something that Rosen didn't know, holy wine, wine still has this thing. Of course there are, but only a few of our responsible persons know it. In the wine city, the top wines have a strong nourishing effect. If you add some medicinal materials, it will have such an effect, it is not surprising. You mean that Bam is waiting for the holy wine to reach a certain level or refining, and then start to do it? Rosen knocked on the cigar. This time he didn't light it, but played with it in his hand. He can't determine whether Luca's words are true or false, but it is very likely to be true, and this trick does play a good role, somewhat similar to a trick commonly used by previous negotiators, alarmism. Because regardless of true or false, at least the initiative can be mastered in dialogue. You killed his brother. My proposal is very simple. Together with you and the Navy, we can clear Bam directly. I will get the winery. You can get rid of the serious problems and win-win situation. Colonel Luca felt that Rosen would definitely agree, because from a rational point of view, this is indeed a good choice. You are so confident that you can bring down Bam. Isn't there someone behind him? Can you control his winery? Rosen didn't believe it, at least not at all. Don't worry, as long as Bam falls and loses the combat power here, someone in the New World will naturally be involved. As far as I know, Captain Bam, the current situation is not optimistic, and it is impossible to send anything. Fighting power will continue to come to the Wine City, and as your honor, you should not be afraid of pirates. You should be a businessman, not a navy. It's a pity that I am not interested in your proposal. Say goodbye. Rosen thought for a while. There are many key points in this that I haven't figured out. Naturally, it is impossible to agree. Plus at first he only came with the mind of understanding intelligence, not the mind of cooperation. Wait, I believe that as long as there are enough benefits for anything, cooperation can be achieved, not to mention that we have a common enemy. Can you tell the price you want, money, wine, or something else? How about a glass of holy wine? Colonel Luca couldn't help feeling anxious when he saw that Rosen was really going to leave. But in his heart he was also wondering why Rosen, who seemed to be heart-stricken, rejected him at this critical moment when he expressed his attitude. To him, it seemed to him more good than bad. Holy wine? It's something like a potion for excitement. Yes, don't underestimate this thing. The transaction price of a glass of holy wine in the underground forces can be compared to a devil fruit. After all, it can not only save your life but also kill the enemy at the critical moment, and it also has the value of the wine collection. Lu Ka's expression was also slightly agitated. A glass of holy wine really required a great price to be successfully refined. Obviously, in order to win over this Kaiwahe, he also plans to spend his money. I only have one question, doesn't Lin have anything to do with you? Rosen did sound a little moved. After all, judging from Bam's attitude, he is not very friendly to himself, and Luca said that Bam is strengthening the making of holy wine, which also has a certain degree of credibility. Because Robin's intelligence mentioned that Bam was buying some precious medicinal materials on a large scale during this period. And Lin? Is it because of something that cannot be distinguished? Colonel Luca was taken aback. In his impression, this was just an extremely trivial matter. Why did Crocodile deliberately mention it? It seems that you are telling the news. Rosen reacted immediately, and when he said this, his eyes deliberately paid attention to Colonel Luca's expression. It was not an expression that wanted to refute, but an indifferent expression. In this way, Rosen has a bottom in his heart. Farewell. Rosen left a cold word, then turned and left, leaving Colonel Luca with an extremely ugly face. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. A navy that can cooperate with pirates, Rosen can't trust him. Some things would rather do it alone than be stabbed in the back. Crocodile, the stupid and arrogant pirate, refused to do anything that could achieve a win-win situation. I thought it would be a good opportunity, who knew that Kaiwahe was so unskilled? Is he blaming himself for a mere whistleblower? For what reason? A pirate in a mere pal, it's pretty good to be able to count on cooperating with him, Luca clenched a fist and smashed the cigarette in his hand. Then, under his anger, his power was activated, and the cigarette turned into a light smoke and disappeared into the air. Without a strong military support, all his plans can only be temporarily shelved. After all, in terms of strength, he is much weaker than Major General Harry. The party is about to begin, please stay calm, let the extra nonsense go away, let the wonderful opening ring bring you all the excitement tonight. As usual, every guest can send a subordinate to fight. In the first round of the party, the final champion will win the devil fruit with a market value of 300 million Baileys as a reward. Just as Rosen walked out of the room, he saw a party host in a tuxedo holding a microphone, announcing the beginning of the party in a passionate tone. Different from the traditional party, the party organized by the pirates is always very lively and exciting, because the opening is a life and death battle to adjust the atmosphere, but the prize is also extremely rich, a devil fruit worth 300 million Baileys. It's just that the rule can only be that the bodyguards or subordinates brought in can play. After all, if you play as the boss or the captain, it will be a bit of a loss. After all, this is a show prepared for them. They are guests, so naturally they won't end up in person. Chapter 37, Bonus with a Knife. Rosen glanced around the audience, and quickly found Bam, who was on the 8th floor looking at tonight's party leisurely. Perceiving Rosen's gaze, he did not hide his emotions, but grinned, showing a cruel smile. His death date is approaching, he is waiting for someone, and waiting for an opportunity. Rosen took out a cigar, lit it, and spit out the smoke ring, but he was already vigilant in his heart. When he was at the door, Bam would still maintain the surface etiquette. But when no one pays attention to them, does Bam feel that he doesn't need to care about these superficial skills? Doesn't matter what he is alert? There is only one possibility, that is, his preparations are almost complete. But he shouldn't do it yet at the party. After all, the party started, and it was undoubtedly a self-smashing home. After all, there are so many guests, many of whom are also his customers, but after the party, I am afraid that things will not be so easy to get right. But Lawson is not afraid. Just like this, the more dangerous the poisonous snake, the more it should be eradicated in time. If it is not unsure, and worried about the positions of Morris and Major General Harry and others, he might even make a better move at the party. After all, this is not his party, and Rosen doesn't have so much scruples. Anyone who has murderous intentions towards him, Rosen will not be soft. Even if Bam doesn't do anything tonight, he will prepare to kill him first. After all, he doesn't want someone to keep staring at his life in secret. Bones, you go up and temper, if possible, take down the devil fruit. Rosen sat down beside Bonus, the whole manor was already agitated. There were shouts and roars that seemed a bit crazy. There was already a very big ring on the first floor. It was not a problem to accommodate hundreds of people, because the whole floor was almost empty, and it was entertainment facilities that were not in the middle. But what entertainment can be compared to life and death fighting? Under the arrangement of the owner or their respective bosses, a personal tall bodyguard stood on the ring, and soon gathered hundreds of people. Only a few of them have yet to enter the arena. The rules of the arena are very simple. The big chaos, except guns and shells and other weapons, cannot be used. There are no other rules. The one who persists until the last is the champion. Death or appearance is considered a loss. The host of the party said again. Hey? The Navy, too. Rosen saw 2 soldiers in Navy uniforms also come on stage. They should be representatives of Major General Harry and Colonel Luca. So he felt a little strange. The devil's fruit is very valuable. Each winery will buy 1 billion Baileys together. If it can be obtained, it will have a net profit of 200 million Baileys for any of our 3. Why not? Major General Harry openly said. He is sitting not far away, and Robin is between Major General Rose and Harry. It looks like it will be a battle between dragons and tigers. Rosen drank some wine and watched the ring are almost all the people. The merchants or pirates under the stage had also started a gambling round. Who wins and who loses is judged separately. And it is worth 300 million yuan. This is definitely not a small hand. Most businessmen here may not make so much money in one trip. Only a small number of big businessmen can ignore it. The 3 major wineries don't care too much. But if you can get a devil fruit for nothing, who will refuse? The boss is very interested in this fruit. Major General Harry seems to have said that this is an animal devil fruit. Well, if you remember correctly, it is a pig fruit. Robin saw that his captain was interested. Disclosure of information. Yes. Major General Harry is not a person with devil fruit ability. He is a strong man who believes in pure physical art, and he does not want to put himself on such an obvious weakness. His strength is swordsmanship and physical domineering. Of course, if it's a natural devil fruit, it's another matter if you don't have a heartbeat. Ah, when did you learn to use weapons in MR.1? Robin was a little surprised when he saw Bonus picking up a bright long knife from the weapons store. Rosen was also taken aback. Bonus is a weapon himself, so he has never seen him use any weapon. Bonus is still expressionless, but since Robin asked, he just said the truth. Recently, the physical fitness has improved a bit, and the ability has changed a little. I want to try some ideas on the opportunity of actual combat. Kaiwahei's subordinates are really talented. Major General Harry said with a little envy. Because from this Bonus, he actually felt a little pressure. When he fights, maybe he can win, but it must not be easy. It doesn't matter if you win or not. Anyway, just bring me the wine, but the Navy and the pirates are very annoying. Kill if you want to. In the ring competition, they dare not ask you to settle the account. Morisman the face doesn't matter. This contestant was not even selected by him, but just let people pull from the manor to make up the number of people. Devil fruit, the party, all these don't matter, you can drink and drink. Others, what should happen will always happen. It's the boss, I won't be ashamed of you. We will definitely get this color from Mector Winery. A tall and thin, weak man said loudly and powerfully. Oh, okay, why don't you go get the wine? I'll go right away. Dolly replied immediately. Critter, after playing, show that Kaiwahei a little bit of color and kill his men. Bam said coldly toward the second in command he sent. Before taking action, first weaken the vitality of Crocodile openly, and when the time comes, he can ensure that his loss rate increases. Game start. Boom. As soon as the voice fell, the melee on the ring broke out in an instant, and several people were cut and turned out of the arena in an instant. Those who fell out of the field were treated by a doctor in time, but it is normal for such a melee to occasionally have casualties. None of the people who are still able to travel on the ocean in this era are good people. They watch the melee with relish www.readaloud.com, but not many of them are strong. After all, they are businessmen. It is said that they are businessmen from all over the world, but these businessmen basically have them every day, and truly powerful bosses can't do everything by themselves. Such purchases are naturally handed over to the people below. Therefore, although there are a few of the merchants' bodyguards that are barely visible, but few, they are representatives sent by the three major wineries, showing high strength. This is also inevitable. A certain degree of flexing muscles can dispel the bad ideas of some restless people. If you really think that everyone comes with a business mentality, it would be a big mistake. Some people are just waiting for the right time to make a fortune. The number of people eliminated in the melee was very fast. 10 minutes later, there were only 7 people standing on the field, 1 from the Navy, 1 from the Micdo Chateau, 2 from the Bordeaux Chateau, and 2 from 2 businessmen. The 2 of the Bordeaux Chateau glanced at each other, and then Chi put their eyes on Bonus. One of them ran towards Bonus at high speed, one carrying a heavy hammer and the other holding a big knife. Bonus' face was slightly solemn. The strength of these 2 people is not weak, especially Crete, who holds a big knife, has a bounty of 89 million. It would be better if it was a single match, but if a good Nate was added, the situation would change. Navy, let's play for a while, don't disturb others yaxing. The player from Mector stared at the Navy. The bodyguards of the other 2 businessmen also began to fight each other, and now every time an opponent is reduced, they are enhancing their hope of winning the championship. Since they are targeted over there, let them fight and hurt both sides first. And they'd better come to reap the benefits of the fisherman. Chapter 38, / 1 Hit 2. It seems that the people at the Bordeaux Chateau want to eliminate Kaiwahe's subordinates first. Although the bald head has a strong defense ability, in my opinion, one hit too is definitely a loser. A good person in the audience made a judgment. Ha ha ha, it needs to be said, the discerning person knows at a glance, after all, Crete's bounty is much higher than the original Zihai bounty hunter. And with 1v2, Zihai original bounty hunter seems to lose. Undoubtedly, I just don't know if I can survive. A pirate from a Bordeaux winery smiled grimly. People who dared to offend the Bordeaux winery, even Kaiwahe's subordinates, killed them to see, but I don't know if Crocodile will be ashamed and angry when he is really defeated and killed. After all, this subordinate is also very strong, so it's not easy to cultivate it. You don't seem to worry much. Since Major General Harry investigated something and understood something, his attitude towards Kaiwahe has not been so bad, even though he had just been beaten during the day. This is the first time he has taken a sword. I believe it should bring some surprises, and he can protect himself. Rosen looked at it for a while and estimated it. Even if two people go together, with bonus defense, it is almost impossible to kill him. At most, he will be injured. Look back and let people come and take the children away. I think you should have a clue about the information leakage. If there is no clue, Major General Harry's attitude will not be like this tonight. Well, what happened during the day is that I am reckless. As long as I am still alive, I will take care of these children. Major General Harry made a promise. If you don't fight, you don't know each other, but Colonel Luca, I'm afraid you should pay more attention to yourself. For this Major General Harry, after finding out the reason, Rosen felt that this person should be considered reliable. At least at that time, he was trying to take the children away, and even hesitated to face his own Kaiwahe sword. Some things are best done by professionals and the right people. I didn't give it to him before. I was worried and questioned, but now that this misunderstanding is solved, then there is at least no reason for Rosen to face each other with this kind of person who can do his duty. But just say that Major General Harry is a good person? I'm afraid that is not necessarily true. This person probably also has some thoughts about Colonel Luca. But this is not Rosen's business. As long as the children can be handled properly, other things are not something he should worry about. Go to hell, supergravity hammer. Nate leaped high, raised the hammer in his hand, and slammed it down. Slashing people. Bonus held a narrow knife in front of him. This was to resist Crete's close slash, and the hammer, although its strength was good, was far less threatening than Crete could bring him. Come big. Pang. The heavy hammer fell on Bonus's fully defensive body, and a series of sparks rushed out, and then the powerful counter-shock force flew Knight out. The Iron Man who chopped the fruit is not a joke. If there is no impact that can cut the steel shoulder to shoulder, even a hammer will not be able to cause much damage to Bonus. But then the big knife was chopped down, and a huge force struck. Even though Bonus stood firm, the ground was crushed and cracked. The poisonous bee stabs wildly. Crete laughed wildly and burst out with a knife. The dense shadow of the knife instantly fell on Bonus's body. Sparks flew from Bonus's body, but Bonus didn't care. Was a fierce kick and swept across, and the straight long legs instantly turned into a blade shape, slashing at him like a saber. Crete violently retracted his broadsword to block, and with a sound of gold and iron, he was shaken back a few steps. But he laughed. It's really hard, really good ability, but it's a pity that you met me, fruit ability, not only you have. As he said, Crete's knife began to be covered with a light golden light. Superman, those with sharp fruit ability, possess strong penetrating power. As long as the weapon attached by fruit ability, even if it was originally scrap iron, it will instantly become a sharp and fast weapon. Tiger teeth stab. Crete rushed forward in an instant, while Nate swept away again with a heavy hammer from the side. It's the ability of Lord Crete, the sharp light that breaks everything, and the ability that even steel can easily cut off. The Iron Man is dying. Someone below said excitedly. Someone even secretly began to look at Kaiwahe's expression. People from Bordeaux hoped to see nervousness, disappointment, and even gloomy expressions on his face. But Rosen was unmoved. His face was extremely flat, because he saw Bonus retract the knife and made a gesture of drawing a sword. "This is the progress," Bonus said. "Is it going to make an appearance? The boss is getting stronger and stronger. If I don't become stronger, one day, I will lose the qualification to follow the boss. I know this from the time I prepare to set off to the new world, so I can only invite you all tonight. To die." Bonus muttered to himself in a tone that only he could hear. The hand holding the knife began to slowly fuse with the knife in his hand, like a liquid melted and entangled together. "We don't want to listen to the last words, let's go to death." Crete smiled wildly, and every time he was about to see red, he was always extra excited. Quick cut! The Bonus knife swung out, and saw a circular blade flashing across the two of them. The speed was as fast as lightning, almost invisible, and the knife in his hand disappeared at this moment. Up! The voices of the two people were as static as the figure time. They didn't move, maintaining the attacking posture, and they were still at least 10 meters away from Bonus. "What's the matter? Why don't you move anymore, him? Don't turn off the fire at critical moments." Someone suddenly dissatisfied in the audience. "You must know that from just now, the battle between the three of them is the most interesting in the entire arena. Several other players in UU reading www.uugonshu.com have eliminated 2, and the remaining 2 are almost evenly matched, and they are indistinguishable in a short time. The outcome comes. Only this 2v1 looks particularly exciting. Oh! A bit of strength." The flask in Morris's hand paused, but it was an accident, and then he continued to pour the wine. "Damn it, lost." Bam's face was ugly. There were not many people present who could see what happened at that moment, but he was one of them. What happened? Robin was also curious. Why did the two men who attacked violently stop suddenly? She didn't see anything. 1. The two were cut and died. Lawson adapted to the death of the enemy. Since the opponent had a killing intent, it was a matter of course to be killed. Lawson's voice just fell, there were 2 scoffs of blood spattering, and there was a slender incision on their chests that had hurt their internal organs. The incision swept across their entire body. If the body were not strong, it might be possible to split them in 2. There were 2 beeps, the 2 fell to the ground, and Bonus raised his hand slightly, and a slender knife with a length of 13 meters appeared in everyone's eyes. It is a bit too much to say that this is still a long knife. It is as thin as a piece of paper. Under the slightly dim light, it is difficult to see this long knife as thin as a cicada's wings. A 13-meter long, sharp and almost invisible long knife swept across at an extremely fast speed in an instant. Because of its slenderness, it is light, and because it is integrated into his body, it is operated. Flexible, even if the length is amazing. So after the 2 were hacked, they almost didn't even react. They were hacked and cut off their vitality. Chapter 39, Devil Fruit in Hand, Capacity Trigger. What is that, the blade? Isn't it just a knife? When did he have that kind of thing in his hand, and it was so long, how could it be so fast that he could not see it? Several people who just thought that Bonus would lose, now they are all worried. Lose, and even die is not terrible, but you can't see how you die, so it's a bit oozing. The people who didn't see the attack speed were all stunned. This is too weird and too strong. And with a wave of Bonus's hand, the thin and slender weapon shrank back in an instant, turning it into a narrow sword, or samurai sword, in its normal shape before. Is Bonus awakened? No, it's not like, and his physical strength is estimated to not meet the most basic conditions for awakening. Rosen is also very surprised, when his quick fruit-cutting ability can extend the attack up. And the speed is so fast, it stretches in an instant. If I remember correctly, My impression is that the ability to cut fruits quickly is just that you can turn your body parts into blades. The length of the blade is the same as the body. Even if there is a slight difference, the difference is not big. But now he can directly control the blade, extend such a long attack distance, and the speed is so fast, and it seems to have a knife, and it is extremely sharp. Rosen couldn't figure it out at first, but after replaying Bonus's actions just now in his mind, he basically understood a little bit. That's why Bonus needs to wear a weapon. Because what he extended and changed was not the blade of his own body, but through his ability to manipulate weapons with the same blade attribute. In an instant, the ability to activate the weapon instantly transformed the weapon into a thin, sharp, and extremely long extended long knife. Because the long knife does not belong to its own limbs, it can be stretched and deformed at will without worrying about any loss to the body. Although the weapons are both blades, which is good for him to control, his ability is obviously stronger than the original quick-cutting ability. If he can reach the level of awakening in the future, will he be able to turn the whole island into a land of metal blades? It is very likely that from the current development direction of Bonus, he is likely to develop in the direction of liquid deformation, or shouldn't be simply called an Iron Man, but a Metal Man, which is more appropriate. Terminator? Seems to be a good development direction, but it is still far from awakening. He is not awakening now. He only uses the steel weapons with the same blade attribute to make a temporary change, and this trick obviously consumes him a lot. After all, it is the ability to manipulate things other than the body. To make an analogy, the previous Bonus was a pure melee swordsman, and with this move, he became a swordsman with external slashing ability, not a sword. The chi is released, but it is not weaker than the sword chi. His gaze returned to the entire arena. The strongest player on the field was the three of them who had just fought against Bonus. Two of them have now been eliminated. And the other people's battle also determined a winner, a player from Mector Winery. In the next battle, if Bonus beats him, he will be the champion tonight. Dolly was facing Bonus at this moment, and he was in a cold sweat before he even started the fight. His strength was much higher than that of Crete. Of course, he didn't think he would lose to Crete. It's one thing to be weaker, but it's another to win or lose. But Bonus didn't see the trick just now. If he did something to himself, wouldn't it be the end of his life today? Give up, you can't beat him, don't lose your life in vain, so you won't be able to drink any good wine in the future, it's so boring. Morris didn't care, and let Dolly give up. Dolly hesitated, although he was not reconciled, but for the sake of his own life, and the boss opened Chrysanthemum again, he quickly surrendered. It is not the people from the three major wineries who won the championship, but the subordinates of Kaiwohei, which is really rare. It's too strong, the subordinates are so strong, isn't Kaiwohei himself? Some pirates even thought about changing jobs, especially those who didn't have a strong background. Dolly player surrendered. Now I officially announce that the champion of the ring tonight is Das Bonus, a capable cotter from the King's 7 Wohei. Congratulations to him for winning a demon fruit tonight. The host took the microphone and brought it again. Said in an impassioned voice. There was a sudden sensation off the field. Some applauded, some screamed because of losing money, and some people clapped their hands gently. Tonight's theme has just started. Everyone eats and drinks well, and those who need to place an order, find their respective receptionists to discuss the details. The party began to enter the theme of the transaction. The next thing doesn't have much to do with Rosen. He doesn't like drinking very much, and occasionally drinks, but depending on his mood, he can't tell whether the wine is good or bad, so he didn't plan to buy a lot of drinks. Of course, it is necessary to buy a small portion and put it on the boat. After all, there are many people on the boat who like to drink. He left this to Robin. Rosen is here waiting for Bonus to bring the devil fruit back. It did a great job. This is the first time Rosen really praised Bonus, and indeed Bonus was a little bit beyond his expectations. I should do it, but this move is too much of an overdraft of physical strength and ability, and it is far from strong enough. Bonus shook his head. In his opinion, only 1 or 2 moves can be used, but it is still not enough to support high-intensity combat. Thanks. Rosen didn't say much. With this realization, he was naturally happy to see it. The one who feared the most was the kind of person who became extremely complacent when he became a little stronger. He took the box that Bonus handed over, which contained devil fruits. But Lawson knew just now that this devil fruit is a pig fruit. I don't know which form it is, but even if there are multiple types of pigs, what about? Is still the same ugly. It is estimated that women will ignore the devil fruit at first sight. It's hard for a man to say. There may be a very few people who desire to increase their strength. They will eat it. No matter, Rosen will definitely not use it, but keep the place that may be useful in the future. After all, this is also the secret treasure of the sea. The capacity of the devil fruit has an additional X1 mission, which is currently 1/5. Pig fruit. Suggestion: after the progress is completed, the body defense can be safely activated at least X8. UU reading www.uugonshu.com can choose to transfer. Rosen, who is already familiar with the existence of the strengthening system in his mind, received this data, and smiled slightly. It turns out that the condition for triggering the capacity task is this, which I should have thought of long ago. Then, without opening the box, Lawson could feel the light in the box, thinking that the devil fruit had been confiscated into the mission. Otherwise, the progress will not show 1/5, just collect 5 devil fruits to increase a capacity. Will it be too expensive? This is equivalent to taking 5 devil fruits to change a capacity position. Even if it's a pig fruit, this seemingly nothing special devil fruit costs 300 million Baileys, and 5 is 1.5 billion. In addition, other fruits may meet better, and the price may be higher. This time rounding up is a minimum of 2 billion. The Blackbeard's deformed body can save 2 billion for free. It's really extravagant. Rosen rarely felt his heart fluttering. There is only a requirement for physical defense. Are you afraid that your body is too weak and will be blown up? However, will there be the same task of defending X2 or X4 in the future? Rosen thought, probably already knowing about the rewards later, but what is the transfer? Could it be said that more than one can use it? Rosen put the box next to him. Although it was an empty box, he still had to hold it, otherwise it would be difficult to explain the devil fruit that evaporated out of thin air. The two ate something and drank some wine. Rosen roughly talked about Colonel Luca and Bam, so that Bonus could be prepared. If there is no accident, from the attitude of Bam, I am afraid that he will not let himself go easily. Boss, let's do it tonight? The first is better. Bonus suggested that since he knows and is sure it is the enemy, there is no reason to wait for the enemy to come and start. Chapter 40, Robin's Troubles. The fattening boss can be slaughtered. There are 100,000 words. No way tonight, there are too many people, and there is one person's attitude. We don't know if we become an enemy at a critical moment, then things will become very troublesome. I will go and take a look. Rosen said, with eyesight. He looked at Morris, who was drinking. When Bam began to show hostility, Rosen also had the plan to act first. Before Colonel Luca's proposal was actually Rosen's heart, but Luca was too floating, and his instinct told him that Colonel Luca's calculations were not that simple. No one will tell their bargaining chips to the intelligence clearly at the beginning of the negotiation. If there is, there must be another plan. I really want to think that people who can achieve cooperation casually are often sold without knowing it. Not all people who have a common goal can cooperate. And when Morris first saw him at the door, he had provoked, so it is difficult to guarantee that Morris would not attack him at a critical moment. After all, the 7-Wahey system, in the eyes of capable people, is not much different from those without. Let go of me. Suddenly Robin's voice sounded, full of anger. A big-bellied, very wealthy businessman grabbed Robin's wrist. His face was trembling, and his face was full of anger. "Nicole Robin, you dare to betray me! After so many years, you finally let me find you. After so many years, I almost forgot what you were like, but I didn't expect you to be alive. You have changed a lot over the years, but now your good days have come to an end." "It's the high merchant, Maris." Someone recognized the big fat man. Maris, the only guest who was late tonight, didn't even catch up with the opening ring. It seems that Lord Bam had just picked it up. He had a holiday with Kaiwahe's subordinates. Someone could not help but get together as they watched the commotion in the corner. "Come. Let go of you, think beautifully. I heard that you are now a subordinate of Kaiwahe, hehe, it is a good method, but if the King Kaiwahe knows that you are a habitual betrayer, I will see if he will save you. Come here, take this woman away." Maris's face was almost hideous. If it weren't for Robin's betrayal and he betrayed his information at the same time, how could his so many valuable slaves be rescued? How could the forces that have been in business for many years collapse? If it were not for good luck, I might have died in the hands of that person. That loss was so great that it was only years later that he recovered slowly. For this betrayer, he felt a deep pain and would never let it go. Even if it is to offend a king, Kaiwahe, he will not hesitate, because he is now Bam's biggest partner. Believe that it is the same name as the 7 Wahe, Crocodile shouldn't be too caressing with him for the sake of a subordinate, because he will get down the steps of Crocodile later. And uncovering Robin's true face, betrayal, no matter what profession he is in, is extremely offensive. "Let go of your hand." Rosen sullened his face and came to the place that caused the commotion. When he heard Robin's voice, he noticed that a conspiracy-like atmosphere was getting stronger and stronger. "I won't make a move." When Rosen stood beside Morris seemed to know what Rosen was afraid of, so he said something to himself. Then he got up straight, took the hip flask, and brought his men along, and walked away like this without any nostalgia. But Rosen knew that this was for himself. None of the people present were fools, and the grudge between Bam and him was almost unknown to everyone. It's just that Morris's sentence gave Rosen a bottom in his heart, but at the same time he couldn't help but have some doubts. This seemingly drunk person actually has such a keen insight? If Rosen wants to attack Bam, the most worrying thing is naturally Morris, which is an unstable factor. The Navy estimates that there will be a bigger component of the theater. Even at critical moments, Colonel Luca will fall into trouble with Bam. After all, from the information Luca's attitude and the information obtained, Luca is really coveting Bam's winery. Of course, selfish desires have a little more. "Your Excellency Crocodile, this person used to be my subordinate, but he betrayed me. I hope you can leave it to me. This woman is simply the devil. You don't know how many masters she has betrayed. For this reason, I'm willing to bear all your losses for this woman. How about 500 million Baileys?" Maris said proudly. This person is the son of the devil. Some people realized later, after all, Robin's reputation is not particularly big. But usually, some merchants or pirates will notice this name. After all, a person who has been offered a reward since he was a child may occasionally enter the eyes of some people. When it was mentioned, some people thought of it. 500 million Baileys, I'll go. This woman is worth so much money, Maris is too rich. Someone was dumbfounded when they heard the price. 500 million Baileys is indeed a huge amount. This statement shows that Maris only wants to settle accounts with Robin, and does not want to offend a Kaiwahe. What do you know, Lord Maris is the top merchant looking for goods for the nobles of the world government. Someone who knows the details immediately said with envy. The goods in the mouth, almost all the people present knew it well, and the unspeakable trades were either arms or slaves. World nobleman, shouldn't it be? Someone was horrified. Shut up, don't say something that shouldn't be said. A mere woman, if my subordinate, I will sell it for 100 million. After all, I am a betrayer, the son of the devil. I was scammed to death. Some people yearn for it. Although they are businessmen, they occasionally turn into pirates, and this person obviously knows a lot of black material. Is just a secret point, so naturally you won't be wanted. What's going on? Bam frowned and jumped straight down from the upper floor. The 8th floor was nothing, but he was wondering, why did Maris clashed with Crocodile so quickly? Have a feast with the subordinates of Crocodile? What is the situation? www.readaloud.com. He invited Maris to come, indeed to deal with Crocodile together. Because he has many merchant ships, he can cut off Crocodile's plan to escape from the sea. And there is a powerful bodyguard and a powerful weapon around him. He needs to make sure that he is killed when Crocodile is unable to come back. Otherwise, if he escapes, he will be in trouble in the future. But he hasn't started to persuade and promised the benefits to Maris. How come the two of them are about to do it? If they do, he must be the one who loses the most. After all, this is his site. If a conflict breaks out at the party, it will reduce the businessman's sensory impression and trust in him. He plans to start working on Crocodile tomorrow during the day, and he is not ready for everything. Sir Kaiwahe, what do you think of my conditions? Although Maris is arrogant, but not stupid, 500 million Baileys, I am afraid that even a Kaiwahe will be excited. And he has made his attitude clear, not against him, just having a feast with his subordinates, which will make his face a little ugly, but I believe that 500 million Baileys can make up for it. At least, everyone around now thinks the same way, and someone just broke Nicole Robbins' black material. A woman who survived by constant betrayal is really not worth protecting, and it is so valuable. Sometimes face is not worth the price. It seems that I don't understand people. Bonus, cut off his hand. Robin's matter, Rosen knows better than anyone present. But as long as Robin's value is still there, she is still her own subordinate. Now this group of people, see this as a play? And is this instructed by Bam? Chapter 41, Sudden Change. Wait. Bam blocked in due time, this Kaiwahe again, to bear you for another night. Isn't this what you want to see? Bam. Rosen frowned. At first he thought that Maris' actions were instructed by Bam. Because from the people around him, this Maris was his distinguished guest, and he personally greeted him. Up to now, he wanted to take the opportunity to make a move. It was just an excuse. At least Rosen thought so. As for the party loss, this kind of thing depends on how much Bam wants to kill himself. If it is heavy enough, the loss can be tolerated. The good show is about to begin. Colonel Luca smiled slyly in the crowd, and a sneaky figure suddenly approached Colonel Luca. How are things going? Colonel Luca looked up to a room upstairs, wherein Lin was placed for treatment. The man whispered a few words in Colonel Luca's ear. Colonel Luca's face changed slightly, and his brows wrinkled tightly. Crocodile, if I want to kill you, I will kill you honestly and will not engage in these methods secretly. The current situation is obviously the matter of your subordinates and your Lord Maris. Bam said coldly. Indeed, he wanted to kill Crocodile in order to kill it in the public. He wanted everyone to see clearly what it would be like to offend them. He wants to cut off the head of Crocodile under everyone's gaze, and sacrifice to his brother. Bam is cautious not to take risks, but disdains to play tricks. For the enemy, the iron and blood is more suitable for him. If he wants to hide even if he kills the enemy, doesn't it mean that he is a coward? I don't care about any contradictions between you. Now I have to take this woman away. Who dares to stop me? Don't blame me for being polite. Although Maris didn't know what hatred Bam had with Crocodile. But he has no patience anymore. He motioned to a big dark-skinned man next to him, ready for a conflict. Rosen frowned. Is this really a coincidence? At least since Bam had made it clear that he was going to kill himself, naturally there was no need to hide other things. But whether it is a coincidence or not, what he has to do is clear. no one can take Robin away. That was rubbing his face on the ground. If Kaiwahe gave up his subordinates because of the money, the hearts of the people on the boat would be lost. Of course, I don't care about people's feelings, but Rosen cares. The people he can really play now are Bonus and Robin. Bones. Rosen insisted on bringing Robin back, which is impossible to compromise. Bonus, who was originally stopped by Bam, was reminded by Rosen again. The whole person changed into a blade shape, and Rosen began to lift up sand. Robin looked at him with complicated thoughts. If he gave up on himself, Robin would not even be surprised. In her impression, perhaps since he could not help him translate the historical text, the value should be low. 500 million Baileys, that was a big sum, but he still refused, and his attitude was so firm. Why? Crocodile, do you really think that I dare not kill you? Crocodile now insists on going its own way, and the defiant attitude obviously also angered Bam, who had always endured the killing intent to him. The stronger the killing intent of Bam, the more unscrupulous Rosen. Since it is a coincidence, why not take the opportunity to kill Bam? Killed the danger in the cradle. After all, Morris seemed to have expressed his stance, so why not give it a try? If something goes wrong, the big deal will lead them to escape. Has the ability of natural fruit, and is still on land, there is no shortage of sand, even if it is besieged by everyone, Rosen is sure to escape, because his speed x2, double. If you want to kill me, you have to see if you have this ability, Shalan. Lawson exploded, and the elements escaped in advance. The arm turned into sand, pressed it on the ground, and absorbed the water from the rock and soil on the ground, and then mobilized the ability to create a large piece of sand. A tornado sandstorm slowly formed in Rosen's hands. Wait! Bam watched Crocodile actually wanted to do it, suddenly lowered the pitch, and started fighting here, in case it affects the winemaking area behind the manor. Even if Crocodile is killed, I'm afraid it's not easy for me. At this moment, working here is definitely not a good choice. Although he hates Crocodile, but now he has to admit it for the time being. Your Excellency Maris, let the people go first. If there are any contradictions or problems, let's sit down and talk about it. When Bam said this, Rosen didn't move immediately, but frowned and thought. Robin is still in their hands after all. If they don't care about their faces and threaten them with Robin, it would be a bit of a restraint. Bonus was waiting. He stared at Maris' bodyguard and was ready to attack at any time. Bam, what do you mean? I am asking too much, but it's just a betrayer. Maris was very dissatisfied, but if Bam suggested, he still had to think about it seriously. I assure you that the results will be as you wished, but let the people go for now, Bam said again. Maris frowned, looked at Bam carefully, and let go of his hand. If even Bam doesn't support him to do this, I am afraid that he would be a little bit courageous. After all, the dragon will not crush the snake. I hope you will do what you say. Robin rubbed his wrist and walked towards Rosen, but at this moment a panicked voice came from the 8th floor. Master Bam, the matter is not good. Master Onlin was killed by the assassin. Inside the manor the prepared sample wine also disappeared. The sound of spread all around, everyone's heart beat fiercely. This is the rhythm of the accident. Crocodile, you deceived people too much. Bam was so angry that he didn't even think about it. Here, the biggest contradiction within Lin is Crocodile. www.readaloud.com. It must be him. Send someone to do it. Boom. Bam's patience was to the limit. He stepped on the ground and crushed the ground. The muscles of his whole body became tense. The whole anger roared, and the sound waves swept like a hurricane. The sample wine is gone, now there is no reason to be afraid. As long as you control the range of battle, it's okay if you don't affect the others behind. Crocodile, this bastard, must make him die ugly. Multiple Shalan. Siege. Rosen didn't have much room to think about, but he vaguely felt that the matter must have something to do with Colonel Luca. Because this is indeed a good opportunity to shoot, they clashed first, and Luca could take advantage of it. Bam's whole body was as if covered with a layer of indestructible black mist. It was not domineering, but fruitful ability. All over his body, a thin mist covered him like armor. His legs are gaining momentum, and he pushes, although the whole person is not particularly tall, but at this moment, he ejects at Lawson like a tank. Colonel Luca, things are done well, do it as soon as possible. Lawson pushed forward several tornado sandstorms, and said loudly at the same time. Colonel Luca, who was planning to watch a good show, suddenly felt thousands of horses drifting past his heart. Indeed, he had such a plan and sent someone to take action, but he did not do the thing. As soon as Rosen shouted out these words, he would be vigilant no matter what. The Kaiwahe has with Bam, and has to pull himself into the water. I don't know that in order to avoid Colonel Luca making trouble from the side, taking advantage of the fisherman's profit, or suspecting Colonel Luca's counterattack against the framing, Rosen does not intend to let Colonel Luca take care of himself. Fight, come if you want, just take the opportunity to kill Bam. Chapter 42, The Beginning of the Chaos. Rumbling. The tornado sandstorm rolled around unscrupulously, raging, and headed towards Bam, who was rushing. Bam had no doubts for the time being, but listening to Rosen's words, he still looked at Luca subconsciously. They cooperated. It seems that this is not impossible. Earlier, a visual observer reported that Luca greeted Crocodile, the Navy, a group of disgusting bugs at critical moments. The Bordeaux winery guard surrounded Kaiwahe and his party. Maris, you and I join forces, and I will help you to recapture the woman and destroy Kaiwahe together. Please Colonel Luca also temporarily stop acting, otherwise don't blame me for being polite. Bam, the voice came out. Colonel Luca's face was immediately ugly. At this moment, he really wanted to unite with Kaiwahe to kill Bam first, but unfortunately he didn't think he would be their opponent, and he knew it. To deal with Bam, Colonel Luca, who is not strong himself, can only use some rare and powerful weapons. He has also made preparations, but he has never thought of doing it at the party, at least not tonight. So when his killer hasn't arrived, he can only watch for the time being, but it would be nice if he could take advantage of it. And Maris froze for a moment, looking at Robin's figure. The hatred of the past flooded his forehead. This is indeed a good opportunity. Bam is willing to take action, the success rate is very high. Skoda, do it, take Nicole Loyal, bring him back, and I sent the guards to cooperate with the Bordeaux winery operation. Yes. The black Skoda nodded and attacked Robin at the same time, but was blocked by Bonus, and the two immediately fought. At the same time, Bam, like a storm, rushed directly through Rosen's sandstorm, and came to Rosen all at once. Raised his fist covering the black mist instantly became deeper, it was domineering, armed. The pirates of the New World, knowing a little domineering, couldn't be more normal, which was also expected by Lawson. After all, domineering control is a very common situation behind the New World. It can be said that it will not be a little domineering, and it will not be able to reach the stage at all. Of course, except for those with special abilities, such as those with strong natural abilities, even if they don't understand domineering, they have a great innate advantage. Lawson is such a capable person, but for the domineering point, every time Lawson sees others using it, you will feel that you don't feel helpless. Desert barrier. Rosen pushed his hand, and a sand wall stood up in an instant. Bam punched on it, blasting the desert barrier, and then a shock wave burst out of his fist. Rosen raised the golden hook to block, and with a clang, the surface of the golden hook was sunken a little, and Rosen's heart was solemn. What kind of power is this, the thin black mist that covers him, and what kind of devil fruit power is it? I think so, but the movement in Rosen's hands is not slow, the ground rolls. Sandstorm. Boom. Rosen quickly stepped back, pulled away, pressed one hand on the ground. Full of abilities, the whole house including the floor shook, a large swath of soil and rock was turning into sand. The house is going to collapse, hurry up! A person yelled, and other talents woke up as if they had just dreamed. Most of them are of average strength. If they are buried in the house or in the sand, it is very dangerous. The people in the house suddenly disappeared, of course most of them were cursing. But the range of damage caused by the battle of the strong is too wide, especially if there is a natural type among them. If you accidentally get involved, it will be too unlucky. More than hundreds of guards rushed from the back of the Bordeaux winery and along the avenue. Several floors inside and outside surrounded Rosen and others. Maris also fired a flare, summoning the dozens of people who lived with him in the manor area, and hundreds of desperados who were on standby in the port. There was an accident, everyone set off at speed. The chief officer of the Maris ship saw the signal and acted immediately, and the port was instantly commotion. Not only Maris brought the escorts, other businessmen more or less brought a lot of escorts. The ships that had been resting in the harbor, listening to the phone bug from Bluebrook, immediately began to gather. Going to the meeting, although it was safe in the past, every time you have to deal with unexpected situations, this kind of caution is indispensable for business people. What's the matter? The boss is in danger at the Bordeaux winery. He wants us to go to the rescue as soon as possible. Don't ask why, go late, be careful that the boss will come back to you to settle the account. So, the originally quiet port was all in a commotion. Hundreds of guards, bodyguards, pirate hunters, and the like, all headed towards the Bordeaux winery. Colonel Luca took out the phone worm and started calling for reinforcements at the naval base, but Harry stopped him. Colonel Luca, it is not appropriate to mobilize the navy now, otherwise some lurking pirates will see the navy and they may have conflicts. This is the situation. It will be difficult to clean up. Isn't that just what you want? You are usually very active in catching pirates. Maybe you can catch a few more at this opportunity. I don't want to sit still. Colonel Luca said coldly, not sure about Bam. The attitude towards him before. You must have the ability to protect yourself, and your cronies must be by your side, so that he can feel at ease, bring the secret weapon along the way, and make some arrangements. As Luca said, he had already dialed the phone worm, but Major General Harry pressed Luca's phone worm. If you do this, the conflict between the Navy and the pirates will break out, plus a third party, which will lead to the defense of the entire city greatly weakened. If criminals take the opportunity to riot, it will cause huge losses. Colonel Luca looked very ugly, and sullenly shouted at Major General Harry, "Harry, you have to hinder me at this time, don't you? Even if there is a loss, the life of a superior officer is better than everything, and if you can take the opportunity to they catch it all in one go, and you won't lose a share of the credit. If Colonel Luca is worried about his life, I can you out now, but I hope you will not use the Navy's conventional defense forces for the time being. This is not the time to capture the pirates." Major General Harry's analysis is not unreasonable. If the pirates who came to support suddenly find that a large number of navies appear, the possibility of conflict is too small, especially in this darkness. It is difficult to communicate the order. And even if they ordered not to conflict with the pirates, would the pirates like the loose sand do this? I don't even know, it's impossible even after thinking about it. It doesn't need to be much, only a few people are needed to wipe the gun and go off the fire. The consequences will be serious. If you are hit, you will definitely fight back. If you are killed, you will kill the enemy first. This is instinct, and orders may not work. Once a conflict arises, other people will inevitably be swept in, and then it will evolve into a melee. The situation will be too bad, and it may even affect many innocent people. Let go. Colonel Luca said coldly, looking at Major General Harry who was holding the phone. "You reading www.uuganshu. The tone of calm is colder." But Major General Harry did not retreat in the slightest. Colonel Luca gritted his teeth angrily, but there was no alternative, the two were so stalemate. Boom! On Rosen's side, at the moment when Bam was flooded by the sandstorm, the entire house collapsed, but fortunately most of the people had almost escaped. Damn bastards, a bunch of lunatics, never drink any more. A businessman said with lingering fear. If he came out a little bit slower, he would be buried alive. It's useless, the mere sand can't help me, it's time for you to pay your blood debt today. Bam rushed out of the center of the sandstorm with cold eyes. Since the battle has broken out, first solve the Kaiwahe, and then find a way to solve the following things. As long as you try not to affect the brewery behind, it has not developed to the point of being out of control. The only thing that is not well prepared is that he failed to formulate a strategy, otherwise his own strength and the people brought by Maris are absolutely sure to keep Crocodile here, but now I need to take some risks. But danger is always with pirates, and Bam will not shrink back. Rosen also frowned slightly. It seemed that Bam was more difficult to deal with than he thought, and he glanced at Bonus's situation and found that the bodyguard named Skoda had very good physical skills and suddenly suppressed Bonus. If it hadn't been for Bonus' hard body, he might have been injured long ago, and Robin could only handle the miscellaneous soldiers who came forward. But you can't underestimate these pirate masters. Maybe someone has a poisonous weapon or a sea-floor stone bullet hidden in his hand. If it is successfully attacked, it would be very dangerous. It seems that tonight will be an uncomfortable battle, but Rosen did not back down. Bam wants to kill him, and he wants to kill Bam. Chapter 43, Hitting Fruit Hitting People. Tiger Strikes. Bam's arms are covered with armed domineering, like a black bomb rushing towards Rosen. On the black mist, there is a faint shock wave wrapped around him. This is his ability. The ability to hit a person with a fruit can instantly make his body extremely hard, and once the body touches a target or object, it will have a strong shock wave. He used the shock wave generated by this impact to crash and destroy huge warships, and he could easily break through iron plates of low thickness. When the simultaneous impact ability is activated, it will cover itself with a defensive black mist, which can prevent the impact caused by the impact. This ability is excellent whether it is attack or defense. Flying Sand Front. Rosen's face was solemn. Only through the tentative contact attack between the two of them just now, Rosen had discovered that Bam was much stronger than he had imagined, and there was nothing wrong with himself in front of him. And it's not so easy for me to win, and despite this, Bam was still preparing before. He was really an overly cautious person. However, when the battle broke out tonight, neither side was actually ready yet. I can only say that although they have their own plans, they can't keep up with the changes. Rosen raised the sand, flying the sand front, and the pieces of sand condensed into paper like highly concentrated sand, sharp as a knife, countless sand, a dense sand with the blade tumbling towards Bam like a blade whirlpool storm. Sprint and hit. Then Bam didn't stop or dodge, but increased the speed, and the whole person ran at extreme speed, as if it was about to burn. Puff puff. The dense sand blades hit him, and they collapsed in an instant. Bam came to Rosen in the blink of an eye, and the domineering fist covering the armed color blasted out, carrying a shock wave of possession. Rosen was not afraid of danger, his speed increased to the extreme, his body was loose, and Bam was empty with a punch, but the fist wind he carried still rushed not far away, rushing all the dozens of people in the distance. The elemental Rosen has already circled behind Bam in an instant. The double speed of Kaiwahe's foundation is not an increase in beauty. Rosen's strength is much stronger than when it was out of Alabaston. So fast. Bam was taken aback, and just about to turn his head back to fight back, Rosen held the desert sword, slashed behind him, and slashed it out. But Rosen frowned, because there was no blood on the sand blade, but something should have been chopped off. Damn it! Bam rushed over from the darkness again. No, it can't be regarded as darkness anymore, because the other houses in the manor were on fire, illuminating the surrounding area. Finally, there are pirates or other people who can't help but want to make a fortune in this chaotic moment, and the winemaking area of the Bordeaux winery is a place of fat and oil. Such a mutation made him even more angry than being cut through the armed defense by Rosen. He wanted to turn around and leave, but Rosen would give him such a chance. Desert sunflower. Bam! The ground collapsed, unable to reach, and distracted and angry, Bam instantly fell into the endless sand hole, and then Rosen condensed the desert burial violent punch and slammed into the sand pit. Unless Bam can burrow into the ground, this blow is a must, because whether he stays at the bottom of the hole or rushes out head-on, he will meet this huge punch that is enough to fill the entire sand hole. Pang! The sand fist rushed down as promised, and the ground near the sand cave was shattered by the earthquake. The scene suddenly became quiet, as if the ground block had drifted. Master Bam! Almost all sides were guards of the Bordeaux winery. At this time, Rosen was overwhelmed by intense firepower. Then an iron net with sea-building stones was thrown by a strong guard, and fell from the sky in a round shape, shrouding Lawson. Annoying fly! Shalan! Lawson didn't even look at it, and a Shalan skyrocketed into the sky. Whether it was the bullet coming from the self, or the halo stone iron net that was about to fall, all were involved in the tornado sand and dust, and then the sandstorm swept toward the enemy group, screaming again and again. Although the miscellaneous soldier could not face Rosen head-on, it was possible to consume or interfere at a critical moment, which really annoyed Rosen. Did Bam be killed? Some pirate merchants were protected by escorts, and they were relieved a lot, watching them not far away. They hope that Bam can win and continue to do business, otherwise this trip will be almost completely in vain. I don't know, but I don't know when there are a lot of bounty hunters and captains. It's possible that the identity disguise has been found out. Now it is estimated that someone has taken the opportunity to stare at our heads. Ah! This person said nothing. Was slashed in the faltering flame. Everyone retreated slowly, and anyone who didn't know approached was cut off. The captain of the pirate also tore the disguise. For safety, anyone who didn't know who approached him now might be attacked by him first. And this moment. The brewing area is about 3 kilometers away from the battle. This is an entire brewing factory. The security forces are usually very strong. More than 300 pirates are on duty in shifts. Even at the moment when the boss is fighting ahead, these people still stick to their posts. But at this moment, he was attacked suddenly. The attacker was the Blido pirates, a crazy pirate who had just entered the Great Route. Setting fire to burn everything was a prelude to his attack. He liked to taste death in the flames. Brothers, you all rob me and kill them all. These are all fine wines, but you have to put them on the carriage, asshole. If you knock over another box, you will be the prisoner tonight. I'm here. Blido resisted a big sword. He was originally staring at the devil fruit tonight, hoping to find a chance to seize the treasure of the sea worth hundreds of millions of dollars, but after lurking for a long time, he never found the opportunity. But when the conflict between Kaiwahe and Bam broke out, he realized that there was an opportunity to make a fortune, and there was no winemaking area guarded by Bam. Where could he withstand the indiscriminate bombardment by him and his men? After all, he was one of the few pirates who had a bounty of more than 100 million yuan on the liquor. He was offered a reward of 130 million baileys, but in a moment, hundreds of guards all fell down under his sword. You put your things on the ship first, but why are there so few top-quality wines and only 10 boxes? This is far from enough. This is how much it is worth. I will see if I can find a chance to get the devil fruit. Blido is greedy. But some of the pirates are not greedy. Captain, we still take this opportunity to go. That Kaiwahe is as powerful as a monster, and even that Bam is not necessarily an opponent. It is better for us to give up the devil fruit. The deputy captain said bitterly. The scene of destruction caused by the fruits of the natural devil really made them, the pirates who have never seen anything in the world, feel terrified. Yu reading www.yu. After all, Com is now taking advantage of the fire and making a lot of money, there is no need to take risks for a devil fruit. Ha ha ha, don't worry, they can fight fiercely now, they won't find me. For Kaiwahe, he is better than himself. Blitto didn't object, after all, he was really not confident about the attack and power. But if they both lose and lose, don't you want to win both fame and fortune tonight? If the situation is unfavorable, it's not difficult to escape under the cover of the night. He still has this confidence. The navy is coming. In the crowd, I didn't know who shouted, and the scene suddenly became chaotic. The pirates and businessmen who had planned to wait and watch for a while also noticed something was wrong. Break through here and encounter those who stand in the way, even if it is the navy, don't show mercy. Kill them all. The cooperation of Bordeaux wineries seems to be completely useless. After the disturbance here stops, consider whether to come back and cooperate. The businessman said with a cold face. At this time, being alone is the way to protect yourself, so the navy's melee with pirates, hunters, and merchants, and street fighting also began. Colonel Luca. Major General Harry looked at Colonel Luca with a gloomy expression. Don't show such an expression, Major General Harry, I really didn't call the worm. This is already saving you face. If you don't accompany you in this scene, it is difficult to guarantee that you will not return to the naval base to interfere with my arrangements. Colonel Luca is confident. Smiled. How did the navy come here? Major General Harry couldn't figure it out. He stared at Colonel Luca, but he still miscalculated. It's okay. I just made some arrangements before I set off. If I don't go back after a certain period of time, someone will come to me, right? Colonel Lowry. Colonel Luca was confident. Chapter 45, Fierce Battles and Situations. Familiarity. In Bam's cognition, only Colonel Luca is currently able to mobilize troops to attack the brewing area. This is also because of the effect of Lawson's previous sentence. Once doubts arise, it is difficult to eliminate some things. Puff puff. There were shock waves radiating everywhere, and that was the unreserved strength of the two pouring out. The scope of the battle is getting wider and wider. Numerous escorts and merchants involved have become innocent victims, and the vacant space within a kilometer has become an area of destruction. Rosen and Bam have full firepower, one of their abilities is the natural type, and the other is the Superman type with both offensive and defensive capabilities. Bam's strength is indeed the strongest enemy Rosen himself has ever encountered. Ace is not counted. The two have only discussed each other, not a duel of life and death. Rosen couldn't suppress Bam even with the large-scale natural fruit of the attack. Bam is a strong melee. As far as Rosen is concerned, the rustling fruit is still his biggest backing. Shalan, Sandstorm Funeral, Desert Sword, Desert Knife. Rosen opened the distance and was a set of continuous attacks. In an instant, centered on him, within 100 meters became a field of yellow sand flying. Crocodile. I want you to die without a place to bury. Bam was crazy, letting these attacks fall on him, roaring and running like a mad dog. Under such intensive attacks, even with the protection of armed and domineering, several blood stains were cut open on his body, but the wound was not shallow, and his ability was added to domineering, which made his defense very high. And he obviously wanted to approach and win by close combat. Mad dogs should shut up. Rosen smiled coldly, and he held a spear of high-strength sand in his hand. Then he threw it out with a violent shot, the spear shot like a thunderstorm, Bam's face condensed, and a sense of danger surged into his heart. Swish, he dodged to the side, but then the yellow sand in all directions flooded towards him, it was still too tricky for those with natural ability. Impact wave. Bam gritted his teeth and pulled his right hand back, his entire arm swelled abruptly, and then he slammed a punch, and a translucent wave of air rushed forward. Rosen raised the desert barrier, and there was a loud bang. The two collided, the desert barrier burst into pieces, and the rest of the power hit Rosen, smashing his sandy body. But although such a long-range attack is powerful, it is difficult to be accompanied by domineering, which means that it is not very useful to the natural system. But this was just Bam's interference. With the help of the yellow sand flying at this moment, his vision was disturbed, and he approached Rosen. Go to hell. The domineering covered fist slammed towards Rosen like a mountain, and Rosen could perceive the tremendous pressure brought by this fist, as if the pressure of a tsunami crushed him. Go. It was too late for Rosen to use the sand, but he didn't back up, and the golden hook greeted him. Pang! The two collided, crushed by a huge impact, and a shock wave was transmitted to Rosen like a ripple. Spread to the surroundings at the same time, the ground instantly rolled, swept across with great force, like a crazy hurricane swept across. Even some good players can't get close to the battlefield of the two. Click! Rosen's golden hook could not withstand his impact and shattered, revealing Rosen's unsightly broken arm, but Rosen smiled weirdly. What reason makes you think you won the close combat? Lawson's other arm had already clenched a fist and gathered his whole body strength and was waiting. Even the fists are covered with sand gloves that look like scales, high concentration sand, and they have the ability to invade the desert to absorb water. It's the bait. Bam woke up instantly, no wonder he chose to greet him with his weak golden hook arm. But it was too late. With a muffled bang, Rosen slammed Bam's head with a punch, directly slamming him into the ground. The ground was suddenly red, and the skin dries up a lot at the moment of contact, and there is a lot of moisture in the body. But Rosen did not stop. He used sand to condense the arm that had crushed the golden hook into an arm, but the sand was flowing. Therefore, if he wants to maintain this state forever, he has to consume more physical strength. Unlike the solid like ice cubes, the condensed hands and feet only need a little physical strength to maintain and convenient use. But in this case, Rosen can't control the consumption, and if he doesn't kill Bam, there will be endless troubles. The yellow sand spear condensed in the void, was held by Rosen's hands, and then slammed into Bam's body. Armed. But Bam's fighting consciousness is obviously super strong, and his body strength is also extraordinary. After taking a full blow, he quickly escaped from his groggy consciousness in time. He used his arm abilities and domineering again, pressing one hand on the ground, supporting him to bounce quickly, and hitting Rosen's spear with a punch. With a bang, the sand spear is currently the weapon with the highest density of sand that Lawson can condense, and its hardness is comparable to steel. But even so, when he collided with Bam with this punch, he failed to break the defense, but instead shot out a sound like the humming of gold and iron. Bam's fists are very hard. Die! Bam slapped his other hand, swift and violent. Rosen was difficult to defend, and with domineering, a palm directly slapped Rosen back a few steps. Lawson stepped steadily, his fighting spirit became more and more excited, and the whole person was angry. The pirates of the New World are really extraordinary. With such strength, it seems that the bounty given may be a bit low. Rosen spit out a mouthful of blood, but didn't care. Judging from the battle just now, it was obvious that he still had the upper hand, and he hurt Bam even more. This will evolve into a huge advantage over time. There is not much difference in strength between the two, and it is not so easy to distinguish the victory or defeat, but the advantages and disadvantages have gradually accumulated tendency. The fighting became fiercer, and the more they fought, the more fierce they fought, and the more they fought, the more they fought, which made the onlookers nervous. Are Kaiwahe and the pirates of the New World both such powerful monsters? The pirate who bounty of more than 100 million Pele, Blido, became more and more frightened when he looked in the dark. He asked himself if he had just received Kaiwahe's punch in the head, he would definitely die. Colonel Luca is also uneasy to see, Bam is so strong. It seems he hasn't taken the holy wine yet. Involuntarily, he ordered to retreat some distance www.readaloud.com and then waited for the opportunity to look for opportunities. But he found that the speed of the two was too fast, much better than Major General Harry. Even if he wanted to attack, he couldn't find a good time, and there was no good time. Once the attack failed, maybe both of them would kill themselves, and the pressure on Colonel Luca was also increasing. The edge of the manor area, and near the civilian area. Can you hold it up? Bonus and Robin were surrounded by many people. Now they have been forced into a crumbling house, and both of them are more or less injured. It's okay, but I don't know if the boss can win. Robin looked solemn. It seems that Bam's strength also made their boss have to go all out. It might even be possible to have spare time to take care of them, but now it becomes impossible. Of course, if they called, Rosen heard it and would take them away as soon as possible. But then Bam would definitely not be able to kill. Neither Bonus nor Robin is likely to ask for help. They don't want to be a burden to Rosen. Especially, part of this battle was caused by Robin. Robin was indifferent anyway. If he died, then he would die. They are here, surrounded, rocket gunners, bombing my house, mortarers preparing, and blasting them to pieces for me. Maris stood beside his power, a group of killers. And equipped with the world's large-scale portable lethal weapons, this is the basis of his force. Skoda, you go help Bam, take down the Kaiwahe as soon as possible, otherwise, if you lose, the monster the first one to be targeted is us. There are still 2 gunners here, and there is more than enough to clean them up. Yes. Chapter 46, Morris Intentions and Fanatics. Skoda nodded, changed hands and left. He was also good at strength, but after watching Bam's battle with Crocodile, he also realized that singled out was not his opponent. So the best plan now is to unite Bam and kill Crocodile first, so that the rest is just a little trouble. 7 Wahe? It seems that there are strong and weak points, not as strong as Mahog. In the dark corner, Morris sat on the ground like a tramp. Watching the battle in the distance, he didn't even plan to intervene at all, just kept drinking. Thinking of Hawkeye, he couldn't help feeling the wound on his body, as if he was beginning to feel pain again. Hey, don't get in the way, get out of the way. Skoda came from the end of the street, watching a tall figure just sitting on the ground casually. But because he was too tall, he took up half of the street. He didn't want to make a detour, and didn't want to spend time breaking the wall, so when he saw it from a distance, he let him go. Group fighting is not a good habit. Singles is the best scene. Don't interfere, so I don't have to worry about it. Morris's voice is very calm and very magnetic, but at the moment it carries a hint of it. Exciting taste. Humph, don't worry about it, otherwise. Before Skoda could speak, he saw a big hand grabbing him. Looking for death. Skoda hasn't seen the person clearly yet, but since you dare to do something to him, don't blame yourself for killing him. The previous Kaiwahe subordinate, although powerful, but in the short-term confrontation, he has a bit of it. Advantage. But suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura envelopes his whole person with this big hand, and the powerful sense of oppression gives him the illusion of facing death in an instant. Can't escape. Why, obviously such a slow speed, why can't he avoid it? His body is trembling, the fear from his body disrupts his control over his body's instinct is in survival, trembling. No. Skoda wailed desperately. Pang! Grasping Skoda's head, he pressed it sharply on the ground, and there was a loud noise, the ground nearby shattered and the house collapsed. Skoda was pressed to the ground without any resistance. With this impact, he instantly lost consciousness. It's boring. Morris didn't kill him, but continued to drink, immersed in drunkenness. This feeling was really wonderful. Although he hates Kaiwahe, he has to say that Kaiwahe is really his lucky star. The original plan was to start a dispute between the Navy and the Bordeaux winery, and then he would do it all by himself and completely control the entire island. In the end, using the wine city as a base, then recruiting troops, expanding crazily, and stepping to the top step by step. All this is planned, and even some sacrifices that may be necessary are completely acceptable. Even for this reason, he even wooed Enlin, who didn't seem to be very powerful, but somewhat useful. Through Enlin, let him catch the Navy's report, so that he could learn some basic situations of the Navy in time. The dark side of some senior officers, and some are not willing to tell their subordinates. But I did not expect that an unexpected visitor not only clashed with the Bordeaux winery, but at present, it is possible to destroy it, and even the Navy is involved. This is good news for Morris, so in some key points, he also put a little effort into it, such as the sudden death of Enlin. Well, although I have a temporary partner, but it can help, the previous investment is not a loss. Next, he doesn't have to worry that Bordeaux and Louis, Navy, will unite against him. Just watch the incident end. It is best if Crocodile kills the Navy too, it will be perfect. Perfect to the point that Morris wants to spend several $100 million, thank you for Crocodile. After the battle tonight, Diane wants to have the strength to resist him again. I am afraid that it will be impossible in a short time. Even if Bam wins this Kaiwahe, he will not be able to retreat, let alone injury, and it seems that one of the two will die, so that there is less resistance in advance. If the Navy is used, the current general will be destroyed. If you are obedient, just keep it, and if you are not obedient, unplug it together. Then pour the dirty water on Kaiwahe or Bam, and see who can survive, and let them carry the pot. He had already prepared for this. Oh, it can't be said that it is a backlash, because the conflict between them has happened in real time, and in the end, he just needs a little help from himself, so he is so happy. Almost effortlessly, put the once difficult bones on the plate. The last fisherman must be himself. For this, he didn't worry and let them kill him. The more fierce the trouble, the better. The more people know, the less suspicion he has. Because he didn't want to become a wanted man in the Navy early, otherwise he would have been defeated by his strength, and he hadn't done anything, just because he was afraid that the news of his hands would leak out and become a wanted man in the Navy. He is a well-known bounty king, so even if it's just a nominal change of his identity as a target he hunted before, it is difficult for him to accept. One day, one of the world's strongest bounty hunters will definitely be born here. So if possible, it's best not to be a pirate. Ha ha ha. Morris was in a good mood, drinking more and more. Puff puff. The cannonball fired and exploded on the ground, smashing the place where Bonus and Robin were hiding, and Bonus blocked Robin in front of him, blocking most of the explosion. Come on, they are not dead yet. Before the new round of cannonballs are filled, surround them with me. Don't let them run. If you can catch that woman alive, you will be rewarded. Maris smiled grimly and waited. When Robin got it, she must let her understand what the consequences would be for her betrayal in the first place. A group of good killers swarmed up. 12 rounds of flowers, twist. Robin used his abilities to bring down the assassin who rushed forward, but this was physically exhausting, and her combat effectiveness was really not high at this moment. Her danger level and high bounty have always been derived from her knowledge. I won't kill you. I will catch you alive to the boss, and the reward will be higher, but the boss shouldn't mind if he breaks his hands and feet. A cold assassin flashed beside Robin. Swinging a knife and slashing from below, he intends to abolish Robin's ability to move. Bonus moved forward, and the knife slashed on him, only sparks, dust cut. After brushing, the arrogant killer suddenly turned into a blood man and fell down, but more people approached. Bonus was also under a lot of pressure and there were too many people. He was close to Nan Maris, and there were 2 men in black suits around him. At first glance, his strength is extraordinary. It seems that it is not so easy to implement the beheading plan. You don't seem to have a strong desire to survive. Bonus saw that Robin was not fighting desperately, it seemed that it was just a simple counterattack. As he said, I'm just a woman who continues to betray. I can live or not, and it's normal to die. Robin smiled slightly, and Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com didn't care. The boss probably won't want to see you like this, he should hope you can live well. Bonus shook his head. Will he want me to live? Robin was taken aback, but then relieved, maybe he still has use value. Yes, boss has a very special attitude towards you. It has nothing to do with your value. He seems to treat you as a friend, but I don't know why. This can be noticed by Bonus, who often pays attention to boss, but he is very strange. Boss, should you know what Robin is like? Bonus certainly didn't know, because someone was interested in the role of Robin before he came to this world. So in the eyes of Bonus, boss seems to be more humane, not only to Robin, but also to him and the other crew members. In his eyes, they are no longer a simple tool, just right. Robin needs to go deeper. Bonus felt that even the boss himself hadn't noticed it. Friend. Robin had a heartbeat for a moment, but then he threw this unrealistic idea into his mind. But then I remembered everything that happened at the party not long ago, the crocodile kind of hard-working attitude for oneself. For a while, the crocodile figure came to mind. Following the boss, he is an amazing man. He used to be, and now he is stronger. He will definitely become the most eye-catching man in the world. Bonus' eyes were a little fanatical. Although the previous boss was also strong, they lacked the appropriateness to enter the subordinates' hearts. But tonight, he was extremely short-handed, but he let Bonus see a broader future, which is an emotion that can watch each other move forward. Fanatic people are often able to create achievements that ordinary people cannot achieve. Chapter 47, Reinforcements come, cut again. Ah, it sounds like you can't wait. Robin covered his mouth and chuckled. My mood suddenly became less heavy. The appearance of Maris tonight reminded her of the darkest period of time, which was the darkness that had never been before Crocodile. Some past events rushed to her heart, making her mind tired. 6-round flower, slap combo. Papa Papa, the few people who rushed were dizzy and dizzy. I will save you, I hope you can put more effort in the future, not to watch you wait to die. Bonus said indifferently. I'll do my best. Robin didn't know what he meant by this, whether he would help Crocodile or that he would try his best to survive. Bonus didn't know, and it didn't matter. The important thing is that he hopes that this woman can play her value in the future and help boss go further. This is a very strong woman, and may not be strong. But intelligence, brain, knowledge, these are what they don't have. On a ship, you can't just know how to charge, you also need a think tank, otherwise Bonus's usual personality wouldn't be able to say so much. Mr.1, here we are, where is the boss? A squad of more than a dozen people suddenly came to kill behind Maris, the Mr.5 bombers and Valentine's Day 2 people leading. Such a big thing, coupled with the fact that there has been no reply, and so many people in the harbor are acting, they are also very worried about the situation, so naturally they came over. Good come, Mr.5 Valentine's Day, you two drag the 2 men in suits, don't force it, just drag it, I will make a quick fight. Bonus' eyes lit up and saw the flipped fighter plane. Before being suppressed by powerful firepower and crowded tactics, Bonus did not have a very good decisive reality, but now it has. Never underestimate the powerful firepower coverage and the sea of human tactics, unless it is a natural type capable person with a creep terminator, otherwise the human sea tactics are still very troublesome for them with superhuman ability. Maybe Mr.5 and Valentine's Day will not be the opponents of the 2 bodyguards, but as long as they can be involved for a while, they will not be fully passively suppressed and beaten. Although he is an Iron Man, if he is continuously bombarded with shells, he will be killed. Moreover, these enemies are all good in strength, not the kind of goods that can be put into several in one move. Damn it, why are there Kaiwahe's subordinates? Maris saw that he was about to take down the 2, but suddenly there was an accident, and naturally he would not be in a good mood. Because of the large number of people on their side and the powerful firepower coverage, as time goes by, the balance of victory must be on his side, but now, not necessarily. Understand? Receiving bonuses order, reinforcements from MR.5 and others also started a melee, and MR.5 and Valentine also focused on the two men in suits. Continuous explosion. As soon as MR.5 approached, a set of continuous explosion punches was output. The man in the suit was very good. But it doesn't mean the ability to resist the fruit of the explosion. After a few tricks, the person did not retreat, but the palm of his hand was burnt red. Anyone with the devil fruit ability. The man in the suit condensed slightly. When he encounters a person with the devil fruit ability, sometimes he can't be negligent even if his strength is not strong. Besides, this is not weak, he has a bit of strength. 0 kilograms. Valentine's Day floated with an umbrella. It's another demon fruit capable person. Maris's face was not very good looking, but he didn't panic. The bodyguards around him are not so strong, and the monthly hiring costs are extremely high. They are hired from the underground world and the mercenary chamber of commerce, and they are killers trained in the flames of war. 10,000 kilograms, guillotine. Valentine's Day also suddenly fell from the air. She aimed at another man in a suit, but the man in the suit raised his hand to block, and with a puffy sound, the attack was actually blocked. It's awful. Useless. There was a panic on Valentine's Day, and then the man in the suit grabbed her ankle abruptly, a big windmill revolved and threw her out, and she smashed her whole body on the wall. Hey, I don't know whether to live or die. When Maris saw this, his confidence was restored on his face, but he didn't notice that Bonus was already holding a knife in his hand, and he was engrossed. There is a flaw. Bonus drew his sword and cut. Quick cut. In the night illuminated by the flames, a faint light flashed. Snorted, Maris's expression stiffened, and then a round object was thrown high, his eyes full of confusion. What's the matter? Is that his body? Yes, what a strange vision, how is it like this? The boss is dead. A subordinate was taken aback for a moment. What a joke, didn't he say that the bodyguard is very strong? The boss is dead, who will give them a bounty? No, wait, the boss is dead, the money on the boat. The two men in suits were also taken aback. They were wary of a possible attack, and they did see the light. But it's too fast. Although they have strength, if it is true, the bounty strength is about 60 to 70 million. The previous Skoda was able to exceed 100 million, but Bonus's move, I am afraid that only Captain Skoda can stop it. Now that the boss is beheaded, what should they do? Withdraw, a man in a suit said after hesitating for a moment. It doesn't make much sense to fight anymore, and the real boss behind Maris will not let them off easily. After all, they are trafficked mercenaries. The death of the master does not mean that they are free. Do you chase? MR.5 asked Bonus's opinion. No need, we have to go back to the boss as soon as possible to see if there is anything that can help. The two men haven't even distinguished the victory or defeat. They are really monsters. Where did they get such good physical fitness? Colonel Luca took the Navy to the side. He has been looking for a chance for a long time, but he has never had a chance. In that case, it is better to wait for the two to decide the winner. Because the strength of the two is too close, even if Bam wins, he will definitely be seriously injured, so that he can make another move easily. If Kaiwahe wins, hold it for yourself and get acquainted, and you can consider letting him go. If you don't know each other, let's kill them together. Kill them. www.readaloud.com. I will feel much better. But waiting is the most tormented. He put his hand on the military crossbow and continued to wait, but thinking of the huge benefits that he would reap after success, he couldn't wait. And the focus of this battle will eventually become the news of the infighting of the two Kaiwahe. He can completely withdraw, it is perfect. I wanted to keep a hand against the nasty navy, but now, I can only blame you for your bad life, Crocodile. Bam was punched in the chest by Rosen, and his ribs were broken. But he also smashed Rosen's shoulder with a punch, making it all red. Bam and Rosen both suffered serious injuries, but Rosen seemed to be immersed in this power confrontation. He can even perceive something in his body that is awakening, which is a special kind of induction only when the body stays at full power for a long time to attack. Seeing that Bam's eyes were wrong, Rosen was immediately prepared. If Colonel Luca had said the truth, then maybe it was time for a showdown. Bam took out a test tube of medicine from his arms, which contained blood like red wine. He smiled grimly, "Your strength is almost clear. As long as I become stronger, today is your death date. I've been waiting for this moment, Shang sneaks." Lawson sneered, his whole body exploded and shattered, leaving only yellow sand falling to the ground. "I really want to thank Colonel Luca for his disclosure, otherwise this time I am afraid the outcome is really unpredictable. Even if he is slowly taking advantage of it. But if he was not prepared mentally, he might be beaten out of defense, but now, everything is different." Disappeared. Bam watched Rosen's whole body exploded and shattered, and then did not condense again. He was taken aback, and at the same time a sense of crisis struck. Chapter 48, The Overlord Awakens, The Ground Scroll. Huang Sha cuts to death. The shadow of the sand sneaks, lurking in the sand to move after being fully elementalized, especially now that there are dust storms flying in all directions. Such an environment is very conducive to Rosen's performance, and he has been prepared for a long time, although he can't see where Colonel Luca is now. But Colonel Luca is not the same type of person as him, let alone a partner. With Luca's personality and style of acting, he could not figure out what he is lurking in the dark, which is quite certain. So even though Rosen was in battle, he was also prepared for all accidents. "I want to assault me," thinking too naively, Crocodile. Bam can drink the holy wine immediately, but this will definitely give Rosen close to him the opportunity and time to attack him, so he plans to retreat first. "Rosen, drink more." After all, Rosen had just disappeared suddenly, he really didn't dare to be careless. Pang! Bam threw a domineering punch, and from the side of the dust raised a figure. It was Rosen. Rosen was expressionless, just judging that Bam might also know a little bit of domineering, but his major is armed. Sand bullets. But the moment Lawson was repelled, a thumb-sized sand bullet that had been prepared for a long time bounced out and flew by at speed. Such a short distance, such a small size, of course, can cause no harm to Bam, but his target is not Bam. Snapped. Bam couldn't react at all. In his induction, this was not a fatal attack, but the next moment he heard the sound of glass breaking, he suddenly recovered, staring at the broken holy wine in his hand, stunned. For a while. Suddenly he roared fiercely, and his murderous intent burst out. It was definitely the information that Luca had leaked and told him. Otherwise, how could he know the importance of this thing? All the attacks and lurking just now were for destroying himself and becoming stronger? Damn shi shibukai. As for Rosen, he still had an indifferent look. Since he knew that the thing had an effect on improving combat effectiveness, how could he wait for him to drink it dumbly? Life and death struggle is not about friendship. Will you wait until you have everything ready? Non-existent. If the stalemate continues like this, I'm afraid I'm really in danger. At the same time Bam was frightened, he suddenly realized and calmed down a bit. But Rosen didn't give him this room for thinking. A super high-speed movement reached Bam, and at the same time, he carried thousands of sand blades around his body and launched a swift attack. Bam lost consciousness, and in the blink of an eye, he was suppressed by Rosen. He slashed one after another with the tornado and dust. The sandstorm funeral was responsible for the heavy damage, and Bam retreated again and again in an instant. There were more potholes one after another on the ground, and the burning houses passing by were also blasted one by one, turning this place into a purgatory area. Once he gained the advantage, while Bam was distracted, Rosen launched a violent bombardment. Bam, who couldn't reach the defense, had to defend with difficulty, but the living space and fighting space were gradually compressed by Rosen desperately. Rosen ignored his own defenses. Once suppressed, he became even more aggressive, even in order to injure Bam. He chose to kill 1,000 enemies and hurt him with more powerful attacks. There was blood splashing on both of them, and the advantage further expanded towards Lewison. Bam became more and more frightened as he fought, and even began to retreat in his heart. It became more and more difficult to parry, and many bones were broken in his body. Although he can also attack Rosen, his mistakes and futility just now are a bit serious. Such mistakes are very dangerous when there is no advantage in strength. Now he is in this danger. Although Rosen has a strong upper hand and even a huge advantage, he still lacks a finishing skill that can determine the outcome. Can only fight, desperate to kill Bam here, in order to avoid future troubles. Earth roll. In an instant, the sand raised up from the entire sky suddenly gathered into Rosen's hands. That scene is like Rosen's palm has turned into a black hole, frantically absorbing the dust storm between the sky and the earth, and crazily compressing and condensing it. That is the amount of sand that is full enough to set off a dust storm. A high-density terrifying sand sword was held by Rosen, but just to maintain the shape of the sword, Rosen already seemed very strenuous. His entire face became savage, even he rarely yelled out his name with the moves, and he sounded like thunder at the moment, because he needed to focus all his attention and all his energy on this move. Name is helpful for people's memory, and it is also a point where people can quickly get together in a state of excitement in the fastest time. Just as when you walk loosely on the road, hearing your name can pull back all your thoughts and attention. Rosen needs this point now, because it gathers a huge amount of sand so crazy and compresses it into a sword. In terms of his control and physical strength, it is too exhausting, but if he doesn't do this, he can't confirm the victory in such a good situation, because he needs a move that can determine the victory or defeat. His sword-holding arms are all withered a lot, and his ability and physical strength are crazily absorbed by this long sword, and he can't stop. Once he stops, this trick will collapse before it takes shape. Rosen underestimated this trick, and even when his idea was formed, he never thought that this trick would require so much energy that it would just squeeze him dry. The principle of this trick is actually simple, that is, continuously compressing and condensing sand, but he is absorbing too much sand at the moment. What? Rosen roared, and the powerful coercion exploded in an instant. A violent breath whistled and rolled away in all directions, and the sky in an instant, as if a golden halo flashed by. That is the energy hidden in this body. It comes from the potential of Crocodile. With his strength and fruit ability, he should have mastered the domineering long ago, and it is definitely enough to master the domineering. He is only a little bit short of opportunity. That's it. At this moment, under the unprecedented concentration of Rosen, his potential has awakened. Domineering sweeping, countless people instantly turned their eyes wide and lost consciousness in all directions, which caused a panic. Why are it all down? Go, go, hurry up and leave this ominous place, and never come again. No matter how good the wine is, you have to live and enjoy it. Someone flees in fright. These are people who have good self-sustainability and intend to see the final result. But they are so far away, why would someone suddenly lose consciousness? Was it a sneak attack or was poisoned? What's the matter with this violent aura like a devil's breath? Under this momentum, people seem to suffocate at any time. The overlord looks domineering. The running dog of the world government actually has this kind of qualifications. The hip flask in Morris's hand paused, his eyes no longer dim, but became fierce, and then slowly got up. Impossible, how could you have this kind of aptitude? Bam screamed in exclamation, ignoring that the flames of the nearby house had climbed onto his clothes. Yellow sand. Absolutely cut. But Rosen himself didn't know, he only knew that with this blow, he had to divide the victory and defeat, go all out, or even surpass his full strength. He opened up at full speed and opened up defenses. Like a bolt of lightning, he held his long sword close to Bam, and swung it at him in his horrified eyes. Melee. Arrogant, even if there is no holy wine, you are seeking your own death, fully armed. And the ultimate impact form. Bam can't dodge this trick. Rosen is too fast. At this time, if you turn your back to Rosen, it will be even more dangerous. And at this moment, his ferocity was also aroused, the armed color was fully open, the ability to hit the fruit was fully opened, the ultimate impact, even standing in place, as long as something touches him, it will be rushed by the super impact wave. Shattered. He admitted that Crocodile is much better than himself in terms of strength and control of the battle situation. But if he chooses to slash at close quarters, he is definitely seeking his own way. His physical strength can't withstand the impact of his counterattack in this state. And he is also confident that the fruit comes with its own anti-impact black fog and domineering. Rosen must not be able to break all of his defenses, at most a moderate injury, so why does he need to run? That was the act of a coward. www.readaloud.com. And all these words are long, but in reality, from Lewison condensing the sword to domineering awakening, and then swiping it close to the body, everything is just a matter of a few breaths. Dai Juan. Huangsha must die. Cut out. Sword light struck Bam's body, and Rosen felt that his body was baptized by a powerful shock wave in an instant, hitting people, and its defense and lethality were too strong. Fortunately, his sword cut in, and Rosen flashed past Bam and stood behind him. The long sword in his hand could no longer be maintained. It exploded with a blast, and the condensed sand burst out, instantly everywhere. Yellow sand flying all over the sky. Rosen's chest also made the sound of bones being shattered by the impact wave, blood spilled out a few mouthfuls, but Rosen smiled. You can't live either. Bam turned his head hard, and he noticed that this Kaiwahe cut off his domineering defense and the impact-resistant defense that came with the fruit. But with that reaction force, Bam believes that with the strength of the body shown by Rosen before, the internal organs will definitely be shattered, and they will all be destroyed? It seems pretty good too. But Rosen's words made him stare. Sorry, my physical defenses are twice as fast as before. I don't know what illusion makes you feel that you must win in close combat, but since you think so, I have also cooperated with you before. Now, I can't die. Bam's eyes widened, but as soon as Rosen's voice fell, countless sand blades burst out of his body in an instant where he was cut. The blood is flying, that is the sand that was injected into his body when it was hit. This is the deadly place. Numerous sand blades burst out from the body in an instant. Once the highly concentrated sand is released, the amount is enough to burst a person. So, Bam is dead, and his death is not pretty. Chapter 49, Take Advantage of the Fire? Closing or Prologue. Rosen was also panting. He has always been sure to beat Bam, but if he wants to prevent him from escaping, it won't be so easy. After all, the power gap is not very large, so when Bam felt that melee combat had an advantage, he deliberately relaxed his defenses, making him feel that melee combat could cause serious injuries to himself. But in fact, Rosen has been waiting for a chance to win with one blow. After all, Bam's defense is really high. If an ordinary sandstorm or sandstorm punches, for the armed and domineering Bam who hit the fruit body, the damage will be limited. Lawson used Daijuan. The yellow sand cuts to death. In fact, it is also a gamble. If he can't control the crazy concentrated yellow sand, it is very likely that he will lose control of his own strength and be caught by Bam. Similarly, if his physical defense does not have double the degree of defense, Bam's hammer just struggling to death would cause no injuries. And it is really likely to die, but has everything ended now? Rosen didn't feel that since Huangsha's death cut, his spirit has been in a state of high concentration. Although his injuries are not light, his internal organs have been damaged, and his skin has been injured a lot, he finally hit the counterattack temporarily, at least on his body. Some bones were broken. But it's not yet time to relax completely. And don't forget, Bam is a person with a bounty of more than 200 million, and Rosen feels that his strength matches his strength very well, even at a premium. The task may be completed, but Rosen will have no time to look at it. The most important thing now is to see how Bonus and Robin are doing. At the last moment, with a full blow, Rosen can't be distracted to pay attention to them. I hope they are all right. 1. Haha. Colonel Luca was very happy, but the strong breath just now was domineering? That's too domineering, shouldn't it be the legendary domineering? For a moment, he felt that his heart was pinched, and he would suffocate if he took a step rashly. Should you kill Crocodile now? Colonel Luca was weighing it, and it seemed that Crocodile was seriously injured. Killed him, it seems that there are many benefits, and it can also report the previous Crocodile ignoring the rudeness when he offered to cooperate. Well, let's kill it, otherwise this Kaiwohei is actually quite dangerous. Moreover, after killing Kaiwohei, after some hype, it seems that it is impossible to become a hero who saves Judo, as long as it works well. Sure enough, people who don't obey themselves still have to kill to make them feel comfortable. Thinking about it, Colonel Luca slowly pulled away the military crossbow. But just when Colonel Luca was ready to do it, and even ordered the navy to gather and surround him, one person jumped out first, a pirate with a bounty of 130 million baileys, Blido. He also saw Rosen's injuries and consumption, but he didn't get too close. Instead, he stood at a distance from Rosen and shouted, "Hey, Kaiwohei, there is a navy who wants to kill you, or else, how about you hand over the devil fruit to me? In that case, I won't interfere in the affairs between you." Luca's face turned dark for an instant. Maiden, where did this come from again? With this reminder, he was in a stalemate again. I thought that it would be easier to kill by sneak attack. Now, if it is hard to kill, what should I do? Smart people, sometimes thinking too much is not necessarily a good thing. Thinking too comprehensively, sometimes it is easy to hesitate. For example, at this moment Luca hesitated. Rosen heard the words and looked at Blido, who was keeping a certain distance. At this time, there are still people who want to take advantage of the fire. Does he look so weak? Don't say it. If it weren't for seeing Rosen so weak and giving Brito 10 courage, he wouldn't dare to yell at such a strong Kaiwohei, but weak and small would be different. Come and get it by yourself if you want it. Rosen's calm and flat voice passed out, and he looked at his left hand without the golden hook, and he was a little unlearned for a while. And now he doesn't want to waste physical effort to maintain the sand arm. He needs a little time to recover his physical strength and meet the trouble that may come. Well, someone is absent. Morris walked out of the dark and stood next to Colonel Luca, slightly stunned. Morris. Colonel Luca was surprised. When did Morris approach him? Navy, let me ask you something. Where is your commander? Where is the Major General named Harry? I haven't even seen such a big event. Morris stared at Colonel Luca and asked. Colonel Luca felt that he was not staring at him, but an evil spirit. The oppression was too strong, and Colonel Luca suddenly noticed that his hands and feet were cold. I don't know. Colonel Luca would naturally not say anything about Major General Harry being attacked by him when the dust hadn't settled, and he had no obligation to tell Morris. Well, that's a shame. Morris sat on the ground all of a sudden and continued to drink. No one knew his plan, and ordinary Navy soldiers dared not approach him. Only Colonel Lowry remained unmoved and continued to stand nearby. Damn it! Colonel Luca scolded inwardly. It seems that it is impossible to sneak attack on Crocodile. There are 2 witnesses, and it is still the kind that may not be able to stay. Are you trying to annex the Bordeaux winery, Colonel? Morris suddenly stared at Colonel Luca and grinned. Things without owners, Naturally our navy will take over. Colonel Luca didn't hide the slightest. Really, it makes sense. Stop talking nonsense, hand over the devil fruit, or don't blame me for being polite. Blido intends to threaten to say a few words. He believes that in this case, the devil fruit can be obtained without any effort. If it were not for fear that Crocodile might still have the power of a battle, he had already grabbed it, but he could not delay it for too long. The surrounding navy would soon form a circle of encirclement, and he had to escape in time, otherwise he would be surrounded. It is troublesome. I don't even have the guts to do what a pirate. The devil fruit is on me, come and get it if you have the ability. Lewison also likes to delay time, because he consumes a lot of time, and every time he recovers even more fast. Talking, Rosen also provocatively took out a cigar and lit it, took a deep breath, and the smoke ring he spit out was toward Brideau, like silent contempt and mockery. I don't know if it was Rosen's illusion. After a while, he felt that his physical injuries were less painful, and some of the cracked wounds seemed to have stopped the bleeding. Blido turned black, gritted his teeth, and judged that Rosen should have no fighting capacity, otherwise it would be impossible to stand still under the provocation just now, although he was also despised by the counter-provocation and returned. But the consumption should be great and the injury should not be minor, so don't blame me for accepting it with your head. Go to hell. The price for me to come here is not that a devil fruit can pass it, ha ha ha, what about Kaiwahe, what about monsters? Blido wielded his big sword, and rushed towards Lawson like a whirlwind. Sandstorm funeral. Rosen's right arm turned into sand dripping onto the ground. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com frantically absorbed the sand on the ground, and then blasted it out with a punch. The billowing sand fist erupted and faced Brideau, although it is not the Sha fist that has absorbed the sandstorm. But Rosen thought it was enough to deal with this one in front of him, and it was true that he hadn't recovered to the top. Impossible. He made a mistake in his judgment, and Blido looked surprised and immediately wanted to retreat. He is not the kind of reckless man who is particularly strong. He prefers to pick up the bargain behind his back, which is safe without too much effort. Pang! Blido was knocked head-on with a punch, flying far, and all of a sudden, he saw only a black spot. Rosen resisted the visceral injuries involved in the blow, but at this time, he couldn't show his weakness. Otherwise, Colonel Luca's attitude would be elusive, and Morris was there. Rosen frowned, with some bad guesses in his heart. If there is anything unexpected, it should almost be exposed now. After all, this is a good harvest time for anyone. Boss. At this moment, Bonus Robin and others came from not far away. Although there were only a dozen people, at least if the conflict really broke out, the ordinary navy could still handle it. Is there a phone worm on him? Rosen asked Robin in a low voice, and Robin nodded in disarray. Your Excellency Crocodile, you really stabbed me in a big trouble, hey? Colonel Luca greeted me pretendingly in distress. Actually, if Morris wasn't there, he would definitely kill Crocodile with the idiot pirate who just appeared out of nowhere. That's really thanks to you. If it wasn't for someone to die when they shouldn't die, or tonight's chaos can be avoided. Rosen sneered. Chapter 50, One Net Catch. I didn't do that thing. I pledged in the name of the Navy that Kaiwahe, Your Excellency, don't mess with good people. Colonel Luca said. He had sent someone to do it, but he had already been posted first. It may be that some enemy took the opportunity to kill it, but the timing was indeed good. I did that. Thanks for your hard work. I didn't expect this Colonel Luca to be able to deal with his colleagues. It was unexpected, but now that the actors are all here, let's settle the bill. Liz came over. At the same time, a group of masked men in black rushed over like a tide, and surrounded the entire area of the navy nearby. And at the moment of the encirclement, the navy was chopped down to the ground one by one, and the rest of the navy in the distance was also blocked by masked men who suddenly appeared. The screams of one after another, reflected in the fire, made Colonel Luca's heart sink to the bottom. Morris, he dared to attack the Navy, isn't he afraid that the Navy headquarters would know? And from his words, he actually knew that he had attacked Major General Harry. How could this be possible? The few witnesses at the time were all his accomplices. It shouldn't have been more people knowing about this. But then he looked at Colonel Lowry coming out from behind Morris. He was stunned. What's going on? Colonel Lowry is the first of all the navies to take refuge in him, and his family background is fine. At the same time, he is also very quick to do things, and he has no objection even to some things that do not conform to the rules of the Navy. Thank you for your excellent command tonight, which caused the Navy to suffer a huge loss. Otherwise, if you let some people run away, it would be troublesome. Oh, by the way, you wouldn't think that Colonel Lowry was yours all the time. Morris looked at Luca with an incredulous face and glanced lightly, not feeling anything. Although this Colonel Luca is a bit clever and has methods, it is a pity that it was from the day he came to the Wine City. All the powerful people around him were inserted in him. Whether it was Onlin or Colonel Lowry, they were all pawns to promote the conflict between the Navy and the Bordeaux winery. Boss, it's cleaned up. Colonel Lowry had no expression on his face, and hundreds of navies nearby had been cleaned up. The navy that was besieging the pirates in other places far away, most of them did not know the situation, and a few found abnormalities and were stopped. Now, Colonel Luca has become a lonely man. Colonel Luca stared at Lowry. Obviously, he had just told Morris about his attack on Major General Harry. The reversal was too fast, and Colonel Luca's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Colonel Luca, please don't look at me like this. I've been a member of the Bounty Guild from the beginning. Lowry greeted Colonel Luca with indifferent eyes. Go to hell. Colonel Luca is a smart man. When Morris started to clean up his men, he knew that Morris would never let him go tonight. Because they didn't have any performance to negotiate at all, the only hope was that Crocodile would help him. This is unlikely, but you have to try. He turned the military crossbow fiercely, squeezed the trigger, and shot the laser armor arrow straight towards Morris's forehead. Morris covered the black domineering right hand and held the light arrow that flew by at extremely fast speed in his hand. There was an explosion, and the fire flooded Morris and the others. Colonel Luca's whole body seemed to be lit, and wisps of green smoke came out of his head, and his body emitted a scent of tobacco, which was extremely strong. Nicotine is multiplied. Absorbed, boosted by excitement. Swish, Colonel Luca has sparks emerging from his body, and he looks like a lit cigarette at the moment. Superman, the tobacco man of tobacco fruit, the main abilities are tar, smoke, and nicotine. Of course, his smoke is not as elemental as the natural system, but when the ability is activated, smoke will escape. These smoke have a certain degree of toxicity, but they are not particularly strong. Nicotine is mainly used for refreshing and excitement, which can temporarily increase the overall strength, and he rushes towards Rosen and others. It's a big cigarette. Mr.5 glanced at it and exclaimed. Indeed, when Colonel Luca's ability was activated, it looked like a cigarette that was burning in human form, and there were even scattered sparks on his body. I don't know how he ignited himself. Devil fruits, there are no surprises. Rosen nodded. This is the first time I have seen such a weird ability. Your Excellency Crocodile, save me. As long as you save me, all the materials and treasures of the Bordeaux winery belong to you, and you are covered with my tar fumes. Remember when the party first started, we were in a house. Have you ever smoked here? Although you won't die right away, if I get close to my control, your body will start to weaken drastically. Colonel Luca threw out all the chips in his hand at the moment of life and death. When he said this, Rosen was taken aback for a while. What happened? It was true that he had smoked at the time, and he didn't think it had anything to do with it. But now it seems that Colonel Luca had already started designing himself at that time? This old fox? It's a pity that Morris' appearance made his subsequent calculations completely miscalculated, otherwise he would definitely use this to do something. I'll kill him. Once the capable person dies, no abilities are useful. Bonus said indifferently. Rosen stretched out his hand to stop Bonus. Now he is not in a hurry, nor can he do it. Someone will do it anyway. The smoke cleared. Morris was holding a laser arrow, and Colonel Luca knew very well that this thing was almost a one-off for the strong, and he had heard of Morris's strength, maybe by Bam. Even stronger. So he obviously chose to ask for help from Rosen, threatening his interests, but it was a pity that Rosen had no plans to take action, because he had other plans now. Colonel Luca doesn't want to save him. If the Navy is stronger, I'm afraid it will turn into a situation tonight. It's hard for Rosen to say that the so-called tar smoke is actually his own calculation. But it is estimated that the effect should not be particularly great, otherwise he would have used this point to intimidate himself. It would be very useful, and he can also experience the changes in the body, only the weak effect needs to be used to intimidate himself now. Rosen thought about this for a moment, and then he figured it out. Give it back to you. Morris flicked his hand and he didn't even use a military crossbow to eject, and the projectile speed turned out to be faster than that of a military crossbow. Colonel Luca feels the imminent arrival of death. www.readaloud.com screaming at Rosen, Crocodile, save me, let you do whatever it takes. With that said, he also took out a bottle of holy wine and was waiting to take it, because he had just thrown a laser arrow and started to run at full speed. Only then will he have the opportunity to take out this life-saving thing, but the effect of the medicine is also exerted. It takes time. I'll save you right away. Rosen yelled, but people didn't act. Bonus and Mr.5 both looked at the boss with puzzled faces, but Robin was thinking about it. She probably knew what was going on, but she didn't expect the boss to have such a strong insight. You. Colonel Luca thought at first that Rosen was really going to save him, but he was stunned when he saw no action. Then, his laser arrow penetrated his body and instantly set off a big battle. Explosion! There was no bones left in an instant, and the stronger speed was able to exert the maximum explosive firepower of this arrow, but with his strength, he could not hold it. It can also be said that Morris is too strong. Morris, you killed Colonel Luca. Did you plan everything tonight? Rosen asked with a dark face. You are a smart man, Crocodile. If you are not responsible for tonight's affairs, I am afraid I will let you join us now, and even the second-in-command position can be given to you. Why not? Wait until you are deprived of it. After the title of Wu Hai, how about returning to join our bounty guild again? Morris waved, and the masked man retreated instantly. They mainly surrounded the Navy. As for Crocodile, the boss has his own arrangements. Rosen glanced at Morris, did not speak, lit a cigar, frowned, and then slowly said, Why do you think I will be deprived of the title of Kaiwahe because of this incident? The grudge with Bam did not involve the Navy. Chapter 51, Generals and Anti-Generals. The matter is very simple. 7 Wahe, Crocodile, clashed with Bam in Judu. Major General Harry, Colonel Luca who came to mediate, lost to Kaiwahe and died in the battle. If this kind of information is sent, do you think that the Navy headquarters will let you be the Kaiwahe? Morris did not do it, and he himself had no reason to kill Crocodile, thanking him it was too late. The Navy is dead. Eyewitnesses can only prove that I had a conflict with Bam, and coupled with your eyeliner in the Navy, you should be the only high-level surviving at present. Although there will be some loopholes, it is reported to the Navy headquarters or the world government there, it will indeed be what you want. Rosen thought for a while, and felt that Morris said that he would deprive Kaiwahe of this matter, and it is really not difficult to operate. Yes, so you can leave now. Anyway, things here basically can withstand investigation. Even if you try to clean up, I am afraid it will be difficult to do. After all, there are thousands of people in this chaos. The eyes see it. But my proposal has always been effective. If you think the Navy's pursuit is too annoying, you can come to me to be the second in command. Our bounty guild still has a set of hidden aspects. Morris said 2 words, and became addicted to alcohol. Began to pour the wine fiercely again. What are you doing this for? Just to eradicate dissidents? I can understand if BAM is involved, but even the Navy doesn't fit your status as a bounty hunter. Rosen couldn't figure it out. I only want wine and there is only one voice left. The Navy is always a hindrance, and it is a handy task. The original plan is much more difficult to implement than it is now. Thanks to you being able to come to the Wine City at this critical moment, but thank you very much. Kaiwahe has a calamity and a good fortune. Obviously you are my good fortune. Morris raised his hip flask and offered a glass to Rosen. Even if Harry and Luca are dead, wouldn't the Navy headquarters send someone? The Navy headquarters will investigate at most. Now 2 uncontrollable Navy generals have died. The next leader is naturally ours, right? Colonel Lowry, after all, spent a lot of money, it seems. Crocodile is also a little interested in our bounty guild. Morris looked at Crocodile meaningfully, although at first he valued Crocodile very much. But a person with a domineering look, he doesn't think he would be willing to send someone under the fence, but if he really faces the Navy's pursuit, he may change his attention and not necessarily. If Crocodile joins, then his bounty guild will be even more powerful and develop faster, which is why he answers the question of Crocodile. I'm just curious, no matter how you say it, you also showed me, and it turned out to be obviously not friendly to me. Rosen smiled faintly. From the point of view, Morris is indeed very strong. I am afraid that before he was injured, he would not be able to win if he met him, and it is even possible that the result would be worse. Ha ha ha, do you want to fight with me after hearing what you said? This is not a good choice. Now you are seriously injured, far from my opponent, save effort to deal with the Navy. Morris smiled. Rosen did not refute this. Now everyone can see this, and is it necessary to fight? No, it's not necessary, because next he is the one who has the last laugh. Thank you for your frankness, Your Excellency Morris. Rosen smiled slightly. He wasn't idle, chatting with Morris specially. What do you mean? Morris noticed an abnormality in Rosen's expression. It stands to reason that the person who is about to be deprived of the title of Kaiwahe is unlikely to be so calm. After all, he will have to face endless pursuits after all. And I can't see how angry he is at him. This is not like the expression that a person in a difficult situation should have. Why is he so calm? What did you miss? Morris has the means and careful thoughts. He has arranged a lot of undercover agents in the Navy early on. They are more ambitious, and such people tend to look at problems objectively and rationally. So he judged that the best decision for Crocodile now is to leave the Wine City as soon as possible. Otherwise, waiting for his subordinates to report to the Navy headquarters, I am afraid that the power sent to hunt down Crocodile will not be weak. In retrospect, there is basically no one in this world who has become Kaiwahe and has good results after leaving. Moonlight Moria, the world government felt that it was too weak, and was abandoned during the war, deprived of Kaiwahe, almost lifeless. The original Crocodile was defeated by Straw Hat, deprived of Kaiwahe and sent to Advance City. Kaiwahe Jinpi refused to be summoned by Chiang Zai to fight against Whitebeard, so he was sent to the 6th floor of Advance City. Even if Blackbeard abandoned the title of Kaiwasi and gained the ability to shake the fruit, he was also chased by the Red Dog. It can be seen that the deprivation of the title of Kaiwahe is definitely not good for Kaiwahe himself. Therefore, for those who have not become Kaiwahe, the title can be rejected. It is nothing, but after becoming Kaiwahe and becoming a member of this system, deprivation means huge turmoil. Such a change cannot be ignored even in Crocodile. Why is he so calm? By the way, he has a lot of words, as if he's talking about himself? But what's the point of this? Even if you tell him everything, the Navy will not trust him unless there are other high-ranking naval officers here. Major General Harry is not dead? Morris frowned. I have a more personal question for you, what exactly does your bounty guild do? Rosen was curious. With Morris's strength, the side should be fine. Just be careful on the Great Route and don't provoke the general rank or the difficult Kaiwahei or the Emperor's lieutenant. You should be able to live very smartly. Want to play with me? No, Major General Harry is not here. Crocodile, what are you thinking about? Morris vaguely sensed something wrong. He brought up strength, prepared to get close or plan to catch Crocodile first, to see if there was something wrong with it. Originally, he didn't intend to do this. It was so laborious and thankless, but now the attitude of Crocodile makes him a little disturbed. Rosen obviously also noticed Morris' movements and took the lead in the showdown. Are you aware of it? Congratulations to Your Excellency Morris. From today on, you will become a pirate. It is not me who will face endless pursuits, but you. Rosen couldn't ask. No matter how useful things came, he didn't hide it, and took out a phone worm who was on a call from his arms. Morris's face changed dramatically on the spot. How could this be possible? When did he prepare it? Could it be that he knew he would make a move tonight, but how could this be possible? He planned to have it all in one go or made a temporary decision. After all, he did not expect that tonight's development would evolve into such a situation that is so conducive to his harvest. Even he himself had just made a decision. How could you read www.yuyuganshu.com Crocodile foresee it? Hey, is the lieutenant on the other side listening? But you have to remember and report word by word. I didn't kill your admiral. I just didn't have time to rescue. I tried my best. Useful information can be extracted. It's done, it's up to you. Rosen smiled. But Morris was stunned, including Robin, Bonus and others. Lawson's trick is not clever, he can only say it is unexpected. When did he start doing this? After the battle with Bam ended, he thought of this? It's impossible to be so predictable. No one would have thought that when the battle was over, Rosen still had a phone worm on him, and he was still on the phone. All have been recorded. A very heavy voice came from the opposite side. It was Lieutenant Mole who answered the call, but what Rosen didn't know was that there was another General Huang Yuan next to him. The bounty hunters nowadays are really terrible. There have been more borers in the Navy in recent years. It seems that we need to check carefully, and when we can spend money to be promoted. Huang Yuan shook his head, and the admiral died. In addition, he was killed by someone live broadcast in this way. Morris was almost on the Navy's kill list. Even they subconsciously buckled the death of Major General Harry on Morris, because the Navy was plotting against the Navy. If this is the case, it is not trustworthy. From tonight, it may be that Morris is more likely to conspiracy. Crocodile. Morris shook his hand fiercely, and the flask in his hand was directly crushed. He couldn't think of it in his dreams. What they said just now was all heard by the Navy headquarters. Not only did he fall short, but he was about to face a catastrophe, and it was just because of a phone call. Chapter 52, Morris Scourge. But he couldn't figure it out. Tonight's situation was all an emergency. He had never been in contact with Crocodile before, and it was impossible for him to understand himself. Even if he knew himself, he made such a decision entirely on the spur of the moment. How could he have expected it, and even opened the phone worm call? 100 secrets. No, it can't be regarded as Morris's negligence, but this action is completely outside the scope of his calculation. Your Excellency Kaiwahei, the naval base near Judo has received instructions from the Navy headquarters. In addition, 2 lieutenants and 3 warships will be heading to Judo. Please also Kaiwahei to cooperate with the bounty hunter. Liz takes it. Lieutenant Mole said to the phone worm. Well, of course, we are allies. Rosen dealt with it perfunctorily and hung up the phone worm. Morris's face darkened, but he calmed down quickly. It will take a while for the Navy to reach here, and the mobility cannot be that fast. The existing forces on the island alone cannot stop oneself. Now our identities have been reversed, Your Excellency Morris, since you intend to establish a bounty guild, you have all the money and materials prepared, and now it seems that there is still time for you to prepare to escape. Rosen wanted to prevent Molly. Segu jumped the wall in a hurry, so he was vaccinated in advance. Is actually reminding him that he will not leave again. When the Navy comes, he will cooperate with the Navy. When the Navy is involved in the siege of the Navy, he will not be so easy to leave and may lose a lot of property. Rosen's current physical condition has recovered, but it's still too early to return to its peak. If Morris insists on being strong despite the danger of being surrounded by the Navy, it will be a big trouble for Rosen. Morris was silent for a moment. Of course he understood what Rosen meant. It's just that he didn't expect that he was still holding the winning ticket last moment, and now he is about to become a bereaved dog. Ha ha ha, things are unpredictable, Crocodile, I underestimated you, but there is a problem. Could you please answer me? How did you anticipate that I would be in trouble tonight? I am pretty sure that I even made sure of the action on an ad hoc basis. No, you look at me too high. I can't predict what will happen tonight. Originally, I was just a little insurance measure to prevent Colonel Luca from turning right and wrong. In other words, if Colonel Luca wants to take the opportunity to collect fishermen. If it is profitable, then my phone call with him will also be reported to the capital Navy headquarters. Of course, the Navy headquarters may not admit it in order to hide the ugliness, but it does not matter. If Colonel Luca wants to kill me, it is destined to be impossible, but after his failure, it is not convenient for me to kill him directly, especially if there are witnesses. However, if the naval headquarters knew that Colonel Luca, who assassinated Kaiwahe for his own selfish desires and failed, his life would not be easy. All I did was prevent such accidents. But before you appeared, I thought about a problem, a very simple problem. Rosen didn't mind telling Morris about it, because the dust had already settled. On the contrary, there is no direct conflict between him and Morris, it's just that his bad luck just created an opportunity for him. Morris just pushed along with the trend. If it succeeds, the two will naturally become an endless relationship, but now it is clear that Morris is the most miserable one. Moreover, Morris is not simple, and more importantly, he has strength. Unlike Colonel Luca's approach and cleverness, he has a bigger structure and more patience. Judging from Loli and Onlin, who are in the Navy and BAM, as well as the judgments of these extraordinary masked men, he should plan something bigger. Perhaps, it is only his number one to get the wine in his pocket. Step. Have you thought about any problems? Morris was very curious. After experiencing the initial drastic changes, his mentality slowly calmed down. In his plan, the guild will go through a period of rapid development before it will be able to oppose the Navy. I didn't expect it would be so early now, but this is a fact that cannot be changed. If there is chaos in the Bordeaux winery tonight, the Navy is mixed in it, and the merchants suffer losses, and the pirates take advantage of the fire, then who will be the biggest winner after the fact? Whether it is a coincidence or a conspiracy, the biggest winner can never be unknown. No action. So I thought about it, maybe, Mector Winery has the most profit, isn't it? Rosen looked at Morris, his strength was almost restored, just the broken bones, and he had to find a chance to let the ship heal. But now it doesn't affect your own hands. It is still unclear whether Morris will do it. Since he wants to know something, tell him to take the opportunity to recover a little more strength. Morris suddenly realized that sometimes it's not a good thing to be too alone to be good. I take back what I said before, you are not my lucky star, but my disaster star. See you next time, I hope you can still live. In this way, the first move of Crocodile defense was Colonel Luca. The second move of defense was the biggest winner, and he was the second. Welcome anytime. Rosen disapproved. Order to go down, get ready to set sail, everything is simple for the treasures and supplies, it's not time for a head-on conflict with the naval headquarters. Morris turned and left. He still has a lot to do, otherwise it is absolutely impossible to let him fall into the pirate business. Crocodile. But obviously, even if Crocodile is injured, it is not the kind of opponent that can be taken in 3 or 2. Fighting with him will obviously delay the prime time of retreat. It's just that after many years of operation, it really was so easy to waste. By the way, if I'm tired of being chased by the Navy, or one day I leave the Kaiwa Sea, do you think about doing something for me? Rosen said toward Morris back. Morris said this sentence to him, and now Rosen returned it to him with almost the same meaning. Although it was ridiculing, he never did not have this idea. The strong is the talent, and the talent is the sweet potato. Morris stopped, and was stunned. Crocodile actually wanted to recruit his subordinates. Where did his confidence come from? Rosen might not have been able to beat himself in his heyday. Kaiwahe is really arrogant, Kaiwahe can't keep the mistakes I made today, and when will you leave the Kaiwahe? I am afraid that you are not far from death, die this heart, maybe you die better than me, it's still early, ha ha ha. Crocodile is an interesting person. See you next time, don't die in my hands. Who cares about the ridicule? Furthermore, Morris had really agreed with his brain, and he really couldn't keep him now. A title of Kaiwukai was not enough to protect Morris, who killed the admiral. At least not in this matter. Morris did not respond again. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. His time is running out. Boss, why don't you keep him? If you cooperate with the Navy, you may not have the chance to take him. Bonus was a little puzzled. Can't beat it. Although Rosen didn't want to admit it, he felt that his senses had become much sharper since Huang Sha was cut to death. In the case of his own injury, strong action would have no good results. Bonus is silent. It seems that Bam of Bordeaux Winery is indeed not weak, causing a lot of injuries to the boss. Go back to the ship first, and then make plans. It's dawn. The Navy will take over the liquor store soon. Don't take it lightly. After Rosen ordered, he took everyone to leave. Boss. On Valentine's Day, I didn't know where to bring a leather coat similar to the one that Rosen had worn and put it on Rosen. Rosen took a look and felt that it was necessary. Otherwise, the clothes are ragged, and the left hand is still empty, and it looks unsightly. By the way, the arrow on the ground is good, pick it up. Rosen looked at the arrow that killed Colonel Luca, and said to Valentine's Day. The laser armor arrow just wanted to become a pangolin and dangled away, because it hardly has any IQ, just a weapon, anyone can use it, no one can use it, it will instinctively sway around, but now it is caught by Valentine's Day in. There is no damage tonight, right? Rosen asked again. Judging from Robin Bonus and Valentine's Day, there were more or less injuries, and it was not easy for them to live tonight. Several crew members were injured, but no one died. Robin smiled slightly. Rosen nodded, and the group walked towards the port. The person lying in front looks familiar, Navy. As everyone approached the port, Bonus saw a figure falling in a wave of blood in a dark corner. Chapter 53, Manatee. Peng peng peng, a few people were beaten lying on the ground, unable to move. Some desperados who took advantage of the fire to rob and saw the luxurious ship. After confirming the defensive force on board, there were only a few people, no matter who the ship belonged to, they came up and snatched it. Anyway, after grabbing them, reselling them, or using them on their own, who can find them in this vast ocean, so under the leadership of the captain, he invaded the dawn with about 40 or 50 masters. But until now, they still haven't been able to break through the ship's defenses. The Manatee is really strong. It's a bit outrageous. 48 players, including the captain, total 49 people. Now they have been knocked down almost 30 people. Ma Dan, where did this pet come from? It's so strong, Captain, or let's withdraw. A beaten crew member with a blue nose and swollen face was furious and shocked, and if he continued the fight, he might really be wiped out. Evacuation? I have been busy for so long. Now you let me evacuate. You bring the cannon. Now, even if some hulls are damaged, there is no way. A big man with a thick beard said unwillingly. The small green figure of the Kung Fu manatee made a movement of lifting up his limbs and holding things up. Upon a closer look, it was Rosen Sharon's starting position. The difference is that it can't release Shalan, but it's self-explanatory. There is a way. With a kick of his little tail, a green lightning started to drift in the crowd, slapped on the pirates with palm after palm. The manatee's assault force could not be prevented even if it was unstoppable Mr.5, let alone these ordinary pirates, and suddenly fell a few people. The captain of the ship. Suddenly a crew member looked at the street behind a dozen people walking towards him, and seeing the people clearly, the scared person almost lost his soul. What are you doing, Crocodile? The captain was also shocked. This is the ship of Crocodile? Well, before they did this work, it was a very dark night and they didn't watch the pirate banner at all. After all, they were thieves. They stole things and left after they stole. They saw who they stole. In their opinion, this was originally the case. It's easy to do. But I didn't expect to be stopped by a small animal for so long. This time the owner came back, and he was still the infamous King Shishibukai Crocodile. This is miserable. They actually grabbed the crocodile ship, or how unlucky, there are so many ships in the port, so they chose this ship, and it's over. Shalan. Lawson had no time to take care of these thieves. A tornado sandstorm came and cleared the field, including those who had been up earlier. They were also swept away by the tornado sandstorm like sweeping garbage. Good job. Rosen praised the Kung Fu manatee. Although there were still crew members on board, only a few remained. And it was mainly to prevent the pirates from making a surprise attack from the sea, and there were indeed a few people who swam around from the sea to prepare to board the ship, but fortunately, they occupied the condescending terrain and defended them. Hey! The little manatee bowed his teacher's salute again, and held up his own little slap, and made a Shalan start-up pose. It was not strong enough. Master was too powerful. He sent them to heaven with one move. Up. So, in the small eyes, there is a look of worship. Ah! Robin came over, picked up the little thing, and held it in his hand. Unfortunately, the little manatee's eyes stayed on Rosen's body. Boss! As soon as Rosen and the others got on the boat, the few people left behind on the boat also greeted them, and the children were arranged to hide in the room. Leave a few people on duty, and the others who were injured went to the ship doctor to take a look. Thanks for your hard work. By the way, I will treat the rear admiral who was picked up on the road to see if he can survive. In addition, Bonus is staring at him. Once he comes back to life, control him. After Lewison finished speaking, he returned to his house first. Understood. Bonus nodded, carrying a man on him, a dying rear admiral, Harry, who picked it up on the way back, and seeing that there was still a breath, Rosen asked him to bring it back. He had his own plan, but I have to say that Major General Harry's vitality is still quite tenacious. His body was pierced, and even seemed to have been bombed, but there was still a hint of breath. Not long after returning to the room, the ship doctor came to see Rosen's injury first, and was checked by the ship doctor. 3 broken ribs, dislocation of the right shoulder, and severe muscle strain on the whole arm. Obviously, this is the overload effect caused by the final cut. Most of the other things on his body were skin injuries. Although there were some that seemed more serious, they recovered very quickly with the physique of people in this world, but the golden hook on his left hand was gone. I don't want to see this thing very much when it's there. Nothing. Rosen suddenly left his hand empty and still a little uncomfortable. Rosen didn't feel too much pain. If necessary, he could fight another round, but it was difficult to use his full strength. He left it to the ship doctor to treat him and take some medicine that he didn't understand. The people in this world are strong, but they still have to be treated if they are injured. They cannot regenerate or recover at a speeding speed, otherwise they will fight more unscrupulously in the future. Rosen thought about Bam. The strength of this person is almost between that of himself, at best a little weaker, but not a lot. If you say that his current strength is among the top lieutenants, then Bam the strength should not be weaker than the elite lieutenant general. If you look at the proficiency, he is not very good at judging the domineering, but Bam's fruit ability proficiency is more than 600, and there are about 550 physical skills, which is better than Lewison. That's why he thinks about close combat, because his fruit ability is mainly close combat. If combined, the combat power is extraordinary. I am afraid it is not weaker than the elite Navy Lieutenant Admiral. The strength of the Lieutenant Admiral class is sometimes overlooked due to the power of the generals in the three major battles. However, most of the talents who have the potential to be promoted to generals also come from this, so Rosen thinks that the strength of the Lieutenant Admiral should be more extensive. And every Lieutenant Admiral is also the most solid combat power in the entire Navy. Every person who can become a Lieutenant Admiral, except for a few other talents, such as good intelligence or special talents. Others, their combat effectiveness is basically a good player in the world. This also shows that at this moment Lawson still has a long way to go from the strength of the general level, but whether he has the strength of a quasi-general is difficult to say, and it is impossible to judge this point without having played against it. Rosen estimated that the weakest Kaiwahe was the strength of the elite or the general lieutenant general. Moria and the like should be stronger than the general lieutenant general, but it is difficult to say whether he can do the elite lieutenant general. The medium-level elite Kaiwahe has almost the strength of the top lieutenant general or nearly the quasi-general level, and the tyrants are very equal. The strongest top Kaiwahe may have the quasi-general or the general level. At first glance, it is a bit uneven. Think about it carefully. Kaiwahe does have the element of being favored by the world government. Most of Kaiwahe's strength is far behind the four emperors and generals. The simplest reason is that if the round has the strongest personal strength, why he is 7 and you are 3. 4. And these 7 have been updated a bit faster in recent years. In contrast, the 3 generals and the 4 emperors are basically as stable as Mount Tai. Looking at it this way, it seems that 2 or 3 Kaiwahe, together, can indeed make a wave with the general level, but it is difficult to win or lose. It depends on who the Kaiwahe is teaming up with. For example, the Jinpinga tyrant has the power to fight against the general, but it may be suppressed. It is not easy to guess, but the strength for a fight should be there. So from this point of view, it does not seem to be too much to say that the Kaiwa Sea is one of the 3 powers, at least not to say that the Kaiwa Sea is all water. But this is also normal. If everyone in Kaiwahe has a combat capability comparable to that of quasi-general or general, isn't the naval headquarters weaker than Kaiwahe? How to control it? How to convene forcibly? You must know that although the system was launched by the world government, the Navy headquarters are mostly in charge. So it must be that the Navy is much stronger than the Kaiwahe system to qualify for the right to speak. Because the Navy headquarters only needs 3 generals, it is enough to rival the 7 Kaiwahe, even stronger than them. And the rest of the Navy can be said to be more than the Kaiwa Sea, so the Navy headquarters is currently the official power on the sea. But the fighting power of the 4 emperors is too strong. It is estimated that it is really much higher than the Kaiwahe, but fortunately, it is impossible for the 4 emperors to unite. In most cases, only one party needs to be dealt with. Just like Anti and Kaido, they have already shocked the world by joining forces. Kaiwahe's being touted as a big power is more related to the situation in the Great Pirate era. The world government needs this system to remind some powerful people to follow them and have hope, even if you are a pirate. As long as you have the strength or can kill other Kaiwahei, this position is yours. It is mainly for the pirates to consume each other, so that all the pressure will not be placed on the world government and naval headquarters. www.readaloud.com. At present, maybe Eagle, it seems that the strongest in the Kaiwa Sea is more reliable. Currently, the only Kaiwa Sea that shows the combat power no less than the general level. And he is also one of the few powerhouses in the Kaiwa Sea who has a world-class title, the world's #1 swordsman, and the other is the world's #1 beauty. One fights for strength and the other fights for beauty. It is self-evident who is strong and who is weak. Of course, I really fight. There are too many influencing factors. Weak wins the strong, and there are many examples of weird abilities that win the strong. Of course, some people think that even the weakest Kaiwahei cannot only have the strength of a general lieutenant. First of all, you must know that Kaiwahei does not have a superior who can completely control it. In other words, as long as you show a certain degree of strength, it is almost fine. If you want to be Kaiwahei, the world government will give it to you. After all, you are dead, and someone can replace it, so sometimes if you are lucky, you don't run into the real strong, and there are also Kaiwahei who are generally stubborn on the side. Hey? Boss, did you suffer these injuries only today? When the ship doctor helped with the treatment, after checking the injuries, he asked curiously. Yes. What's wrong? Rosen answered truthfully. Really, that seems very strange. Many of these injuries have already started to heal. Generally, if you are just injured, it is impossible to recover so quickly. The ship doctor pointed to the injury on Rosen's arm and said. Rosen looked at the wound that had been torn by the force of the fist wind during the battle. It had already stopped bleeding and scabs. Even a few days later, the scars might be gone. Look here. Rosen suddenly remembered that when he defeated Bam, he seemed to have completed the task of Active X2, but the situation was complicated at the time, and he had not had time to see the changes in his own data. Now that I think about it, I quickly calm down and focus on checking. Chapter 54, New Attributes and Lieutenant Will. Human Body Strengthening Attributes. Name, Shat. Crocodile, Rosen. Ability, those with the Russell Fruit ability are not awakened. Intermediate, Proficiency, 710/1000. Physique, Intermediate, Proficiency, 480/1000. Domineering, Overlord Color Awakening, Proficiency, 20/100. Armed Color, Proficiency, 10/100. Seeing and Hearing Color, Proficiency, 10/100. Swordsmanship, Elementary, Proficiency 140/300. Strengthening Times, 3. Effect, Defense X2, Speed X2, Activity X2, Experience Pack X1. Next enhancement condition, defeat the strong with a bounty of 400 million Pele. Power X2. Random reset task, defeat the strong with 200 million Bailey bounty strength and above. Defense X2. Devil Fruit Capacity Extra X1 mission, the current progress is 1/5. Pig Fruit. Suggestion, after the progress is completed, the body defense can be activated safely at least X8, and you can choose to transfer. The changes this time are very big. First of all, Lawson feels that there is basically no increase in strength brought by this active X2. Fruit proficiency only rose from 674 to 710, and physical skill rose from 443 to 475. Not to mention swordsmanship, Lawson never focused on this. But this time, the fruit proficiency has increased by 36 points. Although it can't be compared with before, the increase is even more than the physical skill. This shows that it is not entirely an enhanced active effect, and it is likely to have a lot to do with the breakthrough slash that breaks through self-control. Physique has also increased by 32 points. At this point, Rosen didn't feel any major changes in his body, perhaps because his proficiency was not improved enough. But part of it should come from this battle, a life and death battle, which can indeed promote the rapid growth of people, which is much stronger than pure exercise. Think about how many days of exercise before, only a few points of proficiency have been improved. But what caught Lawson the most was the changes in the next few data and attributes, the first being domineering. Rosen thought at first glance that he was wrong. When did he awaken his domineering? There seems to be no impression. At that time, he was fully absorbed in the control of Huang Shaju Zhan, completely unaware that his mental power had touched such an opportunity. Domineering, or domineering, this should be the potential of Lao Sha's body. Lawson clenched his fist, a little surprised, but it seemed to be taken for granted. Although the domineering look is natural, there are not many people who have it, such as Green Pepper, Ming Ji, Katakuri, Ace, and so on. If the potential of Lao Sha is stimulated by Lawson, it is not impossible to awaken the domineering look of the overlord. A person who dares to do something with the white beard again will have extraordinary courage, but he may have been defeated once and be hit hard with his faith and confidence. It is difficult to wake up. Of course, this is just Rosen's speculation. But Rosen may not have realized one thing. In this, his will and the ultimate mental power are the main factors for the domineering awakening. The domineering point made Rosen very happy. As long as he awakened, through some memories of the plot, he also had some ways to gradually master the direction of becoming stronger, which could greatly improve his strength, but he still needs exercise and use. At the end is a brand new task, defeating the 400 million Pele level powerhouse, which seems not easy at the moment. 400 million level, that already possesses Kaiwo naval combat power. Of course, this is judged from the value of personal strength, such as Jinping. Of course, there are some cadres of the four emperors with the strength of Kaiwohe rank, but the rewards are higher, such as 7 or 800 million. Rosen felt that it should be related to the degree of danger between the individual and the national group. After all, one side is a lonely family or a small team, and the other is a national super-large group. The degree of danger is definitely higher, the bounty will naturally go up, and of course, these powers are also part of the strength. At the same time, Lawson also believes that 1 billion should be a big threshold. Of course, for Lawson now, these are still some distance away, and in this sea, I want to meet a 400 million level combat power casually. It's not easy to be afraid. This task does not seem to be easy to complete, but if it is completed, Strength X2, the most brutal strength surge, will definitely have an extraordinary effect. But what concerns Rosen the most at the moment is a random and heavy task, that is, a task that has been completed. The enhanced effects achieved can also be superimposed, and it seems that the conditions for achieving it are not particularly difficult. This is easy to defeat, and at the same time rewarding tasks are the primary goal of Rosen. But what exactly is this activity? X2, it seems that there is not much change in strength, activity. Is it active cells, cell recovery? Does this mean resilience? The more he thought about it, the more he felt like this. Because from the tone of the ship doctor, his recovery speed is obviously many times faster than that of ordinary people. But I don't know if there is a serious injury like Luffy's small life, fatal injuries, just 1 or 2 days of training. If there is such a strong vitality, then maybe its usefulness is more important than speed defense. After all, this is an improvement in the level of life. There is also an additional devil fruit capacity task, which is really a long way to go. You watched and dealt with it, by the way, can that Major General come back to life? Rosen asked. Now the crew is very short of some melee combat methods, including myself. If Major General Harry wakes up, he has to find a way to withhold something from his mouth, such as 6 forms. Otherwise, Rosen would have ignored him a long time ago, save his life, and ask for something. It shouldn't be too much. Before I came here, I did some emergency treatment, but it is still in a dangerous period. Look at his own good fortune, but I am afraid it will be difficult to save it. The ship doctor coated Rosen's body with medicine and wrapped it around. Bandaged. Well, if you can't save it, there is no way. Let everyone rest well, and you can go down. Rosen said, although he was very excited about the change of attributes at the moment, it is necessary to rest to give the body a certain recovery speed. Okay, boss. Rosen then took a rest after freshening up, but he didn't know that after he fell asleep, his body was emitting a dull white light. That was the active cells of the body that were very active, especially after he fell asleep. An active X2 attribute that is more difficult to obtain than speed. But it is not as useless as Rosen said. And this was so white that it even affected a few people on the floor below. Light. Robin looked at the faint light shining from the floor. It was almost faint to be invisible, but it did exist. It was strange, why was his arm cold, and there was a feeling of excitement that he wanted to vent his strength? What is this? Is it poisonous? Robin was slightly startled, but then she saw some bruises on her arm slowly getting better, and Robin was stunned at this magical scene. But the light is still permeating, and the lower level is where the cotters such as bonus and MR.5 are located, but the further down, the effect is much worse. But these active photons also have a miraculous effect on their injuries, and they also have a stimulating effect to stimulate the body's strength. www.readaloud.com. Do it. MR.5 looked at bonus and raised such a request for the first time. He felt that his fruitful ability was about to explode at this moment. Just what I want. Bonus nodded, fighting spiritedly, and the two walked towards the exercise area. Major General Harry, who was arranged in the room of bonus and others, was about to die, but after being penetrated by the escaping light particles, his pale face turned a little more ruddy. It came from the boss room, did you see it too? Those strange lights. Valentine's Day walked out of the door and walked along the light, just to see Robin hovering in front of the boss room. But obviously the boss is resting, so I don't dare to bother, so I have to do it temporarily. But from the source, it should be caused by the boss. These are amazing, just like the beneficial atmospheric components in the air have become extremely active. But in their memory, the fruit ability of boss seems to have no such function. At this moment, the Wine City is not far away. Ghost Spider Lieutenant General Doberman, at this moment is leading 3 warships slowly entering the port from the sea. These 2 are extremely powerful lieutenants. If Rosen saw it, he would have an impression of these 2 people, Lieutenant General Ghost Spider, one of the executors of the plot Judicial Island's Order of Demons. The Top War once successfully attacked the Whitebeard First Team Captain Marco, handcuffing him with Shanghai Lushi, putting him in a dangerous situation for a time. Lieutenant General Doberman, also the Lieutenant General of the execution of the Slaying Order, and once the red-haired lieutenant admired the red-haired lieutenant when he came to end the war on top victory, this left a lot of impression. This is an extremely tough Lieutenant General. Chapter 55, Ghost Spider Lieutenant General. The Navy is coming. Many civilians in the port cheered. It was too difficult for them last night, for fear that the chaos in the manor area would affect them. What about Crocodile? Lieutenant General Ghost Spider frowned as he watched the Navy team that was only temporarily organized in the port, did not see Kaiwahei's figure. He wears a western sword with a guard, but the sword is wider and the expression on his face is full of ferocious aura. He is obviously a combat faction who has been tempered in the flames of war for a long time. Report Lieutenant General, Kaiwahei Crocodile had a conflict with the Bordeaux winery. After killing the pirates of the Bordeaux winery, it is now said that he was seriously injured and difficult to support. A lieutenant colonel said in fear. Even if they are allies, the 2 lieutenant generals, Ghost Spider and Doberman, feel too terrible, just like 2 evil spirits who have just walked out of purgatory. Too many killings gave them an astonishing murderous aura. These auras are terrifying to anyone. And this lieutenant colonel's intelligence, naturally, Robin told them, anyway, the character of the boss is unlikely to help the Navy, as long as it is not forced to convene, the General Kaiwahe rarely cooperate with the Navy. Injured? Forget it, anyway, you can't count on Kaiwukai for these things, Lieutenant General Dogman, you are responsible for searching the port of the harbor. I will go to the Mector winery to see if the bounty hunter Morris has escaped. In addition, all the troops of the Juda naval base are sent out at this moment to search the entire island. From the intelligence point of view, Morris may not have escaped, or have not escaped. The Ghost Spider Lieutenant General made arrangements. Even if Morris is sailing, as long as he finds some relevant clues, he can pinpoint where he is going, and then it is not impossible to catch up with him at the speed of the Navy's warships. For whatever reason, those who dare to kill naval officers are a huge provocation to the naval headquarters. This chase and escape will not end so easily. A major general and a colonel are actually nothing, but one of them has a strong background. The second one was killed by Morris during the call. The naval intelligence officers on duty at the time were all present. It would be difficult to appease the people at the Navy headquarters if they didn't kill them. A large number of elite Navy headquarters descended from the warships. Under the leadership of the officers, they began to search the entire island. Lieutenant General Doberman also nodded and led the Navy along the coastline to start a frantic search. Some of the pirates who were on the wanted list were all found out at once. They went to prison, the harbor area, and even the entire wine shop. There were already a lot of places to hide dirt and dirt. The Navy's large-scale raids will surely reap the rewards. After half a day, Lieutenant General Ghost Spider was sitting in the Juda naval base and listening to the latest report. Even if I escaped, let me continue the investigation. There are so many people, it is impossible for all of them to run away, and arrest the employees of the Mector factory. Interrogate one by one to see if you can get any useful information. Lord General, many of the employees in the factory are civilians. Do these have to be interrogated? Said the lieutenant colonel, sweating. He knows that once this order goes on, many innocent people will be tortured to extract a confession, so he is a little uncertain, and confirms it again. Does my order need to be repeated a second time? You must complete it before the afternoon, or you will stop being a lieutenant colonel. Start as a soldier. Don't you have any awareness of being a Navy? Sacrifice is indispensable. Yes. Ghost Spider said coldly. Yes. The lieutenant colonel was yelled at, almost frightened his courage. The murderous dignity made him frightened. It's meaningless to stay here. Please let me know in time if there is any latest news. Take me to the place where Colonel Luca was killed. Can you find the corpse? The Ghost Spider asked another Navy. I can't find the corpse, there should be no bones left. The Navy soldier said bitterly. Pang! The Ghost Spider punched on the table, in a bad mood. Thinking of the phone call from the former senior officer of CP0 before he set off, he felt annoying. It was a world that had done a lot during his promotion. Government officials. He thinks he is more than enough to serve as a lieutenant admiral with his own strength and achievements, and does not involve any water, but it does not mean that he has not encountered difficulties in the initial stage. And Luca's father, a former CP0 senior officer, Howard Alberton, is his benefactor in the workplace. He will not refuse what he opens out of kindness, it is what he owes him. While Alberton is the only child of Howard Luca, I must be in a very uncomfortable mood to come here. At the same time, Alberton was very upset that Crocodile failed to save his son. Although there is no obvious prompt in the phone bug, and he knows that it is unlikely to have a face with Kaiwahe at this stage, he still understands the implication. Don't make him feel better. This Ghost Spider doesn't matter. He is a tough main combat hawk and does not approve of the Kaiwahe system. But at present, even Morris' whereabouts have not been figured out, and Crocodile has not participated, so it is naturally not easy to deal with. However, the crocodile thing was originally taken by the way. The main task was Morris. Originally, someone was sent to search for Luca's body. Unexpectedly, even the bones were not left. It was difficult to talk to Albertin. Confessed. Take me to the place where the incident occurred. The ghost spider wanted to check again, even if only some useful relics were found. Roger that. At this moment, Bonus and Mr.5 have been fighting for a long time in the exercise area. You read the book www.yuyugonshu.com until the ship doctor said that the medicine on the ship was not enough, and the follow-up boss treatment may require a lot of medicine. So the two of them thought that there was nothing to be busy with, so they went out to purchase medicinal materials. After all, at this time of island-wide alert, medicinal materials have also been listed as the key materials for supervision. If most people want to buy, they need some proof of information. Otherwise, it is difficult to guarantee that they will not be bought for pirates, because many pirates still escaped during the raid, and naturally many were injured. And this harsh decree was issued by Lieutenant General Ghost Spider, because if there is a sudden illness among civilians, if you continue to take medicine, you may be unable to recover after it is proved to be prescribed. Lieutenant Admiral of Naval Headquarters. Bonus and Mr.5 were approaching a Navy team, and their expressions were serious. Almost every Lieutenant Admiral often appeared in newspapers or news. Bonus used to be a bounty hunter, and naturally he also read the hawk in the newspaper news, that is, the photo of the Lieutenant General of the hardline iron-blooded main combat faction. The subordinates of Crocodile under Chihuahua. Lieutenant General Ghost Spider apparently saw the two bonuses, and frowned slightly. Although he was already a subordinate of King Kaiwahe, Bonus was indeed a bounty criminal, an example of turning a bounty hunter into a wanted criminal. As for the other person, Lieutenant Ghost Spider had no impression. After all, only some of the more famous people under Kaiwahe could gain the vision of their Lieutenant Admiral. Like Mr.5, basically in the eyes of the Admiral, they are all small characters who can't be on the table. Mr.5 The two naturally wouldn't block the Navy's path openly, so they gave way to the side, but the Ghost Spider Lieutenant General stopped when they came to them. Chapter 56, Ask for Navy Type 6. Rosen woke up after sleeping for a long time, and the whole person recovered. Even most of the wounds have recovered, and the ribs broken in the chest are expected to recover quickly. This recovery speed shocked Rosen for a long time. Is you special, or is it someone in this world who is so strong? Incredible. Boss, there was an abnormal phenomenon in your previous room. There is a strange photon penetration below us, which has strong resilience and excitement. Lewison opened the door, and there were two people standing at the door early, Robin and Valentine. They first wondered about the changes in the room, and secondly, Major General Harry had regained consciousness and was anxious to see people. They were also waiting for Rosen's handling and arrangements. After all, Major General Harry was already dead outside. What light? Rosen frowned, not quite understanding what Robin and others were talking about. It's your chest, but it's stronger than this. Robin pointed to Rosen's bandaged chest. Rosen looked down and was taken aback. What happened? A faint spot of light actually appeared from under the bandage. Standing far and looking, you can't find it if you don't pay attention. You can only see it if you get close and observe carefully. At the same time, Rosen felt that the injury on his chest was a little hot. Rosen suddenly had a bold guess: is it possible that his body is recovering rapidly, but how could this happen for no reason? Rosen thought deeply, ruled out possible matters, and finally his eyes brightened. Activity? By the way, only this point should be able to explain it. It's no wonder why the activity, which is obviously more difficult to complete than speed, brings almost no improvement in physical skills and devil fruit. It turned out that when the body is in a state of recovery after being injured, it can increase the activity of one's own cells and accelerate the recovery. But how did Robin know? You tell me carefully what happened just now. Robin immediately told Rosen about the situation. Rosen pondered for a moment and said, "You mean, when I rest, this kind of light is stronger? Will it affect the surroundings?" At first, Rosen didn't believe it, but after thinking about it, Robin didn't have to lie to Valentine's Day. When resting, it means that the body is in a relaxed state, and at the same time, you should also have injuries or severe exhaustion. Because I understand it literally, since the activity X2 hasn't been reflected before, the first is that I didn't notice it, and the second is the kind of relaxation when I was not in a dormant state. But if it is not, Lawson will know after trying. Lawson suddenly let go of all his vigilance, the whole person is no longer in a state of constant alertness, and then he feels a warm current as if it is floating on the body, especially in the wound. There was a soft hum sound, as if this cell activity had interfered with the surrounding ambient air, so a more obvious white light emerged from the wound on Rosen's chest. There is more heat in his chest. After a while, the white light is no longer so strong, and it should have cured most of the injuries. This time can be completely confirmed. This activity X2 is not only a good medicine for milk, but also probably scoped, and he can release double activity as long as he adjusts his body and mind. Rosen took off his bandage and pressed his hand on the place where his bones were broken. Well, although there is still a little soreness, the bones seem to have healed and connected. This kind of resilience is too strong. Active X2, this physical enhancement attribute earned by defeating BAM seems to have made a lot of money. Take me to see Major General Harry, let me see what he wants to repay our life-saving grace. Rosen was in a good mood. And the ship doctor originally decided that Major General Harry should be difficult to save, but he did not expect to be saved. Wait, he seems to be placed in a room on the same floor as Bonus. In other words, is it possible that he was saved by himself? Unbelievable, he had lost too much blood and suffered a lot of damage to his body. It was a miracle to be able to survive. The ship doctor looked at the sickbed with a clear consciousness and even struggled with Major General Harry, feeling miraculous. Major General Harry is really blessed and faithful. When he saw you, he was almost out of breath. Rosen walked in and said lightly, "Crocodile." Major General Harry's expression eased a lot, but his emotions became more complicated. In fact, he had already figured out why he was here during the communication with the ship doctor. But it is precisely because of the clear that the heart is more complicated. The former colleague assassinated himself, and the pirate saved himself? What are these all about? It seems that you should be clear about what is going on, so I won't be circumspect. Major General Harry, you are now outside, you are already dead, so if you want to get out of here alive, you have to leave something valuable. Things work, after all, I am Kaiwahei, the original pirate, and I am not a charity. Lawson pulled a chair from the side and sat down. Major General Harry's face sank when he heard the words, and also, it is impossible for a Kaiwahei to show his kindness to save himself, but he has something he wants. It doesn't matter if he has money, because he doesn't have much. I don't know what you want. If you want me to betray the Navy or get some information, you don't have to think about it. Major General Harry also has his own bottom line. He will not say that he is completely inclined to Crocodile because he was rescued. What I want is actually not difficult for you. Maybe it can be sold on the black market, but it will be more convenient to get it from you at the moment. I want your Navy 6 style training method and experience. Rosen said. When he said this, he was watching Major General Harry carefully. To tell the truth, the 6 forms were basically military physiques of the Navy City with a little bit of strength in the later stage. Although the pirates hardly practiced, because they have their own fighting styles, some disdain the Navy's physique. But there is one trick that Rosen needs very much, and that is Uebu. With Moonstep, it can adapt to all-terrain battles, whether in the air or on the water. 6 forms. Rear Admiral Harry frowned. Why is Crocodile interested in the Navy's calcining technique? To be honest, the 6 forms are not something that is particularly confidential. Of course, the Navy also has strict orders not to spread it out, but the people who will do this thing. A lot. Because there are not many admirals who have defected, it is not surprising that they are spread outside, and even on the black market. I teach them to Rosen and others, as long as he doesn't admit it, there is almost no trouble. What if I don't want to? But if I can't teach them, Major General Harry is still reluctant to teach them. After all, the essence of Kaiwahe is still a pirate. www.readaloud.com is not a true ally of the Navy, just on the surface. First of all, Major General Harry needs to understand his situation. I just said that Major General Harry is already dead outside. In other words, if I want to, I can treat you as if I haven't saved you. If you teach, there is not much loss, and Colonel Luca is dead, Bam is also dead, Morris flees. I am afraid you will have the final say on the whole wine in the future. You think about it. Lawson threw several blockbuster bombs one after another. What? Harry was shocked. What happened during the time between running away and being in a coma? The 3 major wineries have almost disappeared like this? If he is dead, then the 3 major wineries really have no owners for the time being. Who has such a strong ability? Major General Harry looked at the Chihuahua in front of him, with an intuition in his heart that this matter absolutely has something to do with him. Since he came, the situation in the wine city began to change. After hesitating for a moment, Major General Harry made a decision. He nodded, "Take a pen and paper. You are not as cruel as the rumors. I believe you will not kill innocent people indiscriminately in the future." Robin listened silently. "Mr. General, did you make a mistake?" Cruelty and indiscriminate killing of the innocent were originally synonymous with Crocodile. Although the performance of alcohol is indeed weird, the image that is now reflected on you is also a villain of extortion and coercion. A smart choice. In addition, you can notify the Navy that someone is here and take the children back. Major General Harry is not a particularly good person, strictly speaking, but he has a lot of things that Colonel Luca doesn't have. Conscience and sense of responsibility, so Rosen felt that there was no problem in handing the children into his hands. Chapter 57, Choice, Trouble Come. All the supplies are ready. Tomorrow is the 3rd day. The record pointer should also be stored. It is time to set sail. After the bow of the ship watched Major General Harry and the children leave, Rosen asked Robin. "Everything is ready, but do you believe in what the Navy gave?" Robin was referring to what Major General Harry gave. Logic, organization, and rationality are all in line. If it is written on the spot, I don't believe that a person can temporarily exert such a strong editing ability, and there is even no contradiction before and after. Also, Major General Harry, if he doesn't want to give it, he should refuse directly, and there is no need to deceive me because of something that is not particularly valuable. Besides, I can be regarded as his lifesaver. I won't hand over the children to the savior. Rosen naturally has his own judgment. Although it cannot be said to be absolutely 100%, the possibility of Major General Harry deceiving himself on this matter is still very low. Furthermore, what he wrote is also an exercise method. If you do it wrong, you will not get into trouble. It also has the effect of strengthening your body. At most, you can't practice the necessary moves. Just now you were like what a savior would say. Now even I can't see exactly what kind of person you are. Robin rarely told the truth. She looked at the sea in the distance. Time is a bit at a loss. What kind of people? This topic is really profound. Many people live a lifetime without knowing what kind of person they are, but at present, we are a group of people who have something to do, and that's enough for the time being. Can't figure out this problem. But is it important? Sometimes it's not that important. As long as you understand what you want to do, then do it. Think too much, repeat gains and losses, and fix yourself on what kind of person you should be. That's for others to see. Talents do. Okay. But I do know what kind of person you are. Rosen saw that Robin was absent, so he took the initiative to say. Do you mean the betrayal or the life I used to? Robin was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't expect Rosen to say something like this to him. No, I mean the future. It is true that people cannot be alone forever. One day, we will all get what we want. Rosen's words hit Robin's heart directly, reminding her of someone who used to be. Said something similar to her. Rosen was afraid that Robin's heart would be filled with darkness. After all, after the First World War, Rosen became more aware of Robin's intelligence capabilities. If possible, she hopes that Robin can look forward to the future so that he can play a greater value. And this is only good for her, not bad. Robin didn't speak for a long time. He just looked at the calm sea. After a long time, he said, Then what do you want? The life now is what I want. Maybe it's dangerous, maybe it's not all dawn, but I can witness the wonders of this world, that's what I want. At this point, Rosen came from the heart. What could be better than is it more fun to survive in this bizarre world? Rosen believes that there is nothing else for the time being. If this is what you want, I will help you. Robin left a word and left lightly. From his abandonment of Alabaston to the rescue of innocent children by the wine, and the protection of her at the cocktail party, some parts of Crocodile became different, and she began to accept this. And if he is just to witness the world, then she will keep the promise of this sentence. Aren't you helping me all the time? Rosen asked Robin back. Mr.1 hopes I will be more attentive, but don't thank me, thank him if you want to. Robin looked back and smiled, his heart relaxed a lot, as if in conversation, he never cared about countless betrayals and darkness. Was it accepted? Rosen grinned. Although he didn't know what role Bonus played in it, he was relieved a lot. He can perceive the sincerity in Robin's voice and the spirit of not so deadly. He knows that Robin can be used by him, even if he does not reach the so-called life and death relationship, but for now, it is enough. He was really worried that Robin would betray him one day, but there was no better intelligence officer on the ship than her, and no one more knowledgeable than her. If there is another betrayal, Rosen is not sure whether he should still keep her. The first time she met her, she completely regarded herself as Crocodile, which had no effect on Rosen. But now Robin's statement has made Rosen Matsushita a lot of vigilance, because he has known Robin in the plot, so he can see the truth or not. Maybe, not all bad things happen to alcohol. The setting sun began to fall, and Rosen was sitting on the bow of the boat fishing, but fell asleep. Fishing may not be suitable for him to do the time-consuming work. He just wanted to enjoy a rare leisure time. The main reason is that it takes a little time for the body to fully recover. It is impossible to exercise. You have to give the body time to recuperate. There is not much to pass the time on the boat. It seems that recreational facilities should be strengthened in the future. To keep the crew's mental state and mental state healthy at all times, entertainment is undoubtedly the best way. The sea breeze blows gently, with the coolness, the sea is sparkling, and the fish has already bitten the hook. Rosen didn't know it. He didn't wake up until the maid delivered the dinner to Rosen. He took the plate and asked the maid, "Bones, are they back?" "Not yet." The maid lowered her head and replied calmly, "I'm afraid that the island is not peaceful now. Go get a phone bug and I will call to ask about the situation." Rosen frowned. "I heard from the ship doctor that Bonus was going to buy some medicinal materials. Even if he had some fun halfway, he should almost be back at night." "Boss." Just when the maid left, a figure covered in blood appeared on the shore with Bonus behind her back. This was the voice of Mr.5 www.readaloud.com. Lawson looked for the voice, the complexion changed drastically. It was Bonus, the seriously injured Bonus, and Mr.5, both of them were covered in blood. "Quickly, take a hand, what's the matter?" The crew also saw it, and ran down with a brain, and carried both of them on the boat. Mr.5, covered in blood, couldn't hold it when he saw him, and fell down. Rosen's good mood disappeared in an instant, and the whole person became extremely gloomy. First save Mr.1. I didn't suffer much injury. The other party didn't care about me. Mr.1's body was injected with something. Save him. Mr.5 grabbed the sleeve of the ship doctor and said, himself. It's just exhaustion and counterattack with myself. I was hit back and suffered a backlash. These days, he and Bonus have often discussed each other, and the two have gradually changed from strangers to friends. They are murderous and cold-blooded agents, but it doesn't mean they can't make friends. Ship doctor, hurry up and start treatment. Mr.5, who did it? Rosen asked in a deep voice. Now there is no strong power in the wine market, and with the strength of Bonus, even a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million can be dealt with at present. Even if he encounters tricky abilities, he will not suffer such severe injuries by virtue of his fruit abilities. It's the Navy headquarters. Lieutenant General Ghost Spider moved his hands. He also asked me to bring you a sentence. Kaiwahe's right is not to watch, but to assist. Mr.5 was full of anger. He could think of the Ghost Spider Lieutenant General. He was defiant and indifferent when he said this. Is he warning me about not saving Colonel Luca? Tell me what happened, and others will give the ship doctor a hand. Rosen sneered. The Navy headquarters Lieutenant Admiral was so arrogant. Take out his face and slap? Chapter 58, Before the Eruption. Lieutenant General Ghost Spider, I heard that you had a little conflict with Kaiwahe's subordinates on the street. Lieutenant General Doberman and Lieutenant General Ghost Spider were in the same office. Lieutenant General Doberman frowned slightly. This is not a major event, not to mention a little conflict. Even if a subordinate is killed, at most it means submitting a report to the Marshal in the face. And how much weight a subordinate can have in Kaiwahe's heart, is it worth the trouble for him to come to the Navy? As long as it is not a conflict with Kaiwahe parties, those are nothing, but the difference now is that from a certain level, Crocodile is credited for this incident. Even if Kaiwahe's behavior is not familiar to him, it is not a wise choice to lose his face in public, so Lieutenant General Doberman spoke. Well, it's just a skirmish, and at most one subordinate will die, but I have left one for him. Ghost Spider said disapprovingly. The current situation is more complicated. If this matter causes Crocodile to be a stalk, I am afraid that the pursuit of Morris will be extraordinarily branched. The role of Kaiwahe is still very large, even if we don't like this system. Lieutenant Berman felt a little bit stingy. But roughly one reason can be thought of. Howard Luca's identity is well known, so he didn't discuss the matter much, just waking up. After all, Lieutenant General Ghost Spider also has his own position, and the two have the same rank, so it is enough to wake up. Besides, in the final analysis, it is just a subordinate, kills and kills. Crocodile shouldn't be froze with them because of this. It's just a little bit unpleasant, for sure, or when it comes to the Marshal of the Warring States period, he also needs a report. But at most it is nothing more. Are there any updates from Morris? Dow Berman asked. It's a little bit. On a hidden coast, I cut off part of his logistics, but I didn't find Morris's trace. I captured a few of his men. They are being interrogated. I can get Morris to escape soon. It's the route. The Ghost Spider nodded, and under the large-scale hunt, it naturally gained something. Moreover, Morris' ambition is obviously not small. He has cultivated so many bounty hunters, some of whom he has even heard of his name, although he is not impressed. And part of the logistic resources he cut off, the various Pele treasures add up to almost 780 million Pele. This wealth is really amazing for a bounty hunter, and this is only part of it. It seems that the winery is really a profitable business. I'm going to prepare for sailing at any time. The interrogation has the result. I will be notified immediately. The warring States Marshal and General Huang Yuan are very concerned about this matter. The Navy headquarters is also waiting for news of our triumph. Doberman heard the news was immediately ready to act. Morris, a good bounty hunter, didn't do it. He tried to set up a bounty guild and killed the Navy officer. The crime is damned. The ghost spider was cold, and the killing intent burst out. And in his hands, there is no information that can't be interrogated. The only hope is that Morris hasn't run far, otherwise this will probably be a task with a short period of time. On the dawn, Rosen listened to Mr.5's narration. His face was still, but his heart was already burning with anger. If it is said that this matter was the trouble that Bonus caused first, forget it, he is still so angry. It can be learned from the mouth of Mr.5 that they were just planning to buy some medicinal materials, so the Ghost Spider Lieutenant General deducted the name of an illicit pirate. Said that the medicine was for the pirates, and he was talking about the search for evidence, but he launched a surprise attack on Bonus. A headquarter lieutenant general did not hesitate to make a surprise attack. How could Bonus be able to resist it, and he was hit hard immediately. Even though Bonus fought back even after being seriously injured, it was of little use. In the end, he was directly pierced by a long sword with a highly poisonous shot. Although Mr.5 was trembling all over by his murderous intimidation, he also launched a full blow without fear of death, but was kicked away by the Ghost Spider Lieutenant General, and then left a word, letting go of Mr.5. In his eyes, Mr.5 was not even qualified to be killed, which almost collapsed the mentality of Mr.5, and this sentence deliberately left is to remind Crocodile that this is for the previous Crocodile the price paid by sabotage. After listening to Mr.5, Valentine's Day and the other crew members had anger in their eyes. The Navy headquarters was simply deceiving. But they also understand that it is impossible for the boss to fight against the Navy headquarters for this matter. Obviously, there is no good result in doing so, and they will do the same if they are replaced. Rosen understands this, and Robin knows it too. Maybe this loss is destined to be eaten. I see, Boat Doctor, how is Bonus's situation? After Lewison's face was gloomy, he returned to calm and began to inquire about Bonus's condition. The ship doctor shook his head. It's not just a sword wound, but a certain toxin is attached to the sword. As the blade is injected into the inner body, it is colorless, tasteless, and has no trace to be found, but it is real, as seen before. Some kind of spider venom is eroding his internal organs and it is hopeless. Lieutenant General Ghost Spider. Lawson thought of this person, one of the executive lieutenants of the Judicial Island Demon Slaying Order, and the war at the top indeed showed the multi-limb ability similar to a spider. There is no way. Rosen confirmed again. No, his poison has spread to all parts of the body, unless he can analyze the distribution of the venom in his body through dialysis and strip it out a little bit, but with the current medical level, I am afraid that no one in the world can do it and enter the viscera. Even if there is an antidote, there is no way to recover it. The damage that has been caused is unlikely to be restored suddenly. The boat doctor shook his head. His medical skills are not bad, and he has knowledge, so what he says he has great authority. Sex. Everyone's mood is very low. Although the dead are not a big deal, it is a different matter if it is the people around them who die. Or you can try your peculiar healing ability, boss. Robin reminded him timely. Rosen realized that he almost forgot this. Rosen relaxed his mind and body. After his injury had not been fully healed, a little bit of light fell on Bonus from his body. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Bonus is a very loyal and powerful subordinate. To put it bluntly, if Bonus is dead, Rosen will not even have a powerful man on the ship. Although Mr.5 also exercises regularly and is growing, it is not enough to be alone at the moment, let alone Valentine's Day. Almost rarely exercises. Robin's combat power is average. Speaking of which, Kung Fu Manatee may be okay. Point. The Lieutenant Admiral did not kill a subordinate casually, but chopped off one of Rosen's right and left arms. Rosen said he was not angry, it was fake, but everything had to be determined. Since the Navy headquarters is trying, warn yourself. Then I should prepare a gift for them. The treatment went on for a while. All the active cell components that had escaped from Lawson fell on Bonus, and Lawson asked about the situation again. Well, the sword wound is slowly recovering, but the toxins attached to the internal organs still exist, but it seems to be temporarily still and moving, but even so, it can only be suspended temporarily, and I am afraid that it will not work if I want to save it. The judgment disappointed everyone. Then hang up first. I will take time to see him every day, and tell me what other people should do at any time. Robin will come with me. Some things will trouble you. Rosen ordered, turned around and returned to his room. Robin was a little surprised. Is there any plan for him in the current situation, but whether it is revenge against the Navy or seek naval theory, these are of little use. And if he smashed his face with the Navy, for a bonus, would he? The price may be something he can't afford. What else does he want to do? Although he was full of doubts, Robin followed him into the room. Chapter 59, Talk About. Can it be done? Rosen looked at Robin and asked seriously. Are you sure you want to do this? If it fails, it will not only be a problem for the Navy. Robin faced the suggestion that Rosen had just put forward, full of uncertainty. He really wanted to do this? But more shock and some fear. I'm a bad-tempered person. By the way, when you went to the island, you bought me all the recent newspapers, mainly about newborn pirates. The pirates born in the North Sea will buy more copies, maybe Nice is not dead. At this time, Rosen suddenly remembered a pirate with a dead surgeon in the original plot. He will become Kaiwahe, also known as the Supernova, the most vicious generation in the future. And the devil fruit taken is worth more than 5 billion Baileys. He has superb medical skills, has the ability to scan and dialysis the human body, and can also cut the human body for treatment. If he had such an ability, maybe Bonus could still be saved, but this is actually a bit like finding a needle in a haystack, but since he is the same supernova as Luffy, he should have set off at about the same time. After all, it was the same time. If you are lucky, he should be in the first half of the Great Route at the moment. Since he is a supernova, he should be rewarded for what he did before, so if you can find relevant news reports, you may be able to guess the next journey and try your luck. Trafalgar Law, I hope to find information about this pirate. Understand, I will be back as soon as possible. Wait, I'll go with you. Rosen said suddenly. Although the possibility is unlikely, if an almost extreme hawkish navy like the Ghost Spider meets Robin, he might make another move. If Bonus is his right arm, Robin is his right arm, one in charge of combat power and one in charge of IQ. He can't afford to lose. Don't worry about me, the Navy won't catch me so easily. Robin believed himself. That's okay, I'll wait for your news, so I can buy more record pointers, as long as they can start from this island to other islands. Lawson thought about it. After so many years of fleeing, Robin should have his own means, and he would be much better on the ship, lest the Navy would make any more moves. With him in town, the boat will be much safer, but now the atmosphere on the boat is a bit depressing. But I can understand that being bullied to the door of the house can only swallow the voice, and anyone will feel uncomfortable, but from a rational and objective point of view, this is also impossible. At this moment, from the north of Jadu, a rocky sea area is roaring with violent storms. The black and heavy clouds have existed in this sea area for a long time. Several sailing ships are hiding beside a few huge reefs. If you don't get close, you can't find them at all. At the bow of the largest sailing ship, Morris was drinking under the heavy rain, occasionally looking up at the weather. The crew next to kept persuading Morris to enter the house to take shelter from the rain, but when they found that they couldn't persuade them, they could only report the current situation next to them under their umbrellas. Boss, half of the logistical crew and funds were not transferred out in time. They were caught by the Navy, and our route may be leaked. A polite and elegant man wearing glasses said in a low voice. Bate, Morris deputy, and the closest person to Morris. How much did you lose? Morris frowned, and Kaiwahe made that one, which really frustrated many of his plans, and it also made him very passive. If you meet him next time, you have to make him suffer, and you will suffer a lot from 2 Kaiwahe subordinates. Isn't Kaiwahe his own nemesis? More than 700 million Baileys and 70 crew members were under the hands of Lieutenant General Ghost Spider of the Navy headquarters. Bet continued. There is nothing we can do with bad luck. The people at the Navy headquarters should hope to use these to fish us out, but since we have been caught, we can't stay here anymore. We won't be able to hide for long. Let everyone prepare for sailing. This is the account. The day will be counted. Morris pondered for a while, made a decision, and just went head on with the Navy. He might be fine, and he might even get some results. But the subordinates will definitely suffer heavy losses, and if it is 2 lieutenant generals together, or 2 elite or top lieutenants, it will not be so easy to settle. Boss, there is a call from the information station of the Wine City. A subordinate hurried over, holding the phone worm that was ringing by Blue in his hand. Has the intelligence station been used? It was so hidden that it was dug out. Bet was surprised. They knew what happened to the wine because they left some extremely secret intelligence agents on the island. And the intelligence station will not call outside no matter what happens. This is a new rule these days. Now the situation is tense. If the call is eavesdropped by the Navy, their eyes and ears will be gone. If there is really important information, I will go to the next island to talk again. So in most cases, you need to know the information here, and then talk to the past, and now you are calling, something is very likely to happen. Will it be the Navy's surrender call? Ha ha ha, pick it up. Morris grinned, still not caring. Gaga. The phone worm connected www.readaloud.com. A soft female voice soon came across. Is it Captain Morris? In a tavern, Nicole Robin had 7 or 8 intelligence station personnel lying under her feet, and she asked the phone bug. I am, you are not the Navy. Morris was a little surprised, thinking it would be a Navy call, because according to the Navy's search intensity and the sudden call of this call, it means that the intelligence station is more likely to be blocked. Actually, the intelligence station was taken over, but it was not by the Navy, but by Robin. I'm a subordinate of Crocodile, Nicole Robin, our boss wants to talk to you. Robin said. Crocodile, ha ha ha, he actually wants to talk to me? Did I misheard something, or did he forget that I am now chased by the Navy to the point where it was given to him? Morris it seems to have heard a big joke. No, Captain Morris, I think you are just bad luck, and our boss asked me to pass this on, what do you think? Robin smiled, remembering what boss had played at the last moment. It's really spiritual. Morris was silent, and Bet whispered next to him, Boss, this may be a trap set by the Kaiwahe United Navy. There is a possibility. Let the large forces prepare to set off first, and leave the fastest ship here, so that in case it is a trap, I can escape. I have to see what Crocodile wants to talk to me. Morris thought for a while, but couldn't think of the other party's purpose. The time and place are up to me, you can tell your boss. Of course. Robin nodded, she was already familiar with human curiosity, and she had a little guess about the boss plan. But would that be too crazy? Chapter 60, 500 million remuneration. It was night. A small boat set off from the dawn in the dark. The sea was foggy and the wind was a bit strong. There were 4 people on the boat, 2 powerful men in charge of rowing, and then Rosen and Robin. There are naval eyeliners staring around the dawn every day. If the big ship departs, it will be monitored for a certain distance, and it will come back again, which is very strange. So it is best for the boat to leave quietly. Will they wait for us in ambush? Then we might be wiped out. Robin habitually thinks in the worst direction. This is hard to say. Rosen exhaled thick smoke rings, and he couldn't be sure of this. The matter was already extremely risky. And on the boat, if the shelling hits it, it is very dangerous for their capable people. It seems that after returning from this incident, they still have to learn Uebao as soon as possible. When the other two rowing crew members heard Robin's words, they had a chill. If they were ambushed by such a boat, it would be really bad. But now that it's decided, there is no excuse to back down. After looking for the direction and coordinates, they rowed the boat for more than half an hour, and they vaguely saw a group of reefs. At this moment, hiding on a large ship behind the reef group, the observer holding a telescope sent a message: at 12 o'clock, there is a dim shadow approaching. It should be a small boat. Look carefully to see if there are naval ships following. It's foggy. If you have hidden a few warships, you may not be able to find them. Bet said vigilantly. Nothing is found yet. The observer is always paying attention to the condition of the sea. Don't worry too much, come and have a drink with me. Morris sat on the bow and looked at the approaching boat. After a sip of wine, he handed the jug to Bet. Bet did not answer, he needs to stay awake all the time. Then I'll drink it myself. Morris was a little bit happy. It seems that I just let Bet have a drink, and I probably feel distressed, but now Bet doesn't want it, that saves it. Stingy drunkard. Bet murmured. It's not clear where this boss's urine is. If you grab a billion Baileys from him, he may let you go, but if you ask him for a drink, and occasionally take out half a bottle for you, that's already a miracle. It's sand. Crocodile, it's close, there is no enemy ship nearby, he is coming up. When the boat approached Morris' big ship, Rosen took Robin and jumped onto the ship. Rainy days, Rosen doesn't hate him. On the contrary, he has a comfortable sense of security, but he doesn't like his fruit ability. This kind of weather is too much of his Russell fruit ability. As soon as Rosen got on the ship, the crew next to Morris drew out the swords. Rosen frowned. I came here with sincerity. Is this your way of hospitality? Get down, don't make people laugh, and he is not something you can handle. Morris waved his hand, causing the men to step back for a long distance, leaving Beta to stay with him. Come on, if I'm not interested in your topic, then this is your place of burial. You shouldn't forget that we are the enemy. Morris' sloppy temper disappeared, and the whole person looked like extremely serious, and at the same time rushed towards him with a pressure. Robin was a little unsteady. Robin used to hold the umbrella for Rosen, but this spirit was too fierce and made her tremble a bit. The umbrella was deflected, and the rain dripped on Rosen's shoulder. This aura is different from the murderous aura of the ghost spider Lieutenant General. It is purely fierce, just like the reckless and domineering strong sense of deterrence in the face of some giant beasts. Overlord looked domineering. Rosen was surprised. He had guessed that Morris understood domineering, that is normal operation. But I didn't expect it to be a domineering look, and although this aura didn't oppress him strongly, it made people aware of Morris's strength and danger. It seems that you don't want to talk anymore. Rosen will naturally not show weakness, although he still doesn't know how to release the awakening domineering freely. But facing these people, if Rosen gave them a good look, he wouldn't be able to get an inch, so he started to use his strength. It's rare for you to find my enemy. It's necessary to listen to it. If you don't like it, it won't be too late. Morris smiled indifferently, dissipated his breath, and changed back to the appearance of a drunkard again. Rosen slowly said, 500 million Baileys, please kill someone. Robin's expression was shocked. She didn't expect this. She thought that she had asked Morris to talk about other things or took the opportunity to retaliate against the Navy, but this kind of retaliation was limited to intelligence and making some minor troubles for the Navy. That's it. Because this is already a very risky behavior for Kai Wuhai, and exposure will cause big trouble. But if you want to kill, is that killing the Lieutenant Admiral? Is he crazy? Morris was stunned for a long time before he suddenly woke up, and then laughed like a mocking laugh. Ha ha ha, I heard you right, you are majestic under Kai Wuhai. If you want to kill, you can kill yourself. You need my help, you don't look like such a self-confident person. But 500 million Baileys, you really can afford this capital. Morris laughed for a while, then calmed down, because from the expression of Crocodile, he seemed to be serious. So who would you kill? The original bounty hunter is still a bit interested in this 500 million Bailey business. Rosen slapped his chin twice, and the crew of the boat threw up 2 large suitcases. Rosen took it in his hand and opened it. Inside was a stack of brand new Baileys, 500 million Baileys, kill the Lieutenant Admiral Ghost Spider. Morris was stunned, killing the Lieutenant Admiral, not to mention that it was impossible to kill, but if you dare to do this, isn't that crazy? If alone with a Lieutenant General, even the top one, close to the quasi-general level, Morris would dare to be strong. But if you kill, the nature is different. No matter whether he succeeds or fails, he will face the Navy's crazy counterattack. So when the Lieutenant Admiral joined the island, he chose to escape and retreat. But now Kai Wuhai, Crocodile, who is now an ally of the Navy, said that he was going to kill the Lieutenant Admiral. He was really crazy. He failed, and at most he would flee to escape the Navy from hunting down. If Kai Wuhai is known, with this idea, he will first deprive Kai Wuhai, and then it is very likely that the general will be pursued and killed. Ma Dan, this Kai Wuhai is indeed a lunatic. Although Morris is not persuaded, he is a little bit more afraid of Crocodile. But this kind of thing, he is unlikely to agree, the risk is too high. 500 million Baileys are not enough to watch. Although he is the original bounty hunter, he really loves money. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com, but the risk and return are not proportional. 500 million is of course not enough, but as far as the information I have now, you have a lot of assets in the wine that have been looted by ghost spiders. The crew and the ship have also suffered a lot of losses. I estimate that the value is at least 700-800 million Baileys. In general, these seized money will be temporarily placed on the warship. Simply put, if you can win the Ghost Spider Lieutenant General, your income will exceed 1 billion, and you will be able to save your crew. Rosen has long had this preparation. Since this decision has been made, then sufficient preparations have been made. As soon as these words came out, Morris fell into deep thought and was a little moved, but after thinking about the current Navy configuration, the 2 battle-tested headquarters lieutenants were not so easy to deal with. I am afraid that even if I have this idea, I am afraid I can't do it. 2 experienced lieutenants are not so easy to deal with, let alone kill one of them. Morris shook his head. Perhaps you can listen to my plan first, and I won't stand by. In other words, what do you think is the success rate of the 2 of us working together as a lieutenant general? Rosen smiled slightly and straightened Robin. So that the umbrella could completely cover him, the rain dripped on his shoulder when Robin just wandered away. Then habitually smoked a cigar, quietly waiting for his reply. We 2 do 1 lieutenant general, how about the other? Morris was moved. If he teamed up with Kai Wuhai and only worked as a lieutenant general, then the success rate would be too high. For a lieutenant general, it would definitely be a life of 9 deaths. Otherwise, with the lieutenant's rich combat experience and combat effectiveness, he wanted to escape. Morris was really not sure to stay alone. But if you add a Kai Wuhai here, the difference in strength will be huge. Perhaps, the Lieutenant Admiral will not even have a chance to escape.